Good afternoon and welcome back to King Khalid Racecourse. It's Funky Friday and we've got 9 wonderful races to bring you here from Saudi Arabia. My name is Callum Helliwell and you are watching the Jcsa YouTube channel. We're live on YouTube. We're live on Thursdays, Fridays and Saturday. Today is Friday and I'm joined by the man on my right, Mr. Rory Delagi. How are you doing?
I'm doing very well, Callum. Thank you very much.
9 races to look forward to, Rory, and I can't wait to dig into more of them. But have you got a race that you're particularly looking forward to today?
Not particularly. I think there are. I don't mean that in a negative way. I'm not sure I've seen a more competitive card than this. Really, really hard to rule horses out in most of the races. The first 4 in particular. Interestingly, today we've got no 1,200 metre races. So the races are all 1,400 metres and upwards. Generally pretty high quality as well. And really tough contests.
I thought exactly the same thing going through today, and we were looking at these last night and trying to go through the form, and I'm thinking, I'm trying to struggle to rule a lot of these out. I think our opening contest is just like that. Now, we've got 9 races to see. Let's talk about who are the most exciting horses on the card today.
Nothing replaces victory. This may be the slogan of the competitors on Friday evening to end the season with a victory to arrive in Riyadh with their best foot forward. In the first race, we will see Mostakmala competing over 1,400 metres after coming in second over 6 furlongs in her last 2 starts. The exact same applies to Alamiya, seeking to achieve her first victory as she finished second during her only 2 starts. In the second race, Gamud will try to give it her best to achieve her goal after several good attempts that most recently ended with a second place. Also, Wafi Al-Zok has consistently been in the top placings this season and seems close to finally getting a winner's trophy. Idafa will try to add another victory to her record after winning impressively during her first start this season. While Al Ramesa is also looking for a consecutive double as she steps up in trip after her easy victory at the start of the month. In race 6, Monsieur Jumbo has the best chance of winning as we've seen him continue to provide great results this season. It should be difficult to defeat him if he repeats a similar performance as he did last time out, winning a competitive handicap. Yarub seems close to achieving the second win in his career after he attracted attention during his first run when he had total control of the race, beginning to end. And he may repeat that after gaining a great winning experience, and will be interesting to see him race over 2,000 metres. Last but not least, the Al Masif Cup is our feature race of the night, and we will see several brilliant local bred fillies and colts go head to head. They are led by Badr Al Alia, coming from an exciting win last time out over a mile. However, Mayhama looks to be the biggest danger to him, especially after he impressed us all with an incredibly easy victory during his last appearance last time out under Camilo Espina.
Just so much to get our teeth stuck into, Rory, and I can't wait to get on with this wonderful card. But remember, it's not just you and I today. We're also joined by Shamila. She's down the parade ring. Shamila, how are you getting on?
Thank you very much, Callum, and good afternoon, everybody. Thank you so much for joining us on the YouTube Live. It was hot and sunny, however, now it's just hot with plenty of cloud coverage and very windy as usual. I feel like I'm going to get blown away here in the parade ring. Now, we have 9 stunning races lined up for you today. However, I am really looking forward to race number 6, Monsieur Jumbo. Very impressive last time out. He was drawn very wide last time out as well and won really well, so hopefully he can repeat the same again today.
Thank you very much, Shamila, and I guarantee I know why Monsieur Jumbo is your favourite. It's because he was your paddock favourite in the build-up to the race as well. So Shamila will be hoping that that horse can do the business again, and has been a really consistent performer, Rory. Certainly one for the shortlist today.
Yeah, he's been progressive this year. This is his second season in Saudi Arabia. A horse who was previously with Kevin Ryan in the UK, and generally known as sort of a 7-furlong performer there. But he was, after winning at a mile earlier in the season, he's improved his form, running in better races over the 2,400-metre trip in recent starts, winning last time out. He cuts back to 2,000 today, but that shouldn't be a problem for him, given that he's got that natural pace. He's just been a revelation, the fact that he stays that far, which you wouldn't expect on pedigree. And he's one of the few horses to have improved his UK rating since coming here. He thinks he's improved over a stone this season, which is great to see.
Yes, the likes of him and Amarillo Gold have all come to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and have sprouted wings with the sun on their back. Now, you've met 3 of our wonderful team, but there is a 4th member of our awesome foursome, and that is our man in the sky, our voice from above, Mr. Mark Francis.
Callum, Rory, Shamila, good afternoon. Welcome to King Khalid Racecourse here in Taif. Really looking forward to another 9 races on this beautiful Friday. As you can see from the shots, it's a little cloudy above at the moment, but that won't tarnish what we have in front of us here. We kick off at 3:55 local time. With the first of our 9 races. It is a fillies maiden for 2-year-olds, and the action gets better and better, culminating in the 9th race over the page at 8:05 local time. That is the Jcsa Al Masif Cup. And we saw a couple of highlights there that Shamila discussed. Looking forward to seeing Badr Al Elia and also previously mentioned Mashmuk. So that comes up at 8:05, but we've got a real array of races to look forward to, starting with that fillies maiden. We have 15 fillies going to post, and we can check out the runners and riders for our first. This contest over 1,400 metres, 7 furlongs is the trip as we arrive at meeting 50. So looking forward to the Al Masif Cup later on, but the first race is headed by number 1, Kasha Shah, the ride of Alex Moreno. Halia is the 2. Mostak Mila, the 3 for Camilo Ospina, who currently leads the Jockeys Championship here in Taif with a week to go. Maya Ridge is the mount of Luis Morales, the 4. Tours is a debutant, number 5, Rayan Alta Ash. Alamya, rated 93, is ridden by Adel Al-Faredi. Naif Al-Anazi looking to get a winner here this afternoon, rides Mama Yaza, and Mosta Hedhar completes the page, Khaled Al-Mimoni. Turning over, Hard Al-Yaham is number 9, Ahmed Al-Azari. The 10 is Managir Al-Khair, Abdulaziz Al-Musa. Yasmin Al-Hijaz is the 11. Ayet Al-Muhammadiyah is the ride of Wigberto Ramos. Sultan Al-Mamoni is aboard. Najmat Alaib Daliyah. Hamia Newt is the 14 for Tariq Al-Mansour, and the field are completed by number 15, Durat Al-Manasa for Mohammed Al-Shirima. They go with that, the 16, which is a scratch. So 15 fillies, 15 juveniles going to post for our first, and it's a very competitive looking afternoon, chaps.
It certainly is, Mark, wildly competitive, and just to start, it couldn't get tougher at the starting contest, and it's not because a lot of these don't have a chance. There's a lot of these who come here with an awesome chance. I think Alamaya, horse number 6 on your race card, rated 93 after 2 starts. That seems awfully high.
Yeah, I'm not sure I'd want to see Alamia running a handicap off that, Mark, but she ran very well last time out, the daughter of Practical Joke, when beaten by a Stabstrat last time out. I thought she was very game there. She tried to rally, but she was headed. That looks like decent form. But if she's 93, the winner must be very high 90s as well. So that's a compliment from the handicapper, if you like. And she's obviously got a big chance here. According to the rating, she's got 15 pounds in hand off Mostak Mela, but I don't think there's that much between them. And I think I wouldn't say it's quite a toss-up between them, but they both got very similar profiles, and I think they've got a fair chance. And
you mentioned that we have no races over 1,200 metres today. We go straight to 1,400 on our race card, and we start over 7 furlongs, and a lot of these are stepping up. Who out of this field do you think shaped the best as if staying was a future for them, going over further? Because I look at Mostak Mela, and I didn't think that Mostak Mela shaped to the stayer.
No, I wouldn't have sworn that looking at Mostak Mela's run. We'll get a chance to see both of them on the video footage shortly. I thought although Alamia was passed in the last 200 yards last time out. I thought she was trying to rally late on in the day, and I thought she would likely relish to step up and trip. But yeah, both of them would have been perfectly happy over 6 furlongs again. But obviously no race over that trip, and I think given the ability they had, they should be okay over this trip today. But it's an interesting one. You know, who do you think will lead it more? I think Alamea maybe the more natural over the trip.
Well, let's start going through them from the top. Jcsa is horse number 1, has had 2 starts, finished 9th last time out, but that was a while ago, meeting 18.
Meeting 18, beaten 12.5 lengths from 9th of 15 in a maiden over 1,200 metres. Needs to step up a fair bit since then, and has been off 11 weeks, I should say. Yeah,
Halia is horse number 2, ran in meeting 44, so clearly fitter than some of the rivals here, but came 5th on that occasion. Have you seen more room for improvement?
Well, the 5th last time I was similar form to when she was 7 lengths third to Binkasura over 1,200 metres last time out. She'll need to step up a bit if she's going to get involved here. Obviously, rating of 62 is put in perspective by the fact that Alamea is rated 93.
Yes, Mostak Mela rated 78, second on 2 starts so far, steps up in trip today.
Yeah, beaten 4 3/4 lengths by a promising sort in King Rise 2 weeks ago. Of course, the question is, will she progress for the step up to 1,400 metres? She's certainly one of the most interesting on the card in terms of what she's done on the track so far.
And she may have potentially bumped into a very smart one in the shape of King Rise, who looks very impressive on his racecourse debut.
And that form's not really been tested yet, but King Rise did look impressive. The pair of them were clear, so it looks above average form, I should say.
Mayarij is horse number 4 on your race cards, 0 from 6, so has plenty of experience, but looks to be really struggling at this sort of grade, although 4th last time out. Was that a positive performance?
Yeah, listen, she's definitely got her share of ability, and she's been midfield or better in most of her races. She was back to form after a disappointing effort, went 4th to Gasama over the 1,200 metres last time out. Had been 2 1/4 lengths behind Halia on that occasion, so she's held on that form line, but she's not without ability. She should find a race somewhere down the line.
Yeah, but probably not this race here, I imagine.
I wouldn't have thought this one. No.
One of the very few debutants in this race is Tours, horse number 5, by Battle Force.
Battle Force was a very, very good performer here a few years ago. I think he would have been the champion dirt performer, having been shipped in from the US, a very smart miler. He doesn't have a great record as a sire, though, just a 4% strike rate with his offspring. So I think Tour, who's the first full, will probably struggle.
Let's look at Jcsa in the flesh here. Big, strong type, leggy, will improve for this, no doubt. Certainly room to grow into that large frame.
Yeah, you'd have thought she's one for handicaps down the line. This looks a tough enough ask for her, but I should say she's got a bit of scope.
Certainly. Yeah, she'll be one that will come on when she turns 3, I imagine. And certainly down the line, remember, we've got Riyadh still to come. So she's only had the 2 starts, and I imagine she will just get better with more time. She does draw stall 1, though. But for a big, leggy type like that, probably not the ideal place to be.
Not necessarily, no. You want to be getting away very well if you're drawn in stall 1.
This is Halia, horse number 2.
Halia, all her runs to date so far have come at the 1,200 metre trip. She's very much on her toes here. 3rd to Binkasura over the 1,200, 2 starts back, and similar form in 5th last time out.
Mostak Mela, this horse 2nd in last 2 starts, looks promising.
Does look promising, has a rating of 78. I think deserves that rating, and she's run very well in both starts behind King Rise 2 weeks ago.
Mayarij is horse number 4, and then we'll see Tours afterwards as horse number 5.
Yeah, Mayarij back to form with the 4th to Gasama last time out. She was in front of Halia that time. The pair of them tied together, but you wouldn't expect either of them to get involved here. Tour's the first full, on her toes there. I thought she was an unlikely winner on debut, but you can't rule them out.
No, you can't rule them out at all, and she is the first foal out the dam, so plenty to build up on here. Here's Alamea, rated 93, an astonishingly high rating.
Yeah, for just 2 starts, the better of those when putting 6.5 lengths clear of the others, when beaten by Astap Strat last time out. That looks a decent level of form. Whether it's worth a rating of 93, we don't know, but she's certainly worth a rating of 80 plus. There's no doubt about that.
This is Mumiyaza, who came 6th last time out, has had a bit of a break since then.
Yeah, over 26 lengths behind, almost ahead over 6 furlongs last time. Does have a bit of ability, but one for further down the line again.
We've got a few more of these to look at, but Shamila has already found her paddock eye catcher. Who is it, and why do you like it?
Thanks very much, Callum. The first race we have today is for the 2-year-old fillies, and honestly, they are looking stunning. My paddock pick is horse number 3, Mostak Mela. Now, the 2 best fillies in the race are the 2 best lookers. Sometimes their quality just shines through, and you can really tell how well they're looking. Mostak Mela was second in her first 2 starts under Camilo Espina. Not very often that we see these King Abdullah horses not by Premium Tap. She is by a sire called Seeking a Home out of Multiplication, and she just looks really well. The other horse that looks really well, no surprises, the highest rated in the race, horse number 6. However, I will stick with horse number 3 as my choice. A question mark for me in this race would definitely be horse number 9, but honestly, all the fillies are looking really well, Callum.
Thank you very much, Shamila. And that's interesting there, the negative horse number 9, Hard Al Hayam, who is making debut today. So that's interesting to see that that's a negative on debut.
Yeah, she's by Flashy Bull was a winner over a Group 1 winner over a mile and a furlong in the States. But so the Downs produced a half-brother of this called a Ramco, who's only been placed once in 9 starts, so it doesn't particularly jump off the page.
That's Hamra Nooch going down to the start early. Hasn't been ponied down, it's gone down themselves, and that's Darat Al Manisha as well, who's also gone down early. Horse number 15 on your race card. Just both of those, 14 and 15, going down to post earlier than the others, and certainly no negatives with their styling going down to the start.
No, the negatives come form-wise, although Hamra Nooch did take a step forward when 6th to Bar Hoa in a mile maiden last time out. Haven't been well beaten in her first 2 starts, but needs to improve again. She's beaten 13 lengths last time. At least she proved that she stayed beyond 6 furlongs, which a few of these have got to prove yet.
Yes, absolutely. What about Darat Al Manensa?
Behind Ayat Al-Muhammadiyah, who we'll see shortly, when well beaten 7th to Mosta Woba over course and distance last time out.
Let's have a look at Mostak Mela, who's finishing 2nd on this start here, behind a very good horse.
Yeah, this is a very good performance behind King Rise a couple of weeks ago. King Rise does look a very good prospect, and the key here is how far clear they come of the rest of the field. The time was pretty good for this race as well, and it's a good performance. As you said, looking at this, you wouldn't say that that Mostak Mela was crying out for a step up and trip. She's just coming back to the rest of the field in the last 100 metres.
Yes, the next one we'll take a good look at is Alemaya, who we can just see in the parade ring there. Horse number 6, gorgeous looking animal. Shamila spotted this filly from a mile off, and you can see why. She's got a really good frame about her, strong in behind, perfectly designed for the dirt. This is her finishing 2nd and earning this rating of 93.
Yeah, she's on the inside here. This has turned into a 2-horse war from a long way from home, and she didn't give up easily. It was a good battle for a long way. You see a Stabstrat is the winner on the outside. The race is pretty much won now, but I thought that Alamia tried to battle back. She didn't get any closer, but she didn't let the winner get away from her, and she just keeps running to the line. So this gives the impression that she will benefit from the step up and trip, and she still ended up finishing quite a long way clear of the 3rd.
What I thought was interesting there is she actually came on having been switched to the outside. She seemed to find another gear, change her leg and go forward a bit more, which was a very mature performance considering it was only her 2nd start. So that is a big positive for me, now stepping up and trip.
Yeah, listen, I mean, it can help them. She had to switch because the winner came across her a little bit when she got to the front, and therefore she had to switch. And when you switch, it gives you a better opportunity to change legs. You should be able to do it as you're going forward, but a lot of inexperienced and indeed tired horses struggle to change the legs and get on the right lead. When you have to switch, it does give you a better opportunity to do that. So maybe that helped her rally. And she wasn't really closing at the line, but it looked very good form. And when you look at the level of ability on show here, she does stand out a little bit.
Yes, well, let's have a look at some of the rest of these. Mosta Haydar, horse number 8. Now, this has had 3 starts, but really disappointed after showing early promise last time out, meeting 37, 15th on that occasion.
Ran well, meeting 22 when finishing 4th over this course in distance, but hasn't built on that, and steps back from a mile, having been disappointing last time out.
Yes, and Hard Alayam is a horse number 9, one of the debutants, a negative for Shamila. We've already talked about the pedigree, half to a non-winner, so that's certainly not a major positive on the bloodstock side. Any other notes on that one?
No, that's about it. As I said, the sire was a decent performer, Flashy Bull, but nothing much else from the pedigree, with the dam producing one moderate performer and a Ramco.
One of the interesting runners here is Manea Alcair, who seemed to do better when dropping back in trip than she did on her debut when running over this course and distance.
Yeah, that was a good effort. She was beaten 5.5 lengths in the second by Bakhtar, but we've seen Bakhtar show himself to be a useful performer. He ran really well against Al Mutahed for a long way in the Taif Sprint Cup. And I thought it was good. Rue Al Saudia was third on that occasion as well. I saw Rue Al Saudia come out and win yesterday.
Yeah.
So Manair Al Khair, I would say, becomes the third horse to be interested in this race. Those are good bits of form. Mostak Mela and Alamia we've seen already, and Manair Al Khair. That form looks better now after what happened yesterday, and those I think are the three to concentrate on.
Slightly concerned about the trip for Manair Al Khair stepping back up, or is there maturity that she's going to have having run twice?
Yeah, you expect them to be able to see a trip out better when they've got a bit of experience, and I don't judge a horse on their first run in terms of what they need stamina-wise. Yes, she ran better, step back and trip, but she had the benefit of her run, and most horses will improve for a run anyway.
Yeah, so Yasmin Al-Hijaz is horse number 11, one of the debutants there, in some very powerful ownership colours, and Ali Al-Mimoni on board, good rider.
Yeah, the sire Paris Perfect was third in the Dubai World Cup in the colours of Prince Faisal back in the day, and Yasmin Al-Hijaz is the half-sister to a dual winner in Hasban, so not a bad pedigree. The most interesting of the newcomers we've seen so far.
A couple more to look at. Ayat Al-Mohammedia, 0 from 4, 6 last time out, career best for the fourth place effort back in meeting 31.
Yeah, best effort, 15.5 lengths fourth to Hala in a course and distance maiden. The winner of that race took a Fillies Open next time.
Yeah, Hala's a very talented
form.
individual.
Just a wee bit disappointing that she didn't step up in that last time out, but she holds Durat Al Manasa, I think, on that form, if I'm right, or.
Yeah, no, you are right on that one, because that is the Durat Al Manasa form there, where she finished in 7th behind Ayat Al Mohammedia. Najmat Al Adblaya is horse number 13. They had the 2 starts, but improved markedly last time out in meeting 47, finished 3rd.
4.5 lengths behind Hasna Ala Raids in that race. That was over the 1200. Needs to step up a little bit more, but certainly has shown promise. Of those who finished in the places recently, she's maybe got a little bit to find compared to some, but that was a step in the right direction, and she should go forward again.
Yes, I think she'd be one of those to keep an eye out in the future. I quite liked her in the parade ring in her meeting where we last saw her run in meeting 47. We only had a chance to get a quick view of her this time, but she's a nice, big, strong filly. She's going to grow into that frame. She looked a lot weaker behind last time when I last saw her than she did today in that brave shot when I saw the jockey on board. So that's good to see that Najmed Aleb Dlaya, sorry, get that right the next time, is certainly looking better going forward. Now let's have a look at selections here, because this looks tight. I know Shamila likes Mostak Mela. Who are you going to go for?
Alamir for me, keep it brief.
Alamir for Rory, and I'm going to follow you with that one as well. Myself and Rory will go for Alamir. Shamila likes Mostak Mela. Mark Francis, are you with us or against us?
I'll be against you all, sadly, for the first. I agree with what you guys said at the top of the programme. This is a really, really tough card, and there's no easy start here. 15 fillies, 15 juveniles at the post. But you highlighted the chances of Manair Al Khair, the 10 runner, who sports the teal jacket, was beaten 5 lengths by Bakhtar, and of course we saw that form boosted yesterday with Rue Al Sadir coming out and winning. And Manair Al Khair was 2 lengths ahead of Rue Al Sadir, so I'll go with the 10 here. Got Najmat Aleb Delia, the 13 who we were just discussing, also merited respect. But an open race here to kick things off. So what Jigginstown type colours going forward of Tours, who's one of 3 debutants here. A couple of greys in the lineup, Kashashar in 1 and Ayat Al Muhammadiyah in 12. They're all loaded, stand by. And they're off. Jumping away for our first of 9 races here at Taif. The slowest one away was Tours towards the back of the field, as Mostak Mela got a good start from stall number 3. Mostak Mela then towards the inside of the similar colours of Alamia, which sits second. Also bang up there with the pace is Yasmin Al-Hijaz, showing a lot of pace on debut. And caught widest of all is Durat Al Manasa, who got out of stall 15 pretty well, but sits 4 wide down the back straight as they completed their first 200 metres. And Alamia has gone on by about a length to lead into second position. Najmat Aleb Dalia back towards the running rail. Then we have Mostak Mela in the green cap, and 4 wide still is Durat Al Manasar. Just in behind these runners, we have the grey Ayat Al Muhammadiyah, who's wide on the turn, and then the teal jacket of Manea Al Kayer, but turning in for home then with 2 furlongs left to run. And Alamyar is in front for Adel Al Thoredi, chased by Mostak Mela. Produced towards the outside is Ayat Al Muhammadiyah, but has got about 10 lengths to make up on this long-time leader, which continues to be Alamyar. Mostak Mela will have another crack towards the inside. These two drawing on inside the last 150, and Mostak Mela is quickening up towards the far side. Mostak Mela for Camilo Ospina, 2 lengths to the good over Alamyar, and Mostak Mela will take our opening contest. Mostak Mela wins to Alamyar in second, and Manayer Al Kayer finished in third. Well, Mostak Mela second, and now a victory on her third start. She's rated 78. I imagine she won't be rated that any longer. A decent debut, up in trip today, and that has brought her out to best effect. Camilo Ospina kicking the card off with a winner. It's another victory for the White Stable. Went the shortest way round, didn't she? She got a good start from stall number 3 and fought off Alamyar, who's run well in second, but it's another second for this juvenile. Mostak Mela wins in a time of 1:29.34, 1 3/4 lengths back to Alamyar, and best of the rest was Manayer Al Kayer, a decent run in third. 3 beat 6, beat 10, Ayat Al Muhammadiyah in fourth, and Durat Al Manasar back in fifth.
Nice early winner for Camilla Ospina. Congratulations. She really seemed to suit the step up in trip.
Yeah, thank you very much, Amila. You know, thank you always to the Prince bin Abdullah, Talal bin Sharain, and Abdullah Bah for giving me support. And thanks God today, that's filly very good, you know. She brought very good. I come in behind the pace, one filly. And when I asked her in the last 600 meters, she responded very good. I have a little bit problem there, but thanks God she come back and she can win the race.
And her first 2 starts, she was drawn quite wide in stall 9 and 10. Do you think it helped being drawn in stall 3?
Yeah, no, he's got nice filly. You know, she ran three times now. You know, the first 2 times, second. And today, mashallah, Abdullah, he do very great job with that filly, and she's coming 100% today.
And like you said, coming around the bend, you had to take a bit of a pull, but that didn't faze her at all.
No, yeah. Yes, no, yeah. We'll see that filly, you know, he's nice filly, and we keep into the next race, inshallah.
Well done, Camilo. I hope you have a few more winners tonight.
Thank you very much, Amil.
Yes, thank you very much, Camilo Ospina, for getting us off to a good start and getting Shamila off to a great start. She saw this with her paddock eye catcher, and this horse, Mostak Mela, comes in, steps forward from those 2 second-place efforts, and that is certainly a career best effort. Really plucked up and buckled down when the pressure came, and this horse did the business. Very impressive.
Yeah, I'm sure we'll see on the replay that Alamia's come past, then sort of left a little bit of a gap up the inside, but then closed the door again to a degree on Mostak Mela. She had a check off the turn. I thought that might have been crucial at one stage, but she's kept to the inside and she's rallied really well. I just wonder whether Adel Alfredi went a little bit too soon on Alamia, who had they had very similar profiles, the front two, and of course the jockeys riding are the front 2 jockeys in the Jockeys Championship this season. So it really looked like a bit of a battle between them. And I just wonder whether Adel, thinking he had more stamina, wanted to draw that out on Alamiya, but she maybe did a bit too much in front and ended up getting outstayed in the end by Mostak Mela. We weren't sure how well that one would stay based on its second last time out, but we thought 3 of these stood out from the field, and they've ended up finishing first, second and third. So it's nice that the form is working out on what we've seen before, because we've seen 1 or 2 head-scratching results recently. But generally speaking, this is a very fair surface, and the form does tend to come to the fore.
It certainly does, and I think Alamiya, if you're Adel Al-Faredi, you're going to want that one back, I think, because like you mentioned, he's gone early there, and yesterday he took advantage of Camille Ospina going early and managed to win on Rue Al Saudia in the opening race yesterday, and now he gets a taste of his own medicine, because Camille Ospina does exactly the same thing to him today. So certainly with the Jockey Championship looking so tight between the 2 of them, and Adel needs all the winners he can get, and I think he's left one on the track today.
Yeah, well, Camilo's pulled further clear this week. Now with another winner here, and it looks, I think Adel's going to struggle to get that back. But yeah, he seems at pains to stay a bit wider on the track on Alamiya here, but it didn't work out for him. And Camilo's just kept to the rail, and the rail has, I'm not saying it's the place to be all day, but there's certainly no disadvantage being there. And whatever tactics the runner-up had in mind, they didn't work out for him in the end.
Yes, they've jumped away. You can see Alamiya making a very early bid for the lead, and have to do that coming from wider stall than your eventual winner, Mostak Mela. But Camille Ospina, everyone says he likes to do it from the front. He's very happy to sit in behind today. Yeah,
he was happy to be there. And of course, when he's drawn wide, he's got this knack of getting across without losing any ground. And you see he's disputing, so actually just dropping back off 3rd place as 1 or 2 go forward, including Durat Almanasa, who was drawn in stall 15. That's done well to come across and get a position. But it looks like it's fairly plain sailing for Alamiya at this stage. But you'll see Camilo moves up on the inside now. He gets into clear second again. And what we will see is you'll see the leader come off the rail again now and basically open the door for Camilo to come through. Camilo makes a move to come through that gap, and it closes again here. So he has to switch back off heels. That's cost him 2 lengths.
And she's lost her action a little bit there on the top of the turn too.
I say 2 lengths. He's ended up maybe 3.5 lengths off the leader, having looked like he was coming to make him a bid for the lead on the turn. So he's done well to win from here. I think the stewards might have words with Adel Al-Faredi for coming across there, because he did look like he was going to come a little bit wide off the bend and then came back in again. They're not big margins, but he clearly opened the door for Camille. And when you do that to a jockey of Camille's ability, you expect him to come up there. And if you close the door on them again, then you can expect a couple of days off.
Absolutely, I imagine Adel Al-Faredi, who doesn't need any holiday days, does he? Because he's still trying to close this gap in the Jockey Championship. This could be a big moment in the championship as a whole, because Adel clearly opened the door and then shut it again. I'm not sure what the plan was on this horse, whether she was leaning against him and he couldn't get to the rail, because that could be the case, or whether he intended to sit out wide from the rail and then close the door later on. I'm just not quite sure, but she always travelling 2 or 3 wide throughout the whole race.
Yeah, to be honest, I think she was leaning out that way most of the time. And then when I watched it in the first place, I thought he wanted to keep her wide. But you see that he used the stick in the right hand in the straight, and she is leaning out towards the middle of the track. And I think he's using his stick to try to encourage her, but also try to correct her as well. So she hasn't helped him in that regard. The interesting thing was on her last start, she ended up, she was on the rail most of the way and then ended up switching a little bit wider when crossed near the line. But yeah, she did look to lean out there today.
Yeah, she was just a little bit of a tricky ride, and we'll talk about it later on with an Arabian horse called Yarub. And in races where horses can often be complicated, often it's not their best ability that wins the race, it's the fact that they're most straightforward. And you can just see Mostak Mela was most straightforward today, knew the job and did it well.
Yes, yeah, did well to recover from an incident at halfway in the race to win nicely. Whereas Alamiya, on paper she's thrown away a good opportunity here. But I think next time will be where to judge her, because again she looks immoral for a maiden race. And next time she runs in a similar sort of contest, we'll see if she knuckles down as well as she should.
She certainly won't be going into handicaps, not off that rating at all. It's a very difficult situation for her to be in with such a high rating.
I think her rating has to come down after this anyway. There's 2 ways of looking at this. You either pull Alamiya down a little bit, or you give Mostak Mela a huge rating. And then, of course, you're also giving Maneir Al-Khair, who was a good third, reasonably high rating for finishing third as well. I think you've basically got to say maybe Alamiya should be more like high 80s after that than 93. And I think Mostak Mela, we thought she was going the right way. I thought 78 actually might have been a little bit lenient on what she's achieved, and she's probably she's definitely run to over 80 here, but I don't think she's stepped up to run to sort of a mid-90s figure. That seems unlikely, although the time is good, 1:29.34. But the wind again is with them up the straight, and the tracks are getting faster, so we are seeing faster times as a rule. But we had a couple of races over this trip yesterday, and they were sort of 1:29.6, 1:29.9, so that's faster again.
Yeah, so they're clearly turning on the speed taps today. Now let's talk about Manea Alker, who came third there. Very good performance from the third place horse there. Now the form will read 7th, 2nd, 3rd. Looks like she's going backward, but I thought that was a better effort than the second behind Rue Al Saudia. Or sorry, in front of Rue Al Saudia.
She was just in front of Rue Al Saudia. I thought this is probably arguably a stronger race on paper. She's certainly run to a similar level, and she's confirmed the promise of that previous run. That's what you want to see them do. When they run an eye-catching race, you want to see them run to the same level next time. It's always frustrating when a horse seems to show improved form and then goes back to where they were on their next start. They're hard to read then, but she improved her debut last time out. The form's worked out, and she's backed that up with another solid effort. Probably a career best, but there wouldn't be too much in it between this and her previous run.
She's yet to have a rating so far. What would you rate her at the moment? But while you're thinking of that, we'll go straight to Shamila, who is with our winning trainer.
Mostak Mela is our first winner of the day, winning in impressive style for trainer Abdullah Al-Bada. Congratulations. How did you find that race for her?
Thank you so much. Alhamdulillah, so good. This is the third time she ran in Taif. First time 1,200 and second time the same 1,200. Today, Alhamdulillah, 1,400 she won. I want to say thank you and congratulations for Prince Mit'ab bin Abdullah bin Abdulaziz and the manager Talal bin Mit'ab bin Shreem and all my staff, all my team.
And one more question I want to ask you. Edifa in race number 3, what do you think? Do you think she will win today?
Who's it? Hadifa? I have Zimarid. Zimarid, she today third time she ran. First time she finished 4, and second time she won. Third time not finished well, and today fourth time. Hopefully, inshallah, she ran good.
Thank you so much, and congratulations.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you very much to our winning trainer who has done the business as Mostak Mela and has got this horse to win third time up. Now, we mentioned the horse in third, Manea Alker. I gave you some time to think about it. What rating would you give this runner having made third start today?
I think you're looking at somewhere mid-70s. So a 75 as a ballpark figure is close to what she's run to today, you would have thought. Once you start crunching the numbers and working out what the time equates to, that helps as well. But given the fillies are first and second, the fact she's pulled clear of the others, I'd have thought somewhere mid-70s would make sense for her.
We've just seen some horses from the start, and one of the ones who made a very good start was Yasmin Al-Hijaz on debut. Surely plenty of promise to be played with there.
Yeah, you'd have thought so. We had... she was the most interesting of the 3 newcomers in the race, being a daughter of Paris Perfect. He was such a good horse for Prince Faisal back in the day, and a half-sister to a winner as well, which the others didn't have that sort of pedigree. She's run very well on debut, and this is probably a reasonably hot race as well, so yes. She's one you'd like to think will come forward to.
Certainly one to stick in the Saudi notebook for sure. Manea Alker as well, I imagine, will step forward from that. Alamaya has to win a maiden on 4 starts, surely, at this point.
Yeah, and it shouldn't be hard. It shouldn't be hard finding any weaker race than this for her, just to get the job done and get her confidence. But you're just slightly worried about her demeanour through that race, given how much she showed last time out.
And the other thing we've got to mention is they're going to Riyadh, so the competition is going to step up further. She's not going to make a return next week, I don't imagine. So she'll go to Riyadh and she'll have to face some real tasty newcomers.
Yeah, but again, she might have an advantage if she's race fit starting off in Riyadh, and we'll see how she goes.
Yeah, so she'll certainly have plenty of opportunities. Another winner for the White Stable, who continue their dominance. They're so far clear in the Owners' Championship. A range of trainers to play with as well, and they're certainly the ones to look forward to in the future. And I know Shamila's spent a lot of time down here in the mornings, and she said the White Stable still have plenty of horses that haven't even seen the track yet.
Are we going to join Shamila for some of this early morning work watching?
Well, absolutely. You may get up for it. I'm going to have to do an all-nighter because there's no way I'm waking up in time. You know my history.
Well, it's about 2:30 in the morning. I think.
Yeah.
I think we'll have to enjoy some hospitality before that, and then come to the racecourse afterwards, and then have a sleep when we get home. That's the only way to do it. So perhaps Monday next week.
Yeah, certainly. We'll have to check them out Monday next week. Now, our production team, as per usual, are the hardest working production team in racing, and they have put together a tasty little clip to build up the atmosphere as we move on to our next race at King Khalid Racecourse.
Welcome back. Race 2, not too far away. Full field here for our local bred horses maiden. This is open for 3-year-olds and upwards, but we've only got one horse that isn't a 3-year-old, starting with number 1, Takni, for Ahmed Al-Sharar. Number 2 is Yar Ajab for Khalid Al-Mimoni. Abdulaziz Al-Faradi rides Mad Al-Aziz, the 3. The first of 5 debutants is Shiblat Jalila for Mohammed Al-Yami. Harry Jar for Tariq Al-Hassan. And Moth 1, the only grey in the lineup, is a debutant for Abdullah Al-Hussein. Asa Al-Tatwir for Abdullah Al-Saidi. And Nawazi for Nawef Al-Madiani. Number 9 is Mara Al-Falak for Mohammed Suleiman. Wahibi for Camilo Ospina, looking for a quick-fire double. Go Mood is one of 5 fillies in this lineup for Rahid Al-Firoz. And Wathi Al-Zolk, or Wathi Al-Fak, might need your pronunciation help, gentlemen, for number 12, Alex Moreno. Amir for Thurb Al-Timyat. 14 is Solijan for Wigberto Ramos. Asdam is 15, Iyad Al-Tarizi. 16 is Glael Rakan Al-Abaid. And the 2 over the page is Fazat Rayan Al-Talash and Taj Al-Mahasan for Forwas Wanas, meaning we do not require the reserves of 19, 20 and 21. It's another wide open contest.
Thank you very much, Mark, and we'll go straight to Takni, horse number 1.
Yeah, tried it up to 2,000 metres. Beaten 10 lengths from 5th to Waradome over course and distance last time out.
Yay Ajab is horse number 2.
Has been placed over this trip and a mile, beaten 11 lengths, win 4th over course and distance behind Madjub Al Riyad 2 starts back.
Mad Al-Aziz is horse number 3.
Was 4th over 2,000 metres on her return, but it's been regressive since and not easy to fancy here.
One of the very few debutants in the field is Shiblat Jalea, who is horse number 4, who we will see very shortly. We get a good long look at Mad Al-Aziz. We get a very long look at Mad Al-Aziz. But Shiblat Jalea, horse number 4, any pedigree notes on this
Yeah,
one?
this is an interesting one by Stratford Hill, who's been a very productive sire here. And she is a half-sister to 4 local winners, including 7-time winner Aynan Al-Lazem.
She is a very tall, leggy filly, will grow into that frame. One who looks much stronger is Kharija, horse number 5.
Kharija well held all 3 starts, including 1 in Riyadh, and of no great interest in a race like this.
Move 1 is horse number 6.
Sire, Take the Points, was the winner of the Grade 1 Secretariat Stakes, and Muff 1 is a half-brother to local winners Monifat Al-Khail, who was a 3-time winner, and Akid Al-Serb, who's won twice, so not a bad pedigree at all.
Asa Al-Tatwir and Nawazi are horse 7-8, and we'll also look at 9, Madar Al-Falak.
Yeah, Asa Al-Tatwir has a rating of 37, and that tells you all you need to know, really. Nawazi is a newcomer by Stratford Hill again, as we mentioned, but no sibling for him. Stratford Hill was a 5.5 Grade 3 winner at Keeneland, and is doing very well as a sire here.
Wahebi is horse number 10, and Gamood, horse number 11. Gamood certainly one for the shortlist.
Very much. Let's move on to Gamood. He was third over 6 furlong prior to finishing 3 3/4 lengths second to Wardat Always over the 1600 metres last time out. Is in very good form.
Wafi Al Zouk, horse number 12 on your race card, second last time out. 13, Amir, another debutant.
Yeah, Wafi Al Zouk is very consistent, ran up to her best when a length a second to Liba over course and distance last time out, with Jcsa back in 10th that day. Amir is out of a 4-time 1 mile winner in the US, and she is a full sister to 6 furlong winner Jcsa.
Solejan is horse number 14, and Astam is horse number 50.
Solejan is interesting because it's actually a half-brother to Amir. Amir, the only 4-year-old in the race. Solejan is a year younger half-sibling. Sire has produced the top-notch local winner Al Nadir.
Yes, horse number 16 is Glael.
Glael is not from 24 in his career to date, and no closer than midfield this season, so not of much interest here.
17 for that, fourth last time.
That was his best recent effort, finishing fourth to Inze over 6 furlongs here last time out. 3 1/4 lengths behind Wafi Al Zouk on that occasion.
Yes, and Inze hasn't really boosted that form in the future. The next horse is Taj Al Masen, who is the final horse we'll look at, horse number 18.
No, 3 runs and hasn't run particularly well. Was off for a while before his return and finished 17th. Doesn't look to have an awful lot of ability.
We've rattled through these. Let's go straight to Shamila and see if she's got another paddock eye catcher.
Well, I'm off to a good start, Callum. I've had a winner, so I'm in a great mood. A horse that I've gone for in this race is a debutant. Horse number 14, Soljan, ridden by Wigberto Ramos. He looks really well, and funnily enough, his half-brother is horse number 13, and he is a paddock negative to me. Honestly, they are two different type of looking horses. Soljan has loads of weight on him, very muscular and very well defined, so he's going to be my paddock pick. I also really like another debutant, horse number 6, Moff 1, having his first start for Abdullah Al Munif. He is a 3-year-old colt by Take the Points.
Thank you very much, Shamila. And yes, we just saw horse number 15, Astam, behind you, and they are so different. Both out the damn swingers party, but both very different. Soljan is a much bigger, stronger type, really powerful in behind. And Astam looks very light and petite.
Yes, sorry, it's Amir who's the other.
Amir,
the other
sorry.
brother. But yes, Amir is the year older as well, so you'd expect that to have a bit more size about it. But the fact that it's not seen the racecourse suggests that it hasn't really thrived physically and wasn't able to see a racecourse last year. But yeah, Solejan looks interesting on paper. As I said, the sire Teletext has produced a top-class local performer in Al Nadir, so very good sire, gets good winners, and that one obviously has to be of interest given it's got the thumbs up in the parade ring.
Yeah, certainly Shamila is in fine form at the moment, so it's very hard to go against her. We did rattle through those quite quickly. Are there any of those that you really like and want to give a bit more information to?
Well, again, Shamila's mentioned another one of the newcomers who I thought was interesting, Moff 1, who's by Take the Points, the Secretariat Stakes winner, and a half-brother to a couple of multiple winners here in Saudi Arabia. So I thought he was very interesting on debut. You know, those who've shown form, we mentioned them anyway. Gamood comes here on the back of 2 placed efforts, and Wafi Al Zouk, has been in really good form this season, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 3rd on his last 4 starts. But I think both of them are potentially vulnerable to something that might be above average in the newcomers, and there certainly do look to be at least 2, maybe 3 newcomers who might be above average, so it could be an interesting race.
Yes, I was thinking the very same thing when I'm just looking through. Those who've shown form, the majority of them look very vulnerable, and those that have got place form also don't look to be the best. And I think form behind the likes of Inze is never really the strongest, because Inze is has been shown up really as a performer later on this season. He's been beaten twice and beaten comfortably twice.
Yeah, that's a little bit of a question mark. I thought Liba was quite impressive with beating Wafi Al Zouk last time out, and Wafi Al Zouk maybe would be the pick of mine over Gamood. Gamood's had plenty of chances, 18 races without breaking the duck there for the 3-year-old filly. Wafi Al Zouk's only had half that number of runs. But, you know, when you're looking at 27 runs and no wins for those, even though they're hitting the frame on a regular basis, you just wonder whether something that has very little racing or making its debut could be the one.
Let's have a look at some of these in action. The first one we'll look at is Wafi Al Zouk. This is a performance on August the 31st, and then for the 2nd placed effort.
Yeah, you'll see Wafi Al Zouk in 4th place at the moment, trying to burrow up the rail, and runs on very well to the line. This was when beaten at length by Liba And I thought this was a good performance because he looks perfectly genuine. He keeps running to the line. You see one or two of them are weakening around him. He can't find an extra gear here, but he does keep on stoutly to the end. Clearly this trip holds no fears for him, and that was a solid performance.
Yes, and the next one we'll look at is Gamood, looking really lovely in the parade. Been great to see the stable staff and all the grooms wearing the jockeys' colours as well. It just makes it so much easier for us in broadcasting and everyone watching the racing today to identify the horses, and just looks absolutely gorgeous. You wouldn't think it had so many starts, looks very fresh, and this was the effort last time out, the second place effort, and it certainly wasn't a bad run. Looks set to be the winner at this stage.
Yeah, I thought so. Just a wee bit disappointing. I thought when Gamood was sent for home here, she was in a very, very good position. And I wouldn't say she puts the brakes on, but she's just a little bit hesitant in front, and she sets herself up as a target, and Wardat always comes on the outside to nab her. I thought that was maybe an opportunity missed from her.
But Wardat Always was no slouch either. Let's not get it twisted. Wardat Always was a decent performer who actually ran an okay race next time out when thrown into a handicap a week later, but certainly not a poor performer at all.
That was over the 1600s last time out. You see that Gamood did fade quite badly in the last 50 metres of that race. So stepping back to the 1400 metres today ought to suit. But again, we talk about these horses, they tend to find, one trip slightly too far, and cutting back and trip, they sometimes find that they're a little bit taken off their feet. But yeah, there's not a huge amount of depth to those who've run. A lot of them have shown a fair degree of ability. So it's not going to be, I thought in the first race you could pick those three out who were liable to dominate. I think a lot of those who will only give a passing mention to are good enough to get involved. Astam's another one. Third to Inbahir last time out, only beaten a length and a quarter, so that was 2 starts back, I should say. Wee bit disappointing last time out, but the form of the previous races worked out well. He's got a rating of 70, which gets him in the frame as well.
One we haven't talked about is Tackley, horse number 1. It's got a rating of 61, actually rated above Gamood.
Yeah, this is the thing to bear in mind. Gamood's only got a rating of 60, but Wafi Al-Zouk's rated 68. We've only given Astam a very brief mention, got a rating of 70. So yeah, Tackley's rated 61, has tried further, 7 starts without success, beaten 10 lengths last time out, but that might have been, 2 starts back, I should say, over course and distance. Does have place chances though on the pick of his form, and it is possible that if everything falls his way, he could fall in here.
We saw a very similar situation in a race yesterday where a horse who had shown little bits and spots of form was allowed to draw from gate 1, broke well, used the experience, stuck to the rail, got to the front and never saw another rival.
Yeah, that was a horse that was hard to fancy on the form that had been shown in the last 3 or 4 starts, but on official ratings it only had a couple of pounds to find. And it's worth bearing in mind, in the first race today we had horses rated 78 and 93, among a bunch of horses who'd shown very little in limited starts. Here you've got a lot of horses racing at sort of around the 60 to 70 mark. So there's less between them. There's more chance that they'll find trouble in running because they should be able to race as a group. So horses won't be breaking loose here. And therefore it makes it more open and harder to read as a rule. And that's without bringing the newcomers into it, whose ability and fitness are hard to gauge.
Well, we talked about horses showing bits and bobs of form. Fazat, rated 62, comes out stall 17. 4th place last time out, came 3rd back in meeting 6. There's clearly ability there.
Yeah, I mean, if Fazat gets to run the race, she's held by Wafi Al-Zouk on that run last time. I've beaten, 3 1/4 lengths behind her, but she wasn't disgraced at all, and she's got a number of reasonable efforts to her name. So if she gets the breaks, she gets a good start from stall 17, and things go right for her, she could turn that form around. It's not impossible.
I think that run from Wafi Al-Zouk, you've got to mention, was towards the inside as well. Got a slightly run of the race, with burying down the inside, trying to get that inside passage. Had to go, I think, too wide before getting that run down the straight in the final few strides, and certainly wasn't disappointing in the way that horse ran. And I think looking at a form angle, Wafi Al-Zouk's got the strongest form in this race. Would you agree?
Yes, she does certainly he does rather on the basis of the last couple of runs. But it's not miles clear of the others. And as I said, Astam, on the pick of his form 2 starts back, he's got a rating of 70. So if he reproduces that, then he's a match for Wafi Al-Zouk. But he does have to bounce back from a lesser run next time out.
I keep saying that I'm doing my typical Callum Helliwell thing where I've basically drawn a line through a horse and then going back to it. Gamood, I can't take my eye off just because of the early speed shown on that last run and now dropping back in trip. It just seemed to make a lot of sense, but again, not from 18. This is the 19th start. Surely we're in a little bit of a concern at this point.
I thought Gamud would make more sense to me in a handicap because she's got plenty of experience. She knows how to put herself in a good position in races, isn't able to really finish it off. But I think she's always going to be vulnerable in a maiden with a rating like 60. So I think she runs well today. She ends up being your marker for the race. How good the winner is will depend on how far they finish clear of Gamud.
Yes, absolutely. So let's look at some selections right now. Rory, who do you like in this one, and tell me why?
I like one of the newcomers. I quite like Moff 1, but I'm actually going to go for Solijan in the end. With Shamila Ramos on board. I'm not particularly worried about the wide draw. We've seen plenty often enough. If you've got the ability, you can overcome it. But I thought those were interesting on paper. And again, those with form don't set an insurmountable standard. So we're looking for an above-average newcomer to come along and win. And it's always nice to see the best possible winner of a race, and I'm always looking for a newcomer to be
stunning looking animal as well. Just coming
he is a good looker,
there.
and you'd have thought that he'll be well ready for this. And I like that pedigree, as I said, by Teletext, who's producing plenty of winners here.
Do you know much about the Dam Swingers Party? We know she's got 2 in this.
No,
race.
I couldn't. She got 2 in the race. I couldn't find any form on the JCSA website for her. So yeah, I know very little about Swingers Party, other than she's produced at least 2 horses good enough to get to the racecourse.
Yeah, she's produced 2 runners, so that's the one thing she has done. I am going to stick with Gamud and see if we can make it 19th time lucky. I'm not too blown away by some of these newcomers. I think the one that you and Shamila are both involved with certainly has a chance. But I'm going to go with Gamud dropping in trip. I thought the run last time showed plenty of early pace. This will be ideal. I see there's a lot of pace from out wide. This was
always
11.
You're always fooled by mile pace, aren't you?
Yeah, I am.
Pace over
I am. Mahalik, we're bringing it back.
In fairness to Mahalik, he looks to have loads of pace over 6 furlongs yesterday as well, but he still managed to find a way of losing.
Yeah, absolute cheeky monkey in the shape of Mahalik. Now remember, if you are with us, remember to like, subscribe and turn on your bell notifications. We are live on YouTube on Thursdays, Fridays and Super Saturday as well. Always great to have you along. Feel free to get involved in the comments too. We had plenty of comments yesterday. A lot of the big hitters. We had viewers from New York, we had viewers who were local, we had viewers from the United Kingdom. It was all kicking off in the comments yesterday, so hopefully we can continue that today.
It's the Rabbie Burns, isn't it?
Yeah, it is definitely the Rabbie Burns. The Mice and Men got more of a mention than any of the racing. I'm going to go for Gamud, just a reminder, that's number 11. Rory likes number 14 and Shamila likes number 14. Mark Francis, over to you.
Thank you, gentlemen. I thought the most likely winner from those based from experience was Wathi Al Zolk. But I have to say, before anybody said a word, I had a big question mark next to a horse's name, and then as soon as Shamila did her paddock piece and I could see that horse in the background, I was almost cheering, because I agree with her and Rory. Solijan for me, I thought really caught the eye in the paddock, and as long as he looked around average, I thought you'd have a decent chance here. As Rory mentioned, you're looking for something decent from one of the debutants, because there are 1 or 2 of these that are pretty exposed. I mentioned in the Runners and Riders that this is for a contest for 3-year-olds and upwards. There is only 1 horse above the age of 3, and that is Amir, who of course, as the guys have mentioned, is the half-brother of Solijan, and they are drawn next to each other. I wonder if they'll be glancing an eye over the stalls. So about halfway through the loading process. Solijan for me, thought Wathi Al Zolk of the horses with experience also should make the shortlist. I don't think it's a bad thing to pick 2 in a 18-horse maiden. There is Madar Al Falak, the blue headgear. Asa Al Tatweer, I should say, going in for Abdullah Al Saidi. Red cap of Madar Al Falak is next. With similar colours here, horses 3, 4, 7, 8 and 10, all green and white. See, third Altim Yat is not aboard Amir at the moment. You can see the yellow jacket out the back of stall number 13. Wathi Al Zolk will load. Still waiting on Zat. Altim Yat is not aboard Amir for the moment. Forward comes Mad Al Aziz. He was reunited with Ryder. And horse number 17, the filly, Zat, will come forward to complete the line. 18 loaded. And they're off. Jumping away then, 7 furlongs for trip once again. The white headgear of Carriage are sort of guarded out to his right upon Stall's exit. But in the opening stages, the green and white jacket towards the right of picture with the noseband is Mad Al-Aziz, and he is one of, or she rather, is one of the first to show. With a similar jacket of Shiblat Jalila also present. Bang there in the purple jacket is Moth 1. Further out is Gamood. Also bang up with the pace is the red jacket, white epaulets of Solijan, the debutant, and the two-tone blue colours of Fazat, who was last to load. So it's Gamood towards the inside of Solijan, and Fazat is 3 wide. This trio are a couple of lengths clear then of Wathi Al-Zulk, just poking his head into 4th position. Around the outside comes Taj Al-Mahasin, and back towards the rail is Moth 1. Looking for a bit of a gap is Shiblat Jalila. The one hopelessly outpaced towards the back of the field is Gleal, as they're turning left-handed into the straight. Travelling powerfully is Gamood, leading by about half a length. First challenger is Fazat, who begins to draw alongside. Right round the outside, here comes horse number 12, which is Wathi Al-Zulk, and Wathi Al-Zulk powers into the lead, travelling strongly and kicks clear. Wathi Al-Zulk establishing a lead of 2 lengths. To Fazat in second, nothing more from Gamood or the remainder. This is all about Wathi Al-Zulk. 3 lengths to the good, and will break the maiden at the 10th time of asking. Wathi Al-Zulk, an easy winner. Fazat ran well in second. Tight for third, possibly Jcsa, but we'll need the judge to confirm. But no complaints about the winner. Wathi Al-Zulk, the form was there, a couple of good runs put together, and powered away from the field. Took up the running on the crown of the bend, and Alex Moreno said go. Didn't see another rival inside the last 2 furlongs of the contest. Ridden out towards the line, and has won easily here. Bigger and better things surely await this 3-year-old in a time of 1:30.63 for Wathi Al-Zulk, pulling clear in the end of Fazat in second. 3.5 lengths the winning distance, and back in third was Jcsa. But Wathi Al-Zulk wins our second race of the afternoon.
Wathi Al-Zulk finally wins on 10th time of asking under Alex Moreno. Congratulations. You have ridden this horse before, back in 2022. How do you feel he's grown as a horse since then?
Well, first thing, Mabruk to Fehan, Gait Al-Gait, the team. And, you know, he was close to winner, always in place, second, third. He improved a lot. Today, when he was outside, I just prepared to move. So when I asked him, he just passed and run away.
Was stall 12 ever a concern for you? Was stall 12 a concern for you?
Well, he's good. What I can say.
And how did he feel in the last 400 meters?
Well, I see something. He don't want to change. I try to change the lift, but he don't want. So yeah, just continue to go to the finish line.
Thank you, Alex. Well done.
Thank you, Shmela.
Alex joined us at the after-show yesterday, and he's back in the winner's enclosure today. 2 days, 2 winners for this talented rider.
Yeah, he's a very good rider, and he was more than happy to talk to us about a couple of his minds yesterday, and also that controversial incident that some get a ban last week as well. So fair play to him. I think a lot of jockeys asked that kind of question would be a little bit indignant about it, but he dealt with it. He mentioned what he thought about it, and he moved on to other things. So good guy, Alex.
Yeah, very good bloke all round. Wafi Al Zouk, let's talk about this horse. 10th start, finally getting the win. This time coming right round the houses on the outside, but looks like the class angle and showed that class today.
Yeah, I mean, we wondered whether there might be something above average in the newcomers. It didn't really pan out that way. The winner came here with a rating of 68, the runner-up 62, and the third 56. So it just gives an idea this is a fairly weak maiden, and the time was a good second and a bit slower than the previous race over the same track and trip. So not great quality here, and hopefully the handicapper won't punish Wafi Al Zouk too much, because he's been very consistent, and he just needed to wait until he found a race that was weak enough for him to win. He will win handicaps because he's straightforward, and he does nothing wrong in his races. He doesn't hit a flat spot. He isn't tricky, so he will win more races. He just needs them to be his kind of race.
And he'll be a fun little handicapper to go to war with, won't he? When he gets a mark now, I imagine he's 68 now. You wouldn't see him go above 70, wouldn't you? It'd be a bit of a punishment to throw him over 70, surely.
Maybe knock him up to 70 on the back of that. But given he's beating horses who rated 62 and 56, he shouldn't really go up at all for it. But you get a win on your back, you tend to go up a little bit in the weights. So we'll see what the handicapper does with him. The other one I wanted to mention, though, I ended up going for Solijan there, who looked like he was going to drop out of the turn. He was handy, and then he got passed by 4 or 5 of them. I thought he was going on again at the finish. He seemed to blow up and get a second win, so I thought that was a pretty promising start. And clearly, he wasn't as fit as he looked in the paddock if he did blow up. But that was promising that he ended up gaining positions again. I thought from here he'd drop back to 9th or 10th, given he'd been right on the pace earlier on. So he's just about hanging on to 4th off the bend, but at this stage looking like he was weakening, and he actually picks up late in the day to join Gamoud at the line. And Gamoud obviously travelled well into the straight, and then once again didn't really get home.
Yeah, we'll talk about Gamoud. I think there's an equipment malfunction there as well. The noseband seemed to be very free, and the horse was clearly affected by that head in the air, cocking the jaw to the left. Certainly wouldn't have done anything to stop him winning today. Wafi Al Zouk with the best horse on the day. But we talk about the way the race panned out. Gamoud showed that speed early, got to the rail, and everything else that was trying to show speed was outside of that runner. So Gamoud got a quite easy trail to the rail. Soul Jam was the horse that came alongside and then faded looked to be quite dramatically at the crown of the bend, and then, as you mentioned, rallied again. So certainly, again, one for the notebook.
Yes, exactly what you would expect to see of a horse who was unfit and was having a bit of a heave mid-race before running on. We see them go forward here, and there's plenty of speed across the track, but
Gamoud absolutely flew really out the gates there.
Nailed the start from stall 11, was always going to get across towards the lead there. Moff 1 showed a little bit of speed, the newcomer, but then didn't have the experience to take advantage of that down towards the inside. Gamoud still hanging out, doesn't want to move across the rail too early with the field quite congested at this stage. And you see a couple of those showing speed on his outside. Fazat on the outside showed early speed, and Solijan goes up on the red colours. And those three at this stage look to dominate the race, but you see a big phalanx of horses in behind them ready to take them on if they're good enough. So the leaders don't get away. Gamoud does have speed. He doesn't have the mid-race gears to get away from his field, and that ends up counting against him. And again, his rating was 60 going into this. Not like he's a massive disappointment. Gamoud. But yeah, she's been a tad disappointing in the end, but she's beaten by a better horse on paper and on the day, and Wafi Al Zouk.
Fazat was the horse that eventually came second there in the light blue colours, right towards the outside, got swept and passed by our eventual winner. But I don't think she ran a bad race at all for that. I thought she was right up there for a long way, had to come round the houses and then settled down on the rail and maintained her position. She didn't drop through the field like some did down the straight.
No, she's struggled to find consistency this season. She ran well when third in meeting 6, and then just got lost a little bit for a few starts, but bounced back to form when fourth to Inze over the 6 furlongs here last time out, finishing 3 1/4 lengths behind Wafi Al Zouk, remarkably similar today, really. So yeah. She's backed that up. She's shown that she's she can utilise her early pace over the slightly longer trip. And while she's not particularly strong in the finish, she holds on well enough for second to suggest that she's worth persevering with over this 7 furlong trip. Again, you'd rather find her in a weak handicap than keep her in maiden company given her rating.
Someone who is particularly strong in the finish is Alex Moreno, and you can just see him there in the full drive. What I do like about Alex is he uses the stick in the correct place, and that is something that I take very seriously. The use of the whip can only be done if used in the correct place. I don't like seeing it down the horse's rib cage at all. There's no protection there for the runner as well, and that's when, for me, it becomes quite when we talk about welfare, it's such a highly talked about subject. It's good to see Alex riding to the best of his abilities and getting the best out of the horse in the most, in my opinion, correct way.
Yeah, you saw 2 different uses of the whip there. You saw when he needed to use the whip in the forehand position, he got around so that he was striking the horse on the quarters in the right part. And as you said, it's never nice to see them getting the forehand. You see jockeys leaning forward but using the whip and not getting far enough back, and therefore striking the horse across the ribs. But then you also saw him just a flick in the backhand position, which is a different kettle of fish altogether. It's just maintaining momentum at that stage. But yeah, when he needed to use it in the forehand, he made sure that he moved himself around, maintaining his balance, and struck the horse in the right place.
We just got a comment on YouTube from Slogo Man Jelly, who says the real race starts at the 400-meter mark. If you can keep your momentum going, you'll win, and I think that's absolutely right. If you can get rolling at 400, you're really in a good position to get going, and we saw that with Wafi Al-Zouk. Although having to go wide, that was when the move was made. Yeah,
I mean, that's obviously, it's a bit like the old adage about driving for show and putting for dough on the old PGA Tour. It's easy to look at a race from the 400-meter mark and say that's where it really counts. That's when you're driving for final position. But you've got to get yourself in a good position in the first place, and therefore the start matters an awful lot. And Camilo Espino is the top jockey. I know we're looking at Alexis Moreno here, but Camilo's top of the table because he manages to get track position so much better than most jockeys, or more regularly. There are very few excuses for Camilo Espino out of the stalls. He usually gets a horse in a very good position. Track position counts for a lot. Then you're doing things on the bridle, hopefully, in the first part of the race. And from the 400-meter marker, that's where the race begins to take shape. But you're better being in pole position there than trying to work your way into it from a bad position.
Yes, I think you're right, where the idea is that you've got to get yourself in a position to be able to strike turning into the straight. And if you're too far back, it doesn't matter what you're doing in the final 400 metres. We see it all the time. Horses passing beaten animals in the late stages, and I'm often a sucker for it. I'm like, look, clearly this horse is crying out for the step up in trip. And then I'm proven wrong time and time again. And you're absolutely right. The race has to be run properly.
It does. Again, it's easy to be a sucker for cheap speed as well. You see, these horses catch your eye, when they've got speed to take a position, but if they continue to show that they can't maintain that, you've got to let them go, Cal. You've got to let them go.
I've got to let them go for sure. It's just so hard to let them go. That's the problem. I'm just so convinced that I'm going to find some level of success with these fast finishes, but you never do. You never do. But you keep on fighting. We move on to our next race, which is race 3. Hopefully, Alex Moreno can get a double. He does have a ride in this contest on Aramesia, who's got a big chance, Rory.
Yeah, Aramesia is one of the more interesting horses in this race. This is a quality contest up to a mile now. She has a rating of 80, but a lot of them with ratings in the high 70s or in the 80s, and there's a lot of ability in this race. Bitfar kind of a standout in terms of the ratings. She's rated 96, but she is making her reappearance. That's always a bit of a question mark, isn't it? So a tight-looking contest, and we'll see Aramesia in action in one of those video clips later, but she's definitely one to bear in mind. She was a quarter-length winner last time out.
Right, let's get the runners and riders from Mr. Mark Francis. Over to you.
Thank you, Callum. Yeah, Camilo Espino and Alex Moreno looking for doubles here, as am I, after flagging Wafi Al-Zouk in the last. I can see you both smiling on my screen. They're headed by number 1, Nasayem Al Riyad, in our third race here. It's a local bred fillies open with Berto Ramos is in the saddle. Aramesia is my selection here. Alex Moreno looking for that double after that easy victory last time. Daklat Nura is the mount of Noath Al-Madiani. Najmat Al-Mahafil for Khalid Al-Mimoni is the 4. One of 2 greys, Melaine is the 5, Abdullah Al-Khamis, and Taraha, the 6 for Osama Al-Sharani. Jabda Allah, wide margin winner last time out, Mohammed Al-Sharima. And Milana, the only maiden in this lineup, is the 8 for Fawas Wanas. Turning the page, Bint Far for Naif Alanazi. Camilo Ospina looking for that double aboard Ed Hafar. Laaj 30 is the 11, the second of the two greys, and Motasima is the 12 for Abdullah Al Saidi. Ursula is 13, Luis Morales. Al Saib for Mohammed Al Yami. Kahilat Delmon is the 15. Zemarid is the 16 for Rayon Alta Aish. Mondial Aya is the 17. And 18 is Montak Ibar for Iyad Al Tarizi. A full field of 18 once again for this Fillies Open, and it's race number 3 over the mile.
Thank you very much, Mark Francis, for taking us through the runners and riders. And this is a race I've been looking forward to. Local bred Fillies Open, over the mile, chances everywhere.
Yeah, pretty much all of these of some sort of interest. One or two with a stiff task, but yeah, really good range of quality on show in this contest.
Let's go through them from top to bottom now. Obviously, we'll see them in the parade ring, but let's try and get through as many as we can now. Naaman Al Riyadh is the horse number 1. This is 1 win from 11 starts, 6 in meeting 39 last time out.
Yeah, that 6th came when beaten 16 3/4 lengths in the Taif Cup over course and distance last time. This is obviously a bit easier. She was 3rd in the Ministry of Transport Cup over 1.25 miles. She also won a mile open in Riyadh this year, so this trip is ideal for her, and she should be competitive dropping back in class.
She gets 2 kilos off Aru Mesa, who is horse number 2 on our race cards.
Aru Mesa, again, was a winner of a mile open in Riyadh as well, just as Nasayam Al Riyadh was, and then made a successful reappearance over 7 furlongs here last time out, beating Alder by about 4 1/4 lengths. She should step forward from that, and again, she looks interesting on paper, particularly in receipt of weight. She's giving weight to Nasayam Al Riyadh, but she's getting weight from a couple of these. It's worth bearing in mind that there's not a handicap, but there are a range of weights. It's worth adjusting those. You've also got to take weight for age into account, which I think is 1.5 kilos at this stage of the year. So it gets a bit complicated when you're trying to add on and subtract what they're actually carrying there based on the
This is why you're our analyst. This is what you do. This is how you earn the big bucks.
Right, okay. I'm going to say something slightly sacrilegious. I'm going to take weight for age out of the equation and give you adjusted ratings for those horses based on the weights they're carrying then.
Okay, Daklat Nora.
Daklat Nora, I've given a rating of 75 based on the weights that she's carrying. She's a course and distance maiden winner last July. Well beaten in the Taif Cup last time, and obviously held by Nasayam Al Riyadh on that form.
Najmat Al Mahafil, horse number 4.
Najmat Al Mahafil, 72 rating, was rated 85 after winning a mile open race in 2021, but doesn't look as good as she was. A couple of placings early in the season, but just seems to be on the slide a little bit at the moment.
Elaine is a very popular runner out here, a grey that always tries her best. Are you giving her that rating of 84?
She was well beaten in the Taif Cup. The one thing I should say about Daklat Noor in the Taif Cup, that was last year's Taif Cup she was well beaten in, and she's been off for a long time since that. Milane was 15th in the Taif Cup this season, but she's run very well either side of that, finishing second to Ras in a 0-80 handicap over course and distance last time. I will see Ras later in the day. I think that gives her a bit to find, though, with some of these, but she does receive weight. She got 59 kilos, so her adjusted rating is 86. I think the fact that she was well down the field in a cup race suggests that maybe she has a little bit of a class ceiling.
Jabba Allah and Tara are number 6 and 7 on your race cards. What about these two? I imagine Tara, probably this is too much.
Taraha, his adjusted rating for me is 62, which gives him loads to find. Again, he used to be better than this. She used to be better than this. She's a 7-year-old mare now, and she's struggling a little bit for form. Jabba Allah, 81 adjusted, improved him in a course and distance fillies maiden last time out by a wide margin, 13 3/4 lengths, and she's been off 6 weeks since then.
Right, this is Arumesa, who I know we've got plenty of love for in the YouTube comments. We'll be looking for a second win on the spin after winning first time out. Now let's look at horse number 3, Daklat Nora. This is a really interesting runner.
Yeah, won a course and distance maiden last July. Was then well beaten in the Taif Cup on her next start, and then also well beaten in non-winners of 3 the last time we saw her, but she's been off the track for a year.
Najmat Al Mahafil, horse number 4.
Again, she was rated higher as a 2-year-old. She's struggling to find that sort of form at the moment. Placed a couple of times this season, but in recent form not so good.
Melaine, horse number 5, this grey, who's just so gorgeous and usually quite consistent.
Yeah, she's very consistent, except in the highest class. She was well beaten in the Taif Cup in meeting 39, for example, but bounced back to form to be second to Arras in quite a warm, not so 80 handicap last time out. This is tougher than that, but it still gives her a chance.
Someone who will be looking to make our task a little bit easier is Shamila, who's in the parade ring. Who has caught your eye?
Thanks very much, Callum. The 6-year-old filly, Edifar, horse number 10 by Premium Tap, is my paddock choice for this race. Camila Ospina could be looking at a quick double for the day. She is looking really nice, honestly. One of the nicest horses in the parade ring. I would definitely give her best turned out. Another horse I can highlight is horse number 8, Milana. Also another 6-year-old filly, also looking really well. Second last time out, however, Edifar is looking the pick of the bunch. No standout negatives for me, particularly in this race. They all look really well bred. They're all cool, calm and collected, especially for a fillies race.
Thank you very much, Shamila. I saw Melaine in the parade ring there. What did you make of that horse, number 5? Just going down to post now, but I thought Melaine looked really, really fit today.
She does look really fit today, Callum, and honestly, all of them. I mean, the only horse that I would have a huge question mark over my head is horse number 7. She was looking a tad bit under condition for my liking, but looking at all of them going down to the start, I mean, I feel like you couldn't choose a bad horse in this race.
Thank you very much, Shamila. We will look to try and find a winner, because if you can't find a bad horse, they must all be pretty darn good. Let's go forward to Milana, who's horse number 8 on our race cards.
Milana, number 8. Yeah, she's still a maiden after 15 start, which suggests she's got a little bit to find, but she has been second 5 times, including in a not to 70 handicap over course and distance, and last time out just beaten a length there. She was off a long time before her return and she's getting her form back. She does have a little bit to find in the ratings, but she's clearly in form, so you can't rule her out.
Jabba Allah, another one in form there, number 7, just missed that one in meeting.
Yes,
33.
no, Jabba Allah is an interesting one because we've just had a paddock negative from Shamila. I thought it was interesting that she was very, very impressive in a maiden race last time out, winning by the best part of 14 lengths. That form hasn't been franked as such since then, but she was different class to her rivals. The concern for me was that she'd been off 6 weeks since. These horses are normally turned out pretty quickly after the maiden wins, and I wondered whether there might have been some kind of setback for her, and Shamila thinks she's a bit under condition, so maybe that took a bit out of her and she hasn't really come back to herself yet, but we'll see in the race.
She's down on your race card as a grey. She's nearly white. She's very much the Sadashi type mode. Let's have a look at some of these in action. Edifar will be the first one we look at. This is Shamila's eye catcher, horse number 10 in your race cards, and we'll see Edifar here winning on September the 9th. As we're just waiting to see her just going down to post now in a gentle canter. She looks lovely going down to post, and this is her winning. She's on the rail on this occasion, and she's just powering away.
Yeah, this is a good performance from Edafa to get back to winning ways. She doesn't win by much. She only wins by a neck. I thought the runner-up was coming to win this race all the way from the turn, but she just goes a little bit short late in the day and doesn't get past. But fair play to Edafa, who was there to be shot at. She does keep running on. The interesting thing here is that in third, you see Arras running on and Corba in fourth as well. Now, they've both gone on to win races sensitive to frank that form.
Corba is a very good little filly for sure. This has been Farah. Now we're going to see this horse do the business in Riyadh. This was a good effort in third. Yeah,
this was a very good contest. This, I think, it was the custodian of the Two Holy Mosques Cup. That's over the 1.25 miles in Riyadh. This is her last race. She hasn't been seen since January, but to put this into context, this is one of the warmest races of the season. She beat the winners of 24 races in that season in this contest. So aside from the winner, I think it was winning his only race of the season actually in that contest, the rest of them had won 24 races that season and she beat them. So if she's back to that form, she's going to be hard to beat. She's got a rating of 96. It's never easy coming back with that kind of layoff though.
This is Aru Mesa winning on seasonal return, doing this first time up at Taif. Remember, this was back when the track was really slow and tough to get.
Yeah, this is a good performance. She comes on the outside there of the two towards the front with the grey cap, and she sees it out well to the line, gradually pulling clear of the pair in behind her. It's a good performance. She looks like she's a stayer here. You know, took a while to get on top, but then was very strong in the finish. And of course, that was over the 7 furlong. We know she stays a mile well. She's a mile open winner at Riyadh, so she should come forward from that. Got a little bit to find on the ratings, but not an awful lot, and she's clearly in very good heart.
We've talked about Bin Far, we've talked about Edafa. Let's talk about Lajil Tati, horse number 11. Plenty of experience, 26 starts to the name.
Yeah, adjusted rating. She's got 2 wins from those 26 starts. I put her down on 79, ignoring the weight for age. She was a winner over course and distance of meeting 23. That's her only win in her last 20 starts. So she does struggle to get her head in front, but she's a good force to harass in a 0-80 last time out, obviously held by Jcsa on the collateral form of that run.
Jcsa rated 73 on your race card. Adjusted, what are you going for?
71, given she's got 61 kilos to carry. So what a course and distance, not to 70 handicap at meeting 8. She's found life tougher despite running to a similar level, I think, since, but just in higher class, she struggled a little bit. She's only 8th last time out in a 0-75. This looks a bit hot for her.
Number 13, Ursula, unlucky for some.
Yeah, she's got ability, or she's been in the frame in a number of times this season, but generally running in 0-65, 0-70 handicaps, and a fair bit more required here. She's the type of filly who tends to run above herself sometimes in better races, but she does struggle to put her head in front recently. She's 4 from 33 lifetime, which is a wee bit frustrating.
Yeah, she's one of those that you always see in those big races, always front ranked. You think, oh, Ursula might be a good thing, and then continually is always front ranked and never quite getting her head in front.
She catches the eye, then you actually read her form, and it doesn't read so good afterwards. But yeah, she does tend to catch the eye in her races.
Asab is horse number 14, rated 72, adjusted?
Adjusted down to 68 because Asab is actually giving weight to most of these. Rated 90 last season, but is on the slide this time around. Disappointing in 5 runs this term, but did win the Ministry of Interior Cup last season. So, you know, is a decent filly on her day, just not showing it this season for whatever reason.
Carla Delmon, who is horse number 15 on our race card, another rated 74. Now, she's a 3-year-old filly. Are you going higher or lower than that?
No, I'm ignoring the age. You should give her a little bit. I give her 78. You could actually put her up to 81 if you're including weight for age. But she's only won a maiden in 17 starts. She was 7.5 lengths to 4th to Corba last time out over course and distance. That was, 2 starts back, I should say. Disappointing 9th last time out. And although she doesn't have masses to find, I think she's a little bit flattered by her rating at the moment.
Yeah, I imagine she'll find this tough. Zemma Reed, one of the other white stable runners, Rayan Al-Taraish in the saddle. 10th last time out, meeting 28. What happened there?
10th last time out was a little bit disappointing. She's behind Cahalat Delmon there, and we're not back in at Cahalat Delmon in this race, so Zemma Reed needs to step up markedly. In fairness, we've seen horses from this stable before take a big step up in class and disappoint, and then learn enough from that to run better next time. So I'd expect a better run from Zemma Reed. She's only had the 4 lifetime starts, so she could be going in the right direction. But on the ratings, she's got a bit to find. And yeah, she was behind Najmat Alma Harfield. And of course, that course and distance open last time out as well. So she's got a bit to find with a couple of these on recent form.
Almondia Lara, the horse I know you liked back in meeting 48 only last week. Surely, after a disappointing run there, you're hoping for a bounce back to form here.
Yeah, but this is a tougher race than the one she was in last week. She was 4th in a non-winners of 4 over course and distance 2 starts, but I thought she ran above herself then, and I thought she'd build on that last time out, which is well beaten in what was an easy race, a 0-75 hands and heels race last time out. Maybe she's one of those who doesn't go for the hands and heels, and she responds to pressure. But even if back to her best, I say just a rating of about 71 here.
And finally, Montekeba, horse number 18, 4 wins from the 30 starts, hasn't shown much this season.
Was in front of Zemma Reed last time out, but was behind Cahalat Delmon and Najmat Alma Harfield. So she's got a bit to find on recent form. On the ratings, she's got a place claims.
Now, we're just about to throw to Mark, but we need your selection for this race. What would you like, Rory?
Oh, I'm going to go with... I'm going to go for Bint Far and hope she's back to her best here.
All right, so Rory goes for Bint Far, Shamila likes Milana, and Edafar. I am going to go for Mullane. I thought that horse looked great in the parade ring. So that's number 5 for me, number 2 for Mark Aramesia, number 8 for Shamilia, number 10 for Shamilia, and Rory also likes number 9. Mark, very quick run through, back to you.
Cheers, guys. Yeah, I like the chances of Aru Miser here, drawn in 2. Alex Moreno looking for that double. Some colours to sort out. Daklat Noura has the same jacket as Bint Far. Bint Far has the white cap, and Daklat Noura has the red cap. And the white stable have 3 runners here. The first colours sported by Jabba Allah, so green cap for Mohammed Al Sharima, the red cap for Camilo Espina aboard Ed Harfar, and also Zemma Reed. Rayan Al-Taraish has the yellow cap, drawn in 16. She's a big girl as well. Zemma Reed. Some interesting colours was Asayeb, who on the body for Mohamed Al Yami is basically the Hungarian flag, isn't it, of red, white and green, black sleeves and cap. We've got about 4 empty stools. You can see Bint Far at the back, so too is Najmat Al Mahafil. Coming in is Laaj Thati. So 3 left to come forward. Jabba Allah is the other one at the back. Najmat Al Mahafil is the next. 2 to go. Jabba Allah is a long way behind the stalls, but coming forward now. White cap for Naif Al-Anazi on Bint Far. Last 2 coming forward then. For our local bred fillies open contest. Mile ahead of them and they're off. Jabba Allah was one of the slowest away, so too was the multicolored jacket of Kahilat Delmon from stall 15 as they complete their first furlong. Red cap in the centre for the white stable is Ed Hafar, who's one of the first to show towards the inside, the brown and blue of Mullane. They're just coming off wide of the running rail as they join up with the round course now. Aru Meza got away smartly as well from stall number 2 and may just have her nose in front. So Arameza with the check sleeves towards the inside. Then comes the red cap of Ed Havar down the centre of the track. The green cap of Jabba Allah has recovered from that slow start. They're going very wide here. 4 wide is Ursula in the polka dot jacket and the yellow colours of Almondial Ayan. Almondial Aya draws alongside Jabba Allah. It's a frenetic pace on here as they already start to turn left-handed. They completed their first 800 metres in 49.83. Green cap in the centre then of Jabba Allah, last out of the stalls but leading for now. Red cap towards the inside. Ed Hafar has come under pressure. Look up the rail for Aru Meza, who has snuck up and saved all the ground. Aru Meza now turns in front. Red cap of Ed Hafar. Green cap of Jabba Allah, and out wide the white cap of Bint Far now is produced with a challenge. 5 wide is Montakibar. Plenty of chances as they're found out across the track. 250 metres left to travel. Jabba Allah digs in for the fight. Aru Meza towards the far side, towards the near side. Bint Far is picking up, and so too is Montakibar. Montakibar 4 in a line. White cap of Bint Far towards the far side. Aru Meza. It's the line together. 3 in a line for our 3rd race. The judge will need to split. The far side Aru Meza, in the centre Bint Far, and towards the outside Montakibar. It's close. The camera reckons Bint Far has made a winning return. Great pictures as they cross the line. They've all finished in a bit of a heap. Aru Meza towards the right, Montakibar to the left, and in the centre, Naif Al-Anazi on Bint Far. We're yet to get the result. Aru Meza, who snuck up the rail, but on that evidence, it looks as though Bint Far has her head down where it matters, and she is confirmed the winner. Bint Far in a time of 1:43.36. It's of course tight for the Miners. Aru Meza has been beaten ahead into 2nd. Montakibar in 3rd. So a winning distance of ahead. It's a net back to the 3rd in a brilliant finish to our 3rd contest. Bint Far has returned in style by the smallest of margins, beating Aru Meza in 2nd, Montakibar in 3rd, and Najmat Al Mahafil back in 4th.
Oh, what a finish! That is as close as it gets. And Rory, not only have you broken the hearts of everyone on YouTube and our man in the commentary booth, you've done it with a first-time starter who came into this with a rating of 96 with 2 wins from 10 starts. Make that 3 wins from 11 starts.
Yeah, this is a very, very nice filly, Bint Far. As you might guess by her name, she's by Far, whose offspring tend to like a little bit of juice on turf. Not really a sire of dirt performers particularly, but she ran that cracker. As I said, she beat 24. The winners of 24 races when runner-up in our previous start. That was in the custodian of the Two Holy Mosques Cup. Really strong contest that. The question was whether she would be ready after a year, or the best part of it, 9 months off the track to do this. And she had to be very brave. I don't think she was at her very best, but she was very, very genuine and poked her nose in front right on the line.
Let's talk a little bit about our winning jockey as well, Naif Al-Nazi doing the steering. We know him as the best beard in racing. He's got all the swag, the gold-plated helmet, the beautiful goggles. He clearly looks good with what he's doing, but he's ridden this horse really, really well, I think, here.
He has, in fairness, you know, Naif is a great character around here. You can't miss him at the track, particularly when he smiles. His pearly whites light up any room. But you've knocked him a little bit tactically in his races. He's not always, he's sort of the reverse Camilo Ospina, where Camilo's always able to get him in a good position out of the stalls. Naif sometimes struggles to get them away on terms. Maybe it's just a little bit cold-bottomed, perhaps, as they say in the trade. And they don't always break brilliantly, and that gives him a bit of a task to get them into contention from there. And of course, this filly has had to come from off the pace to get involved, but he's threaded a path through. He's been brave, she's been brave to get there, and if they'd been any more careful in that race, victory would have been lost.
Absolutely, and I think one of the crucial things about this race is we're getting Riyadh form coming to the fore here in Taif, which is something I didn't think we'd see, especially at this time of year. I thought all the Riyadh horses would be making their way to Riyadh now, but connections of Aru Mesa, who will be very happy with that performance in second, and connections of Bint Far, our race winner, will be over the moon with the fact that these horses, who have clearly got Riyadh on their minds, have done the business here and have both finished first and second. Really tight, breaking the hearts, I said, of the guys on YouTube. Slogan Man Jelly is absolutely gutted. He was so excited in the comments. I think he thought he'd won. And unfortunately, didn't get it in the end.
Aura Mesa was in front a couple of strides before the wire, and then I think stuck her nose in front shortly after them, a stride after the line as well. She's run an absolute cracker. Again, she said the pair of them between them, had one run at Taif this season. That was Aura Mesa winning over a slightly inadequate trip over 7 furlongs last time. She has stepped up on that. She's a mile winner in Riyadh. She's clearly gearing up for the Riyadh season as well. The pair of them are exciting types in that they're not right at the top of the tree at this stage. Aura Mesa came here with a rating of 80. That is a very generous rating, I would say. And she's going to be going up in the weights for that. She won't be hard to place. 3 wins from 7 runs now, and a couple of absolute cracking runs in defeat as well. And Bint Far, she's now won 3 of 11, and the pair of them should still have more to offer. And it must be exciting to be able to take horses of this caliber to the Riyadh season.
And let's not forget, Montecaber made this a 3-horse finish, and a really stunning effort coming from stool 18. And we could see coming round the bend, it was about 7 horses wide when she came round that turn and had to knuckle down at the finish. And at one point, I thought she was going to get her head in front.
Yeah, it's been an up and down season for Montecaber. She's won 4 races in her career, just finding a little bit hard and tough company this time around, and only finished 10th last time out behind Kahalat Delmon and Najmat Al-Mahafil, but she's turned the tables in no uncertain terms with those. She's run a very, very good race from the widest draw of all.
And talk about Najmat Al-Mahafil, that horse came 4th eventually as well. Well off the other runners there in 4th, a distant 4th, but 4th nonetheless. But take nothing away from our race winner, Bint Far, and the Naif Al-Nazi doing the business in a driving finish, Rory. And gosh, what a race. There were so many chances all the way down the straight.
Yeah, I mean, it's worth pointing out that, halfway up the straight, it looked like Adafa was going to win this, battled back to the lead, having missed the break, and then ran on to get to the front. But he was always liable. She was always liable, rather, to be vulnerable in the finish, and was passed by those 3 towards the line.
Shamila is in the winner's enclosure with our winning jockey.
I am with Naif Al-Nazi after race number 3. Naif, congratulations. That looked so tough, especially in the finish.
Thank you, Shamila. Thanks, God, about this win. Congratulations for the Prince father, Prince Faisal bin Khalid, and the manager, the big boss, Saad Mishrif, and the trainer for Abdullah bin Mishrif. Congratulations for all the team, the Red Stable. And this win for me, big win like cup, because this my stable before. My blood red, this stable best stable for me before the years. And thanks God.
And tell me about the finish. You had to ride her all the way. You were pushing her. You think if you weren't pushing her, you wouldn't have won?
Yeah, Shimel, actually, this filly, maybe 1 year before, not she racing the first time. I scared a little bit because the first time maybe she's fat little, but thanks God, she's top filly. She's a strong, hard filly. Thanks God about this one.
And it's the first time you rode her in this race. Did you watch back the other races, the replays of the race to see how she is?
Yeah, Shimela. Yeah, actually, I told you, first time I ride this filly, I see all the race before this filly. She wins, she lose, all the races video before. Thanks God, today she's with good race, good too much filly. Thanks God, first time this year racing and win.
Thank you so much, Naif. Well done.
Thank you, Shimela. Appreciate it.
Naif Al-Anazi doing the business to get this horse in front. And the real story is the grey horse who missed the start badly. Jabba Allah had to be rousted up to get back into position, and I think paid for that down the straight.
Yeah, almost last night the source, and then give a bump to Milana coming out of it. So I think I referred to
Adafa.
her as Adafa, but obviously you couldn't really miss Jabba Allah, the grey here. And she works her way towards the front quite quickly, but she's worked very hard from that awkward start to get to the front. And in fairness, she gets challenged and then she finds more off the home bend before getting swamped later on. I thought that was a big run from her, particularly as Shamila suggested she might not be absolutely ready for this. She looked under conditioned, she thought. So this is a very good effort in the circumstances, and she's one to bear in mind. She gets to the front now, and we see Aramesa on the inside and the largely black colours moving up into a challenging position there. Bin Far we're looking for. She's in about 5th place at this stage. You can see Naif just having to ride away to hold her position. She was a little bit rusty on this comeback from a break, but she now moves into clear daylight, and she's taking aim at Jabba Allah on the outside there as Aramesa goes up to take the lead on the inside. I thought this was, again, it looks like Jabba Allah's race is run now when she's been headed. But bless her, she actually rallies when passed on the inside, gets to the front again. But the effort of going for a second time is just too much for her, and she does fade later on. And you see now on the wide outside, briefly, it looks like Montekeba is actually going to win the race. She gets to the front ahead of Bin Far at this stage. But Bin Far and Aramesa are tough, and they battle back to make it a really tight finish. I saw Aramesa again went on late on. I think her superior fitness came to the fore very late on, but unfortunately she couldn't quite get her nose in front until straight after the line with that big effort. I think Bin Far did it all on guts today. I don't think she was really ready for this. She looks fit enough. She's wiry. She can't be that difficult to get mostly fit at home, but mostly fit and race fit are two very different things. And this is a bit of a culture shock, I think, having her first race since January. But she showed a lot of tenacity to win it. She didn't have to improve on the best of her form, according to the figures there. But I think she had to be very brave doing this fresh.
Yes, talking of brave, Jabba Allah was very brave, as you mentioned, ended up finishing 5th. Not a bad run at all, especially considering she's probably not red hot fit and she missed the kick. Now, the form figures are going to say Aramesa finished 2nd. Aramesa had the most plumb run into that race I think I've ever seen. They didn't part for her. It was like the Red Sea. There was so much space between the rail and her. She had a clear run all the way through, and she's still been beaten. I understand what we mean by the fact that the winners come here not really red hot fit to go and has won with guts, but I think that's a disappointing run from Aramesa because she everything went her way to win that race today.
I mean, she's run right up to her best, I think. I think rather than saying it's a disappointing run, you'd be gutted if you were Connections. You've plotted her up for this race. You've given her the perfect prep. She's got the best of the draw. Everything has worked out for her in the race. She's done everything but win, and she's been dusted on the line. So, yes, you'd be absolutely gutted if you were connected to Aramesa. She's done nothing wrong. It's just that this looked like a really good opportunity, and the script has gone almost perfectly for her, except for that tiny bit of the race where the line was.
And Lucas Gaitan, I don't know where he is because he's one of those trainers that loves to hide during the race, but I imagine he's absolutely absolutely gutted after Aramesa has just been nabbed on the line. And I mean, it is literally nabbed. You can just see the head down, head up here. Aramesa's head goes up, Bin Far's head goes down, and Bin Far takes the win.
I mean, she was in front at various stages, Aramesa. She got to the front on the bends, getting ahead of Jabba Allah. Jabba Allah then battled her way back to the front. Then Aramesa was briefly in front when Jabba Allah faded. Then she got back to the lead 10 yards from the line, and then she was nutted on the nod. You know, it's always gutting when you're on a different stride pattern and you're doing everything right. You're actually getting past the horse you're with, and then just on the wrong stride you hit the line.
Yes, and don't take anything away from Mostakeba, who ran a very good race and was in front for a solid maybe 30-40 metres before being reeled back in to finish third. And again, that horse had race fitness, and you've got to say that was an opportunity.
It was an opportunity, but she was forced very wide from stall 18. In fairness, her rider, Ayad Al-Sarisi, didn't go mad in the early stages, just allowed her. He knew he was going to take a wide path. He knew she didn't have the kind of speed that one or two others would have into the bend, so he's allowed her to find her stride and come forward gradually. But as you said, she was pushed wide on the bend eventually. She's had to race around horses. She gets to the front, 100 metres out, she gets half a length clear, but then the effort of getting herself there and racing further than the second and third just told, and she just cracked no more than 50 metres from the finish, and that saw her finish third. But it was a terrific run from her, and surely should be easy enough to place to win a race before long on this form. Yeah, she really should be. She almost came into the race like she just joined on the turn for home. You didn't really know much about her until she comes sweeping round the outside, and unfortunately, she's had to come 5 or 6 wide. Maybe if she had the inside path, obviously impossible for the jockey with the draw, but if she was the inside, may have been a different result. It cuts both ways. She did get she get room to operate in. And I think she does need. She's a little bit in and out in terms of the form figures, and I think if she isn't given room in her races, she can sort of back off a little bit. And you've seen, she was only 10th last time out. She had a couple of 9ths earlier in the season. She's running below the form that she's shown in the past. Here, she's bounced back to her best because she's in that wide stall. There's nothing pushing in on her from the outside, so she's happier and she's gone forward. It's just the fact that she's covered a bit more grounds. She's come to win a race, and the extra ground she's covered in that tight finish has just cost her. Now, you've been doing adjusted ratings for all of these horses before the start. Talk to me about the first two. Bin Far was rated 96 and Aramesa was rated 80. What were their adjusted ratings once you'd had a look at them? I've put Aramesa on 80. She was carrying 60 kilos. So what I've done is I've basically adjusted it into 60 kilos. And Bin Far was 61, so that's 2 pounds essentially, 2.2 pounds. So I basically said I'll take a couple of pounds off your rate to 94. So she had a stone in hand at these weights. But of course, as we've seen so often before, fitness and race sharpness counts for an awful lot at Taif. And although Bin Far should have won comfortably on the ratings, we know that doesn't happen to work that way. And she's almost certainly she's tough, and she keeps grinding, and this isn't really a grinder's course, so she'd be better suited by racing in Riyadh. But I thought it was a nice performance. Let's move on to our fourth race on the card. This is again over the mile. It's worth 135,000 Saudi Riyal, and Mark Francis will take us through the runners and riders.
Cheers, Callum. Yep, we've got a handicap 0 to 85 here for 3-year-olds and upwards. They're headed by number 1, Meshayal for Naif Al-Anazi, looking to double up quickly. This horse makes its 90th start on a race course. Waj Al-Riyad is the 2, just the 24th start for this one. Ali Al-Mimoni. Orayman is the 3, Sultan Al-Mimoni. 4 is Sayan for Camilo Ospina, also looking for a double. Al-Najim Al-Karsay is the 5. The 6 is a scratch, so no December here today. Ibn Hadhaban is the 7, Abdullah Al-Thridis, and Mojozal is the 8, Abdulaziz Al-Musa. The bottom one on that page is the 9, Abu Khalaf, Wigberto Ramos. Akdal in the cheek pieces has the plum draw in 1 for Ahmed Al-Sharar. The Kati is the only filly in this lineup, drawn in 14, but horse number 11, Alex Moreno, looking for a double. Strategy is the 12. 13, Saoud for Adel Al-Faradi. Al-Kadram for Khalid Al-Mimoni. Inze for Abdallah Al Hussein. Al Sakeb is the 16 for Abdulaziz Al Yesh, needs to negate that draw in 18. Mostateb for Abdullah Al Saidi. Sabekom is 18, Rakan Al Abaid. And the reserve Tazdad gets in thanks to the non-runner. Tazdad inherits barrier 15. Is a maiden as well, Tazdad. But the runners are in the parade ring. Back to you guys.
Thank you very much, Mark. We're in the parade ring. Go straight to number 3, Rayman, a busy horse.
Yes, a few of these have been pretty busy. Only 12 runs lifetime of Raymond, but fairly busy in recent weeks. Has run in meetings 31, 34, 41 and 45. Is a course and distance winner, but not really firing on all cylinders despite that busy campaign.
Yes, he's a Taif expert. Doesn't often go to Riyadh, that one. This is Sayan, horse number 4.
Was a winner in Not a 70 company in February at Riyadh's 2 lengths third in the course and distance open at meeting 16. Tailed off last time. That's a worry. If back to form has a chance, but that was a poor run last time.
And Najim Al-Kaish is horse number 5.
Really consistent sort. Was clear of the rest when 2.5 lengths fifth to Dafa in a course and distance open last time out, and was second to Mayhama over course and distance before that.
Ibn Hadban is a recent winner.
Has won between 6 furlongs and 1.25 miles, so adaptable. Has improved this year as well. Was third win when taking an up to 75 apprentices event over 7 furlongs last week. The runner-up was disappointing on Thursday. That's the only negative there.
Mujazal is horse number 8. Surely had a chance.
10 starts since winning a mile maiden. So a little bit disappointing, hasn't added to that. But third to Arras last time out with Milan in second. That was in a not to 80 course and distance contest. On his return, should step forward from it.
Abu Khalif, number 9.
Course and distance winner of a not to 80 handicap a year ago. So similar sort of race to this. Running respectably this year. And this is a bit easier than running in a Jcsa award last time out.
Adhal, number 10.
Has won in a not to 70 contest. That was week 19. Out of his comfort zone in 2 starts since in open races. This is slightly easier, but I still fancy others better.
Thekati has been really out of form.
Yeah, but out of form since winning a meeting 17. Was rated as high as 90 last season and tailed off over course and distance on his last 2 starts. So she needs to bounce back to form.
Strategy making a quick return after running in meeting 48.
Yeah, I predicted when he ran an absolute cracker last time out. Luckily, he was going to come through to win the race despite his jockey losing an iron at the start. The obvious thing was he's a winner in waiting. I said this is the kind of horse he will disappoint next time out because he kind of needs things to go wrong to catch your eye. So listen, he's got a very good chance on paper. I believe that he will disappoint you this time.
Saud, number 13.
Only win came in a turf maiden, but was a close third in a 7 furlong not to 75 last time out behind Ibn Habban.
Al Kadram is horse number 14.
Only 1 win from 25, but that win came in a course and distance handicap last time out. Only a not to 70 affair. Beat Monat Al Bari there. A lot of harder horses to beat than Monat Al Bari in this race.
Inze, number 15.
Yeah, Inze disappointing on the last couple of starts, having won a maiden over 6 furlongs at meeting 32. There was a tough contest last time out. Next time. 7.5 lengths 6 to Kootenai Mac over 1.25 miles last time. You know, that was a tough enough race, so Inze might be worth another chance.
Al Sakab is 16 and Mostateb is 17.
Al Sakab has won maiden over 7 furlongs, but very patchy form at best this season and returns from 7.5 months off the track. Mostateb is running badly at the moment, and he's very much out of his comfort zone in this class.
Sabekom isn't running too badly, number 18.
Last win came 3.5 years ago. Can't have him in this race.
Number 19 is Tazdad, and let's go straight to Shamila.
Thank you very much, Callum. See, I started off the day, as I did yesterday, really well, and it's all gone downhill from here, but hopefully I can find you another paddock selection winner. And this time I've gone with horse number 8, Mojazal, ridden by Abdulaziz Al Musa. He was 3rd last time out, a 4-year-old chestnut colt by Official Flame, and he's looking really, really well in the parade ring ahead of the 4th race of the day. A horse that also caught my eye, but not as much as this horse is horse number 3, Rayman. Also a lovely big colt, 5 years old by Muthib, will be ridden by Sultan Al Mimoni. Hasn't had the best track record as of yet, however, I will stick with my horse number 8. Want to know, horse number 11 was kicking off in the parade ring, but has settled down really nicely after Alex Moreno has got on board. And another question mark for me would be horse number 4, Seyhan. Slightly on the more overweight side, so let's see how all of those horses do.
Thank you very much, Shamila, and great to hear that we've got some positives and some negatives. A Rayman being a positive. That's interesting. He's been very, very busy recently, so good to see him maintaining condition. Also, Mojazal makes plenty of sense, and great to see that horse looking great too. Sekati being a negative, and Seyhan being a negative. Let's have a look at some of these in action. This is Al Najim Al Keish finishing 5th on September the 9th.
Yeah, I thought this was a good performance. He's coming off a bit of a break here, having been last seen meeting 19. And he keeps plugging on at one pace to the line. He gets caught by a couple late in the day here, but I thought there was a likeable performance in a race won by Edafa, who we saw in our previous contest. The horse in second as a winner since. The fast finisher there in 4th as well has run well subsequently. So I think it was a good performance. I think he'll do better as well. I like him.
Yeah, that's a really hot race, isn't it? Corber in behind, and as well some other decent yardsticks too, so plenty to look out for. We see them cantering down to post. They're right behind our presenting position as they're making their way down, and now we'll have a look at the next one. This is Mojazel, the horse in the green colours and the noseband, just getting angled out to make a challenge. Didn't have the easiest of runs in this contest.
No, but has managed to get quite a clean run from where he was in behind in the straight. So he's moved up from a poor position to get into 3rd quite quickly, and I thought he looked quite a big danger at this stage, Mojazal, but he ends up flattening out a little bit and finishes 3rd. That's behind Milani. Milani's in 2nd this day. We saw her. She was in a tough race in our previous contest. I thought, as a 3-year-old against the older horses there, so don't take that as a negative to Mojazal's chances. I think the one negative for me is the fact that he just flatters a little bit. He won a maiden in decent enough style, but he's been beaten 10 times since. 1 or 2 of those races have been good opportunities for him. So while he should step up on that effort last time out, he will be dangerous. I think he'd be in the frame. Just think he'll manage to find one to beat him though.
Always a groomsman, never a groom.
That's the other way of saying that.
Yeah, that's the way it works with gelding the Celts, I always feel like. I think everyone gets a chance. Everybody gets a chance. Now, they're making their way down to the start. We had to rattle through them.
Indeed. Because it's more important for brides to be brides than it is for grooms to be grooms.
Hey, won't tell your wife that. We'll keep that to yourself.
Well, no, everyone... my wife would tell me that anyway. Your wedding day is the most important day of your life, and therefore the whole point of it being a bridesmaid regularly and not a bride hurts an awful lot more than being a groomsman and never a groom. Boys don't mind that.
Absolutely, absolutely. Well, we'll get to your second wedding. We'll let you know how you feel.
There will not be a second wedding.
But let's talk about some of these in here. Ibn Habban with the horse we had to go quite quickly over. That was a winner last time out. Comeback still 17 today. Not got the ideal draw, but surely is in good enough form. I mean, between those 2 wins that this has had, tends to run a poor race, but certainly a horse in a good vein of form.
Yeah, he's adaptable in terms of trip. As I said, he's won from 6 furlongs. He's won over 1.25 miles as well. And he's progressed. He's won 3 times this year. The only negative here is that he's stepping up markedly in class from 0 to 75 to 0 to 85 here, which will test him a little bit more. And the horse that he beat last time out was disappointing yesterday. So... and the other thing, in meeting 42 when he stepped up in class in an open company, slightly harder than this, he was disappointing. So I think he probably likes bossing slightly lesser rivals. But you can't knock him in that he's won 3 times this season and he keeps going from strength to strength. So he's not out of this. I just thought this might be a little bit tough for him.
Yeah, I think he's finding slightly tougher races. Let's talk about strategy as well. And that dodgy start that this horse had. The jockey lost the irons. It was a hand and heels contest. Got right back into the race. Wasn't able to quite step forward and win. Obviously, as we mentioned, anybody who was watching would have thought that this horse had a massive chance today if everything can go right from the start. But you say this horse has been a cheeky monkey before and could do the same thing again.
Yeah, he's only won 1 from 16 starts. We've seen plenty of him. He's got talent. He doesn't always show it, and I think the way the race panned out for him last time out, it just kept him amused. He ended up hitting him a big run from the final. He looked like he was going to win, come down the outside and win the race. He just flattened out in the last 50 metres, so was beaten a length in the end. Now, if you watch that race and you're looking at the ratings here and you think, oh, well, that's the horse I want to be with. I've just seen him 2 or 3 times this season. I'm not sure he's going to repeat that. If he does, he's got a perfectly good chance. But I think he's the kind of horse who will disappoint you more often than not.
Would you say the same thing about Mojazal as well, horse number 8, another horse that often is flattering to deceive.
A little bit, yeah. I mean, obviously, that was a very promising run from him last time out. It was his first run of the season. He should build on that. This is the race to judge him on. You know, he's set up nicely for this. He's got a decent chance on the ratings, and, you know, he's fresher than most coming into it. If he blows this opportunity, I'd have a black mark against him.
Someone on Snapchat giving the horses a good old record.
That would be one of the Musketeers, wouldn't it?
That'll be one of the Musketeers for sure. Certainly. I'm still waiting to get an ad from those guys too. Let's do selections nice and early. Who do you like?
Well, hold on a second. Before, if we're doing it early, we missed a few at the top here because I think we came in about number 4, didn't we?
We came in at 3, Rayman. Yeah, we came in at 3.
Let's deal with the top 2 there. Michelle at the top there is rated 85 and has got a very good chance on the ratings, but his last win, he's a 7-year-old entire. His last win was 3 years ago. He was a 2 1/4 length fourth over 1,200 metres last time out behind Jcsa. That's perfectly good form. Again, the fact that he's on a long losing run means he seems a lot more likely to sort of run into the frame than challenge to win the race. Jcsa Al Riyadh has won 4 times over 1,400 metres, but it has also won over 1,800, so the trip shouldn't be a problem for him. Below best here last year. He's been absent for a while. He hasn't run since the last Taif season, so you'd imagine that he will need this for fitness.
And remember, this is Meshael's 90th career start, so great that Connections have managed to keep this horse going. A really good training performance, and is a regular competitor. It's been busy this season too.
Absolutely, and yeah, nice to see horses retain their ability, but when you've got a horse like him who's raced 89 times and only won one side of maiden company, you're a little bit wary. But at the same time, yes, it's nice to see, particularly when it goes through the race and they look like they retain their enthusiasm. That's always a bonus.
Just seeing the starting stalls getting attached to each other here, just making sure that everything is in place. And while they do that, let's talk about selections. Who do you like in this one, Rory, and why?
I like Al Najm Al Qassi. I mentioned that when we watched the replay of him finishing 5th last time out. I thought that was a stronger race than this, and I thought he was entitled just to need it, having been off since meeting 19. He's had 4 runs this season. He's been building up to something. And I thought that was a good effort in a strong race behind the Dafa last time out. Also, his second to Mehama over course and distance prior to that is a good piece of form, and I think if he repeats either of those, he goes close to winning.
I am absolutely in agreement with you. I'm also going to look at number 5, Al Najm Al Qassi, who is certainly a horse to watch. I thought that race where he was beaten, the amount of good horses in the first 5 there showed that was a very strong contest. The form, Dafa didn't quite boost that form today, but it certainly isn't a bad horse, so I would be keen to hope that this horse, number 5, for Connections will do the business for the White Stable. Now, we know Shamila also likes Mojazel, so those are her selections. So just to go through those again for everyone at home. And great to see so many comments in our YouTube feed as well. Mojazel for Shamila, number 8, and myself and Rory are going for Al Najm Al Qassi, horse number 5. Mark Francis, are you with us or are you against us?
I'm with you, Callum. I'm with Al Najm Al Qassi, the 5 here. Beat him far last time out when drawn out in the car park. Only a narrowly better stall position today, but I think can do the business through the centre. I think Rory made the point yesterday that sometimes can be the worst place to be with all the wide runners coming across. But I think Al Najm Al Qassi with a rating of 82 could find career victory number 2. I was totally against Ibn Adhoban, who's won 3 of his last 5, but on form I couldn't have that today. The other one I wanted to mention was Al Qadram, drawn in 4. Absolutely flew home last time. It's got those Hungarian colours that we mentioned in the last race, black sleeves and black cap as well. It's got the white blinkers on. Al Qadram, Khalid Al Mimoni is in the saddle. Of course, this being a handicap, the saddlecloth numbers do not correspond to their post position, so Ibn Hadhaban, although being number 7, is drawn way out in 17, but not widest of all. He's got 1 to his outside, and that's Al Sakeb, or Al Sakeb, I should say, drawn out in 18, whilst Akdal is in 1. So they're starting the loading process here. Appear to be in any great rush. We're inside 60 seconds of post time. I think about 6 have loaded. Just checking over strategy. Out of picture at the moment, and has been looked over for a few minutes now. This is Saud. 1 win from 17 starts, drawn in 2 today. It's about a furlong and a half before they join up with the round course, and as we saw in our previous race, they kept wide of the running rail for joining up with the rail on the round course. Pleased to see that Strategy should be fit to run. He's with the others. This is Majorzal, the selection for Shamila in the paddock. So had a good start to proceedings earlier on. Horse 2 is Waj Al Riyad, drawn in 5. But we've got about 6 or 7 out the back. Strategy has gone into 13. Rayman into 6. And Al Sakeb to the widest post of 18, just backing away momentarily. To come forward is Seyhan into 12 and Mostateb into 9. 3 left. Still waiting for Al Sakeb to go forward again. Strategy is out the back, I think. And also Sabekom, the 18. There is Strategy, blindfold on. It's out of picture. Al Sakeb has backed away again. So both these two naughty boys with the blindfolds on. Others waiting patiently. Bakati is the only filly in here. She's drawn in 14. But a wide open race, this 0 to 85. Comes Al Sakeb for a third attempt. Needing all the help from the stalls handlers, edging forward. Green with a pink stripe of Abdulaziz Al-Yesh is in. Meanwhile, rearing is Waj Al Riyad in 5. 2 left to come forward. Strategy into 13. And Sabek Hom into 3. Sabek Hom, very similar colours to Abo Khalaf, who's in 7. Safely loaded, and they're off. Decent break. Probably Inze was the slowest away, and so too was Al Sakeb from a wide post as they go into the first of 8 furlongs. Towards the inside, the orange jacket of Saud got away smartly, so too did Al Qadram. In the centre, you've got the yellow and blue colours of Orayman, and Orayman has gone forward with the green cap in the centre of the Kati. These two are about 15 lengths on now from the rest of the pack. Al Qadram is in 3rd position, then comes Waj Al Riyad. Back towards the running rail, we have Majorzal. They're probably 50 lengths, more or less, first to last. I think Al Najim Al Qase is right out of the back of the picture. So completing their first 800 metres in 47.82. And kicking on here at the head of affairs, well, this leader's been up here for a long time. Orayman. Little look through the legs from the rider. Around the outside comes Thakati. In 3rd position now is Al Qadram. And then Waj Al Riyad, but they're still very, very spaced out. So back towards the running rail, and then towards the outside comes Inze, but this leader has turned for home with a big, big advantage. Orayman now, clear by 6. Al Qadram looking to apply some pressure in 2nd. Staying on from out of the pack is Strategy. Back towards the running rail, we have the green colours of Abo Khalaf, and staying on from the back of the pack is Meshrayal. This leader is tying up, and Strategy is going to come hunt him down, and Strategy goes on by to a cosy success. Strategy wins, tight for 2nd. Al Qadram has passed the line with a long-time leader, Orayman, and Meshrayal was flashing home from the back of the pack. Well, a strange race, a strange pace being set by Orayman, and he's been caught by Strategy. Norwef Almudiani has caught him aboard Strategy, and upset the long-time leader, Rayman. Enterprising ride, it must be said, from Sultan Al Mimoni. But they went a mad pace up front, and strategy is home. You can see the jockey's behaviour here. His body language, he's just pushing and pushing away, knowing he's got enough horse underneath to record a 3.5 length victory over Alcadram in second, Rayman third, Meshaal stayed on from out of the pack in fourth, and Seyhan was a never nearer fifth. Strategy the winner in 1:43.07. Alcadram a stolen second from Rayman, and best of the rest was Meshaal in fourth.
Well, we said today was going to be tricky, and I think strategy had proved just that. Had a nightmare passage last time in a apprentice jockey's race. Ended up having a few things go wrong for him today, but he didn't put anything wrong into his finishing gear. And Nawaf Al-Mudiari is our winning rider, and he was very confident coming down that straight. They always knew they were going to catch the long-time leader, Rayman.
Set up nicely for him, but I got to eat humble pie here. I said before we even got this race, I said last week when he ran that eye-catching fourth, I said, you know, he's the kind of horse that when things go wrong, when it's kind of hard, he can look good. Give him a straightforward task, and he's going to make hard work of it. I thought wherever he runs next, people will really want to be with him, and he disappoints. But he's actually come here and he's won. He did have the perfect setup. It has to be said, you had a slightly odd race with a Rayman breaking free and going quite a long way clear, and then it set up for those who were out the back a little bit, because the others had to try to close the gap, and that set it up for a finisher. But you know, I'm not gonna pretend that he was a lucky winner here. He's won decisively in the end, and proved me very much wrong.
Hey, we only can learn from our mistakes. And strategy, I agreed with you. I thought this horse only enjoyed it when there was trouble in running, then made to look good and flattered in a bit of a bunch finish last time. And the fact he didn't win that race, for me, was enough to go, I'm not really sure about strategy. But we can see him behind us with all our winning connection, and he's clearly got plenty of personality too, because he's ready and raring to go back to the stable, that's for sure.
Oh, listen, he's a good looker. You know, he has the physique of a high-class performer, but he's been largely disappointing. As I said, until today, he was 1 from 16, despite showing plenty of ability in his races. And often, you know, he was the kind of horse who would catch the eye when things went wrong, as he did last time out. But he got a nice setup today. He had a strong pace to chase, and he was able to run down a tiring leader. I think if he's going at a horse with a bit left to offer in the finish, he's not always the type to go by. With Rayman being ridden so aggressively there, he stopped 200 metres from home and ended up losing second place. Now, looked certain, maybe 6 lengths clear with a furlong and a half to run, Rayman. But he did stop quickly, and that's just a perfect scenario for strategy to come past him.
Yes, young Sultan and Mimoni said, I'm going to go for home here on Rayman, and you've got to catch me if you can. He knows this horse has bags of speed. Stamina is always a concern with this runner, and stamina was the end of him today. Ended up losing out and finishing third behind Alcadram, who ran on late to snatch second from him as well and break his heart. And as well, in behind Meshaal, finishing fourth. Another big race on that horse's 90th career start. Yep,
yeah, he never looked like he was going to make it win number 3 in those 19 races, but he's been placed umpteen times, Meshaal, and has finished fourth again in a big field. But it's a strategy's day. Whether he goes on from this, it wouldn't be sure. Listen, if you'd only seen his last 2 races, you'd say, oh, look at him, he's different class to these. He's got the looks. He's got that flashy running style coming from off the pace and giving the impression that there might be tons more in hand. But we'll see. He doesn't break too badly, actually.
Yeah, he broke quite well, didn't he? Yeah.
For him, but he's just his rider just lets him ease back in the field so that those who want to go forward can. And in the end, they end up going. You see two of them going off in front here with a Rayman determined to set a strong pace. And if he's on his own, he might end up setting a pace that he can maintain for the entire journey. But he's pressed for the lead and has to go that stride faster than he wants. And already the front two have built up a lead of about 7 or 8 lengths on the others. And it's not long into this race before the jockeys in 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th places have to start thinking about moving forward before they really want to, because they don't want to give the leader too much rope. And he's now at least 10 lengths clear of Rayman off the chasing pack. And, you know, as a jockey sitting in behind, I think that's Al-Najm Al-Akesh in 3rd, isn't it?
There's our winner just creeping into the bottom of shot there as well. We just saw this beautiful drone shot. The winner strategy is a mile off the pace.
He's quite a long way off, and what happens here is others have to start making chase. When a leader gets this far clear, it's someone's job to try to close the gap. You see him just not quite getting the gap here strategy.
With him as well.
Ibn Habban on his side, so he has to. He gets a little bit of you can say bad luck mid-race, but it actually just helps keep him on the bridle, and then it leaves it to other horses to try to bridge the gap. They're not able to do it, and they've got nothing left to give. He is then produced right down the outside of the field, and it looks like he's going to be second early in the straight, but now O'Rayman begins to paddle and paddle badly in front, and he's got nothing more to give 150 metres out. Strategy comes fast, and we also see Al-Qadram, who'd been up there the whole way trying to bridge that gap, eventually being able to. He didn't look like he was ever going to get in terms with the Rayman, but a Rayman just stops with 150 metres to go, and that has set it up. I think strategy probably would have won if the leader hadn't capitulated quite so quickly, but it did set up nicely for him the way this race panned out.
What was interesting about the way that race works out, and thank you so much to the beautiful drone shots we get, and we can see all of this action unfolding in front of us, but all the fancied runners, so the Mojazals, the Al-Najm, Al-Qasay, all those runners were all together in a little pocket waiting for the O'Rayman to come back to them. They never did, and it was Al-Qadram who kicked early and put about 8 lengths between him and the rest of the field, and he was leading the charge, and only Strategy was the only other horse to get out of that group and actually land a telling blow in this contest.
We tend to see this when races pan out like this. We don't see it that often here in Saudi Arabia, but at home, a great example being where a horse led the whole way, Quickthorn in the Goodwood Cup. A lot of people ask, well, the other joke is, why didn't you chase the leader? But once the leader gets clear, you know, once he steals that lead, then whoever is the first to close the gap is helping the others, but not helping themselves. If you make your move first to try to get that leader back, you're sacrificing yourself for the others. So the jockeys now is to say, well, I didn't want to make the first move. If I make the first move, I'm just setting it up for something behind me. So they don't make a move, and then sometimes the leader builds up a big enough lead to hold on. Sometimes they weaken late in the day, and the trouble for jockeys in behind there is, when do you make a move? Yeah, you ideally want to make a move as soon as possible and hope, as late as possible, I mean, and hope that others get there first to soften the leader up, and then you can come with a late run knowing they've all gone a little harder than they should have to try to reel the leader in, and that's why I suited strategy today. But those who had the job of closing O'Rayman down were unable to do it today.
Now, if O'Rayman went in without any challenge to the lead and got an uncontested lead up front, do you think O'Rayman wins this? Was he beaten because he was just hassled for a long way?
I think you could say that because I think it was Al-Qadram who was pressing him pretty much from the start there. They both went forward. O'Rayman was determined to get the lead, but he probably had to go just a stride too fast to get there. He was better mid-race than Al-Qadram and got away. You know, as I said, he's managed to build up something like a 6-length lead off the final bend. But when you're going too fast, sometimes you weaken so late in the day that the others can't get to you, and sometimes it just happens agonizingly close to the line where you simply have no more to offer.
And to lose second as well, heartbreaking.
Yeah. Well, I think losing first is the worst part of that. Yeah, it's very surprising that a horse who was unable to... If you just watch the second and third all the way through this race, it never really looks like O'Rayman's going to be passed by Al-Qadram anywhere but the last 20 yards, because both of them went forward early, both of them got good position, but both of them were struggling a little bit in the straight, and it was O'Rayman who managed to get away, and you thought that Al-Qadram was finished in that he was trying to close the gap and was unable to, but he's then managed to get himself in front because simply, not because he found any extra, he was weakening himself, but Rayman weakened very dramatically in those closing strides.
Yeah, thrilling finish there for our most recent contest, race number 4, and what a finish we had. And Strategy makes up for fluffing his lines at the start last time out and finishing with a flurry, and is a comfortable winner here. Strategy, where next? This horse is currently rated 75.
Well, the fact that he's, I mean, how do you assess this as a handicap? I think you've got to take it as a little bit of a slightly freakish race. The Strategy's won it nicely. He's probably going up £5 for it at least. I wouldn't like to see him going up any more than that given his rating. But I don't have any doubt that he should be an 85 rated horse, given the ability that he has. It's just a case of being able to harness it. We talk about confidence a lot in this show, and whether horses have innate confidence and whether races like this help them build that. And if that is the case, yeah, you'd like to think the Strategy would be feeling on top of the world now, the way this race has panned out. He will think that he's miles better than this opposition if you buy into that concept, and therefore Connections would look to strike while the iron's hot.
Yes, I imagine we'll be seeing him right at the start of the Riyadh season. Let's move on, though, to race number 5. And this is our first crack at 2,000 metres, Rory. They're going to start right behind us. They're going to do 3-4 bends. It's going to be very, very exciting.
It is. It's always interesting when we step up to the 2,000 metres here at the track. We get to see a little bit more of them in the race as well. And the tactics tend to be slightly different as well. You don't tend to go all out from the start. And track position, being able to get round that first bend smoothly is very important, isn't it?
Talking about that first bend, Alex Moreno famously got the ban for causing a bit of an issue on that first bend. It's just so tight as they swing away from the stands.
Yes, but if you're going to start being careful about it and keeping wide and saying, after you, sir, on your inside, you're not going to be winning races. So it's always a difficult job for top jockeys. They've got to be as competitive as possible while not breaking the rules.
One man who never breaks the rules is Mark Francis, and he will take us through our runners and our riders.
Try my best, Callum. Halfway through the card now, and we're at race number 5, local bred fillies maiden for 3-year-olds and upwards. They're headed by number 1, Abura for Camilo Ospina. Tahadi is the 2, has the cheek pieces on today, Adil Al Faradi. Kabrat is the 3, Abdulaziz Al Musa. Next for Turkey Alofi, 0 from 4 so far. Burland is 5, 0 from 5, Mohammed Al Shamari. The 6 is Tathakir for Tariq Al Mansour. Shihanat Gala is the 7, Iyad Al Tarizi. Moshnisa is the 8, Abdullah Al Khamis. Turning the page, Lady Speaker is the 9 for Noeth Al Mudiani. Zircon is the 10 for Alex Moreno. Got the little star next to that one on my sheet of paper. Najma Al Sati is the 11 for Abdullah Akridis. The 12 is Saniha for Luis Morales. Noor Ala Eliar is the 13, Khaled Al Mamoni. Rafiat Makam for Rayan Al Ash. And Ethabat Dana is the 15, Mohammed Al Sharima. 16, Amira Ferez, Abdullah Al Saidi. And Amani Al Khail for Fawas Wanas. And Busmat completes the field for Naif Al-Anazi. Another big and busy field, gentlemen.
Big and busy for sure. 18 going to post, and I think this has to be the Zircon versus Busmat stakes, surely. 2 horses desperate to get their heads in front.
Not from 13, Zircon, and not from 22, Busmat. And we'll be seeing them in action shortly as well, because they feature in our VT footage. Talented, the pair of them. Zircon, a Felipe Teos, who's gone close on her last 5 starts, really. And Busmat, who frequently runs very well. Disappointing last time out, looking to bounce back. But yeah, they are a little frustrating. They keep going close, but they're still struggling to get their heads in front. Good opportunity for the pair of them in terms of the quality of the opposition, though.
As they come into the parade ring, we'll start from the bottom this time. We'll start with number 18, Busmat, and we'll work our way up. So Busmat, number 18, rated 62, 0 from 22, 11th and disappointing last time.
Yeah, disappointing last time out, but generally consistent, and she's actually been in the money on 13 of her 22 career starts. So I'd expect her to be back in the frame today. She was 3rd to drawing clocks and, of course, in distance maiden 2 starts back. And you can pretty much forgive that run last time on balance.
Yes, Amani Al Khail is horse number 17, 0 from 15.
It races higher than Busmat, worth bearing that in mind, rated 63. So the interesting horses aren't really highly rated here. Amani Alkel was 15 lengths forward to Dream Biz in a course and distance maiden last time out. His second this season, or her second rather, came in a 0-60 handicap, a half a length behind Ayash.
Mira Ferez is horse number 16. She's a 3-year-old filly who's not from 15.
Yeah, she's got the eye in a couple of recent starts. She's clearly coming here in good form. Rated 59, 2 3/4 lengths fifth to Al Fakir in a course and distance maiden 2 starts back, and then finished 4.5 lengths third to Wardat Always last time out. We've already seen that race. Stayed on well late on the rail that day.
Rafayat McCam is horse number 14. She jumped from 14, not from 7.
Yeah, she's not from 7, and she's really shown regressive form this season, summed up by a lowly mark of 38. Have we done 8th Bat Dana?
Oh, we skipped Ace Bat Dana, not from 9. There was the reason I skipped Ace Bat Dana, rated 56. Had the 2 runs this season, and there's more form to show than some of the others here.
Yeah, reading of 56 was third at Riyadh. About 5 starts back, was beaten 23 1/4 lengths, went fourth to Al Makan in the course and distance maiden in meeting 17, and then beaten over 20 lengths by Jadail Kerr in another course and distance maiden last time out, with Zircon in front of her in 5th place that day.
Noor Alelia is horse number 13. She's rated 60, not from 7, was second back in meeting 19.
Second in meeting, has disappointed a couple of times since, but was second in a 0-65 handicap over course and distance to Ayash. Was beaten 26 1/4 lengths, went 7th to Dream Biz over course and distance last time out. That was a stronger race than this, but it does show that she does have her limitations.
Sarneya is horse number 12, rated 67, not from 11.
Not from 11, it was beaten 11.5 lengths, went second to Nafitha in a course and distance maiden back in meeting 3. And again was beaten 17.5 lengths, went 5th to Mustafi over course and distance last time out. This is probably slightly easier, and a rating of 67 shows that she's got a chance if she bounces back to her best.
Najmat Al-Thati, rated only 47, having had the 5 starts. That's a concern, surely.
It is a concern, but she has shown a bit of ability at up to a mile. She needs to improve for stepping up to this longer trip for the first time.
Zircon at number 10. Now, this is definitely my selection. I think if Zircon can't win this race, I don't know what to do, because this seems like an ideal opportunity.
Beaten about 13 lengths last time out, but that was behind a very smart pair in Almar Moomgate and Kuthni Mak. I like both of those horses, particularly Almar Moomgate, who's maybe my favourite horse of the season, to be perfectly honest. Zircon was third behind those. This is a much, much easier race. She won't have many easier opportunities. She's got a rating of 69, which pretty much makes her, she's not quite top rated, but she's very close to it.
Yes, number 9, Lady Speaker, not from 9.
Beaten 14 lengths from third in a 0-65 handicap over course and distance back in meeting 10, but has been beaten more than 20 lengths on 3 starts since. That sort of 0-65 is her sort of level. She's 45 rated. She's going to struggle to win a maiden.
Yes, Mosnesha is only rated £2 higher, 47. Going to be hard, but before we talk about that one, let's hear from Shamila, who is in the parade ring.
Well, I've managed to miss all the horses. They're all making their way out onto the track now. However, I don't know if this is good or bad news for you, Callum, but I've also gone with horse number 10 at Zircon. He's ridden by Alex Marino, looking for a double on the card today. She is a 3-year-old filly. She just looks really, really well in herself. Her coat is beautiful. She has fantastic gait as well, which means she's moving really nicely. She was the obvious standout to the paddock to my eye. Now, a horse that I also really like is horse number 12, Saneha, ridden by Louis Morales. I feel like we haven't seen Louis Morales in the winner's enclosure. We only see him on the big days, so hopefully we can get a winner for him in this race as well. No obvious standout paddock negatives for me in this race.
Very much, Shamila, and I think you're right. We've got to start calling him Big Race Louis, because he only showed up on the big days, and he's always one of the big race jockeys to follow. He tends to do it when the pressure's at its highest.
Indeed, but there's no bad thing in that. But again, he doesn't have nearly as many rides as Camilo, for example. Camilo would ride in maybe 7 races a day, whereas you don't see Luis Morales riding in every race. So he doesn't have a bad strike rate, but yeah, he's a fair way behind Camilo in the jockey standings because of the lack of rides.
Let's go back to the field. We're looking at Shahanat Gala, horse number 7. 0 from 6 with 2 fourth-place efforts in a row. This horse surely is a danger to the likes of Zircon.
Has been beaten a fair way when 4th and 5th, but they've been similar sort of races against slightly stronger fields. So you'd expect Shahanat Gala to be in or around the frame based on those efforts. And the positive with her is that she's pretty consistent. She always seems to run to a similar sort of level, and eventually something's going to drop her way. She's only 60 rated, but something will drop her way at some stage, and it could be this.
One of those less exposed is Taskir, horse number 6. 0 from 2, first time up this season.
11th and 8th in 2 runs over a mile at Riyadh. Showed a bit, and I think will improve for experience. I thought that she stayed on well late on her second run without being knocked about. I thought that she doesn't have a rating, but I thought Tathkir was one of those who's open to the most improvement in this race. Obviously, it's her first run of this of the season, and she's liable to need it. But if she is fit enough, I think she could be the type to cause a surprise. I thought there was a lot of promise in the last run, and she will build on it at some stage.
Berlant, number 5. 0 from 5, 15th last time out, meeting 47, so only last week. Concerning?
Yeah, it is concerning, particularly when their 2 previous runs at Riyadh were 19th and 14th. She did show ability early on, but she's going backwards.
Let's talk about some of these in action. Zircon in the first one we're going to have a look at. Alex Moreno looking for the double. He was in fine form earlier in the card, so hopefully he can get Zircon home again. And this filly has to have a massive chance today, because surely this is her opportunity to get her head in front.
It certainly looks that way. Now, she's not massively competitive here, but this is a strong contest that Zircon is placed in. You see the pace was pretty strong here. Zircon actually comes from quite a long way off the pace, but I like the way she stays on when she sort of weaves between horses late in the day. She finishes 3rd in the end. I thought it was a solid performance. The front 2 are decent types in this, and Zircon not particularly well placed in the early stages, but shows a good attitude to come through for 3rd in the end.
Yeah, Busmat is the other one we're looking at. Naif Alanazi in the saddle, also looking for the double. We had 9 races and 9 different winning jockeys yesterday. Still looking for someone to bring up the double today. Yeah,
and listen, Busmat's got plenty of efforts that give her place claims. But that's the problem. She's got 22 efforts to her name with no wins so far. We see her in a good position. She tends to get herself in good positions in a race. She's got a bit of tactical speed, but her finishing effort tends to leave a little bit to be desired. She's clear second at this stage. She ends up being worried out of second behind Drawing Clocks, who's been disappointing since as well. The winner was impressive this day, but he's been disappointing in a couple of starts since. So Busmat, I think you'd be a little surprised if she finally broke her duck here. For all, on the rating, she has her chance.
Yes, and Drawing Clocks actually won that race on the turn for home, swept by on the outside and left the rest of them for dead. Next is horse number 4, who's also called Next.
Indeed, no threat in 4 starts over 7 furlongs. Steps up markedly in trip here. Maybe will improve for the trip, but there's no specific sign of that so far.
Cabrat, horse number 3, not from 10.
Has been rated 57 now, but has been rated as high as 71 last season. If she can come back to that form, she's got a chance. 6th to Kootenai Mark, and of course the distance made in the meeting 26. Hasn't really built on that, and was 6th in a not to 70 handicap last time out.
Tar Ardi is horse number 2, jumps out of stall 2. She's rated 70, but this is her first run this season.
This is the first run of the season, but she was 3rd in an open race at Riyadh a few starts back. And not many of these would be able to hit the frame in open company. She's definitely got claims on that form. She's been off 6 months, and this is her first try at 2,000 metres. So if she's fit and she stays, she's the one to beat on form. She's the one to beat, isn't she? But those are 2 significant ifs. So we've seen one horse come back from a layoff to win here today, but it's not easy to do.
Abora, the final horse to look at, horse number 1.
Her best efforts have come at shorter. I think her very best form has come at 1,400 metres, and she ran in a not to 60 handicap last time out and was 2 starts back and was only 4th. That was a good enough effort in that company, but you'd like to think that you need to be a little bit better to win this. Yes,
Zircon is my selection. Rory, are you with me or against me?
I think I have to be with you, because Zircon has been finishing behind horses I really like recently, so she will never get a better opportunity
So myself, Shamila and Rory are all giving the kiss of death to Zircon. Hopefully that horse can come through. Mark Francis, I reckon you're with us here.
Yeah, add me to the party, Callum. I'm with Zircon as well. I thought Amirat Ferez was another that I should mention. Yes, not from 15, but has been running pretty well recently without winning. It's only a length behind Gamood, who, of course, ran in our previous contest. But Zircon for me, 13 starts so far. Yes, no wins, but she's been placed in 10 of them. I thought Alex Moreno had a great chance to get this filly's head in front. So we've got 5 fillies out of the back. Next is in. So too Sani Ha. Here comes Zircon. Brat and towards the far side there's Etherbat Dana in the spotted jacket. They're all in. 2,000 metres. Set to race. Flags down and they're off and racing. Najmat Al-Sati, probably the slowest away. Also out the back is Etherbat Dana, which is so the jockey has lost his stirrups there. Perhaps it looks an awkward ride out of the back of the picture. The one that got a decent start was Tahadi, showing pace towards the inside. The pace overall isn't that strong. And now looking to apply some pressure out wide is Noor Ala Elia. Between that pair, we have the red jacket, white crossbelts of Cabrat, and this is the leading trio. Back to 4th is Abura with the yellow blinkers. Around the outside in 5th position is Zircon, who got a good break. Just along that one's inside, we have Tathikir, and towards the outside, Busmat with the white sleeves. So turning left-handed, first of their 4 bends. Red cap out in front. Continues to be Cabrat. Black cap of Noor Ala Elia is probably 2 lengths down. There's a line of 3 in behind this, featuring Abura towards the inside. Now Burlant is making ground towards the outside of runners, and so too is Tahadi. The pace is quickening here as they go down the far end of the racecourse. Just in behind these we have Amani Al-Kahil in mid-pack. So too Tathahir against the running rail, and also the yellow jacket towards the outside of Sani Ha. Towards the back of the screen we have the likes of Shihanat Gala, and so too is Next, but they're already inside their last 500 metres, and Cabrat is called upon for an effort but overtaken by Noor Ala Elia towards the outside, and Noor Ala Elia now shows the way inside the last 400. Back to second is Cabrat. Just in behind these runners we have Abura, not too much getting involved from the back of the pack. Zircon is coming deep on the course and straightens up for home. It's Noor Ala Elia in the middle towards the far side. Cabrat down the centre. Zircon has every chance if good enough. Zircon now launching a bid 3 wide on Noor Ala Elia. Zircon towards the near side. Noor Ala Elia digs in for the scrap. The far side, it's still Noor Ala Elia. Zircon lunging. Far side held on. Noor Ala Elia held on to beat Zircon in second. And it was tight for the minor placings. The judge will confirm. Noor Ala Elia has won for Khalid Al Mimoni. She has her day at the 8th time of asking in a time of 2:15.45. Cabrat gave her running towards the far side. Zircon was the main threat in the closing stages, but has gone down a neck. Zircon now 0 from 14. It's another second for her. But Noor Ala Elia dug in determinedly, showed a great attitude in the closing stages to beat Zircon by a neck. Cabrat back in 3rd. Amani Al-Kayil was next in 4th. And Shihanat Gala was back in 5th. 13 beats 10, beats 3. It's Noor Ala Elia's day.
Well, Kailash Solanki wished us all the best in the YouTube comments. And Kailash, I need all the best wishes coming my way because Zircon has been beaten again, but take nothing away from Noor Alalia, who is our eventual race winner, who's made that move early and hung on grimly.
I'm going to add Kailash the Lanky to my list of prospective racehorse names. It's an absolute cracker. Yeah, a heartbreak if you're a supporter of Zircon, but it's not like you didn't see it coming. We all thought this was going to be her best opportunity, and she kept it. And you can make excuses for her. She had to swing very wide on the bend, but she got away on good terms. Alex Moreno didn't want to get caught up in traffic towards the inside. I think he thought she was always going to get there. Just trying to encourage her forward the last 200 metres, always gradually getting there, but just never quite making it. And it's second again as Noor Alalia has held on by a neck and the other head. She was beaten in a stronger race than this last time out behind Dream Biz. And she's been running fairly respectably all season. A lot of these fillies, remarkably similar sort of profiles. They're running in maidens. They can't win when they're in races that they're capable of going close in there. A lot of them are running well without success. And someone had to have everything drop right for them today in a race that wasn't going to take a huge amount of winning. And it was Noor Alalia who stepped up, 60 rated here, and has beaten the disappointing Zircon.
Yes, and I think if you were on Zircon, you knew your fate a long way from home. That horse was always struggling out wide, ended up closing the gap and really closing, but to be honest, never quite looked like she was going to overturn the deficit in time. She's always closing, but not quite quick enough.
Yeah, I mean, I think, when did you think she wasn't getting there? I think it was only when a stride from the line. It always looked like if you were with her, you thought, oh, she's going to get there, she's going to get, and then in retrospect,
you saw
the headway she was making was all too laboured and too slow.
But you saw how wide she had to come on the turn as well, and you knew that Noor Alalia was flying along in front and just had that easy passage through and stole a good 6 to 8 lengths on the turn. And it's very hard, no matter who you are, especially if your horse is known for not winning, to overturn that deficit. Yeah,
but again, look at the head carriage on the winner. She's carrying her head to the side. She's not absolutely putting it all in front. So, Zircon had her opportunity here. I don't think it's a case of bad luck in running. I think if you keep following her on the basis of this, and she's not done a huge amount wrong. It's just that she doesn't have that killer instinct at the end of the race. I think you get a lot of horses in that situation where you've got to go through the pain barrier to win by a short head. They'll do it, but she couldn't do it today.
Let's look at the full race, and you see Ace Bat Dana had a terrible start. Jockey lost the iron.
Yeah, the irony here is the horse that came out of the stalls first was Zircon. And the horse that came out of the stall second and then went on after 50 yards as Zircon was just eased back into 4th or 5th place was the winner, Noor Alalia, who gets a lovely break there, goes into the bend 3 wide. It's just it looked like there might have been a little bit of bumping on the first bend, but she manages to get away with it. On her inside is Cabrat, and on the inside of that was it Tahadi.
Yeah, Tahadi on the rail.
Who has to check out wide and then comes there with a bit of a run on the bends. Now we see Noor Alalia has grabbed a lead of a couple of lengths, and she just doesn't give it up from here.
Yeah, look from the draw perspective of those horses that are in front right now. You've got Abura is up there on the rail. You've got Tahadi, who's also up there, has had to end up coming wide. Got a bit of a love tap coming through there. Cabrat is the early leader. Next is also up there, and Berlunt is up there too. So you're talking all the horses drawn low, got to the rail quickly, and set their stall out early. Zircon is a horse who was drawn 10, got the best kick, but wasn't able to get across because all that pace was coming from the low draws.
I disagree with that. I think Alex Moreno was more than happy until the point we're looking at now. He knew there'd be horses going forward here. He knows that a lot of horses at this level don't sustain their speed through the race, and I think he was more than happy to sit in about 6th or 7th place. I think now he's a little less happy. He's asked her to move forward, and she's doing it very slowly. She's taken a while to pass a couple of the back markers.
But she has to go wide of Tahadi.
Yeah, I know she has to go wide of Tahadi. That's because she didn't have the speed at that stage. It's not because of ground she lost early on. When Alex asked her to go forward initially to win her race, the response was slow. She does pick up the bridle now and she goes forward, but he wanted her to be 2 lengths closer at this stage. I think he expected her to pick up a little bit quicker for him against moderate horses, and she just took a furlong and a half to really pick up. Now she's going forward, but she's going forward. She's just inching closer, and not really finishing with that much of a rattle at all. The winner has shown a slightly awkward head carriage in the finish, but she's found enough to hold on, and I'm afraid Zircon, I can see her winning races when it falls right for her, but you need everything to work out perfectly. I think Alex probably wants this race back again, because he was in the position he wanted to be. Now, knowing what she found when he asked her initially, he'd probably want to be a little bit closer, or maybe just ask her for an effort earlier than he did. But I think from where he was, he thought he was sitting pretty. And I don't mean that in an arrogant way. I think he worked out how this race was going to pan out. He put himself where he wanted to, and he expected his filly just to pick up better than she did. And for all she has gone on in the end, everything she's done in slow motion.
Noor Alelia is the horse that's ended up coming from stall 13 and getting across into a positive position. And it's that they turn for home for me, which may be where the race is lost. Tahadi is the horse that is drifting on that turn. Now, Tahadi's drifting wide. There was a gap on the inside of Tahadi, but the Zircon is then taken round on the outside of it, already drifting wide.
No, but again, the issue with Zircon, in my view, is that with a horse who can quicken, you can make the decision a little bit later to go for a gap that appears. Because she's quickening slowly, as it were, because she responds slowly to the urging from a rider, he has to ask her a bit earlier to go for that place. Therefore, he can't go for a gap, because she doesn't respond quickly to go for a gap. He's got to go wide, and obviously a split second later you can see that there would have been a better route for him. But you need a horse who's doing things quicker than her to take
absolutely.
those opportunities.
And you saw that with the video form that we showed earlier on as well. She's coming from off the pace in that footage too, and just plugging on through slow horses and staying on powerfully. She's just not getting there, is she?
She gave you the impression she had a turn of foot there because they were stopping around her. But essentially she was going on at this sort of pace, but the pace was collapsing. The pace didn't quite collapse here. I know that Cabrat weakened late in the day, but he's still able to hold third. This isn't for him to go mad about. 2 minutes 15:45 for the 2,000 metres. But it's all about being in the right place at the right time in these tight little maiden races. And Khalid Al-Mamoni was the jockey who was in the right place throughout that race from the very start.
And Khalid Al-Mamoni, that's 2 wins from the last 2 days for this rider as well, the older brother of Sultan Al-Mamoni, part of the Al-Mamoni jockey clan. Very talented young men indeed. Nothing got into this race from off the pace. Absolutely nothing got into this contest from off the pace. Why?
I don't think that there wasn't a great rush to go forward earlier. As you said, the horse who broke best didn't want to go forward into the bend. That was Zircon. And therefore it was left to Noor Alalia to get there. And I don't think she's gone very, very hard to get that lead. There was a little bit of bunching towards the inside with those who wanted to go forward. I don't want to call Tahadi unlucky, but she met a bit of scrimmaging on the inside from a good position and had to switch wide with a run and then weakened out of it. I thought Abura was disappointing, given that she had a lovely position on the inside without having to work too hard. The other reason why nothing came from off the pace is there just aren't that many decent horses in that race in behind.
Here's the contact on the rail.
Yeah.
This is the tightness. Now, I'd be interested to see if the stewards have a look at that, because that's more severe than I think what Alex Moreno did a couple of weeks ago. So,
well, see, the question that you have to ask, just because someone gets tightened up, it doesn't necessarily mean it's someone else's fault. You know, if everyone does everything right and holds the correct racing line, you're still going to get a bit tight. Now, the stewards, given what they did to Alexis Moreno, they're liable to say to Khalid Al-Mamoni, well, you were the one who was drawn wide, who was coming across. But how far after the start is that? Is he not entitled to hold that position? It's just a slightly unnatural bend. If if 3 horses are going into it line abreast, something's going to come off worst. The jockeys don't need to be doing anything wrong at all, but the tendency is that you see a problem and you try to apportion blame rather than see what's caused. The reason there's been an issue between the 3 horses is because they've all gone absolutely stride for stride into a bend that isn't really meant for 3 horses to get around it evenly together, and something's got to give.
But could you say that Khalid Al-Mamoni has come from stall 13, and as they enter that bend, he's supposed to keep his line? Now, his line isn't going further across to the inside, which is what he's doing. And that's exactly what Alex did. He didn't keep his line. His frustration was that, how can I keep my line when I'm drawn out wide? I had a slow start and had to then get into position.
we've said this before, that your line around the bend isn't keeping exactly the same distance between yourself and the rail all the way around. That is not natural for horses on a fairly tight bend. You either start on the inside and you swing a little bit wide to get that bend smoothly, or you start on the outside and you move in through the bend to get a smooth line. Obviously, the horse on the inside wants to move out, the horse on the outside wants to move in. And, you know, there's got to be something in between there. I don't think you necessarily need to be blaming jockeys here. And it wasn't a nasty incident. It didn't make you go, oh, that was nasty. It was just a little tight.
Yes, it was a little tight at the start, but it was also very tight at the finish. Khalid Al-Mamoni holds on, repelling the late lunge from Alex Moreno, who was seeking a double. We move swiftly on, though, to race 6, and Mark Francis will give us the runners and the riders.
Lovely will, Callum. 6th race here. It's a non-winners of 4. Good race this as well. Narrowly better than our 0 to 85. They're headed by number 1, Majestic Fighter, Rayan Outer Ash, followed with the Charltons, this horse. Gabir is the 2 for Ali Al-Mamoni. Jazio is the 3, Abdullah Al-Saidi. Camilo Ospina rides Mahaya, the 4, and Clarence C is the 5 for Abdullah Al-Jimi. Rich King is 6, Luis Morales. Tata Flag 7, Turkey Alofi. My Sweet Story the 8 for Iyad Al-Tarizi. Rajil is the 9, Abdullah Al-Khridis. Neptune Seas 10, Abdullah Al-Hussein. Wood Ditton, familiar name, for Mohamed Al-Shamari. And Land of Eagles the 12 for Ahmed Al-Azari. 13, Labib, Fawas Wanas. Demome 14, Abdulaziz Al-Yesh. Sky 7 15, Tafish 16, Adel Al-Faredi. Monsieur Jumbo, Abdullah Al-Khamis. And Rare Ninja, Mohamed Al-Yami. Another full field, and I think there are a couple of standouts here. Interested to see who you boys pick.
Thank you very much, Mark, and I think there's some standouts in the field, but there's some serious standouts in the reserves that don't get in. Mr. Trinket, Abu Alazem, and Full Marks all failing to make the cut for this cracking little contest.
Yes, Mr. Trinket, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 2nd in his last 5 starts and rated 82, and Full Marks 2nd, 1st and 4th in his 3 starts this season. Rated 80, unable to get into this contest, just shows just how hot it is.
Yeah, that is a hot contest indeed. We'll start from the bottom with them again. We'll start with Rare Ninja, rated 65, 2 career wins.
Yeah, regressive form this year, though, has a rating of 65, having been rated 72 last time out. Did win a non-winners of 3 over a mile and a furlong at Riyadh, but not easy to fancy in this lineup.
Monsieur Jumbo, winner last time out, ending a run of seconds.
What a horse. Well, I mean, he's run on really well to be 2nd on his 3 starts before winning up to, I was at the 2,400 metres last time out. But he's also won at a mile this season, and he's a horse who was best at around 7 furlongs in a mile in the UK for Kevin Ryan. So he's developed this stamina out here, but I don't think it'll bother him too much dropping back to 2,000 from 2,400, given that speed that he naturally has.
Here is number 1, Majestic Fighter, Rayan Al-Tarish in the saddle.
Yeah, this is a horse who will also benefit from dropping back. He was only 8th to Monsieur Jumbo last time out, but was a blatant non-stayer at the mile and a half trip. This is more his trip, although actually in the UK, he didn't want to go further than a mile. When he was trying a mile and a quarter, he tends to be found out for stamina, but is a course and distance winner in a 0-80 handicap here.
Yes, number 2 is Gabba, rated 76 here. 3 wins from 20 starts in Saudi, but those 3 wins did not come in Saudi Arabia.
He's won 3 through his lifetime. He's had a lot of racing, Gabber. He did bounce back from a couple of poor runs to be 5th to 3rd Kingdom over a mile here last time out, but I think others are stronger again on balance.
Jazio, number 3.
5th and a 75, 2 starts back, well held otherwise this year, and this looks too tough for him.
Yes, Jazio there, lovely looking individual, but certainly not quite as good looking as horse number 4. This is Moheya, a winner last time out, US pedigree, interesting horse for sure.
Yeah, had 2 son of Pioneer of the Nile, had 2 starts at Riyadh last season and returned with a 2-length win over Mirage over a mile here last time out. Up in trip and up in class, but clearly unexposed and could do better.
He's not a rapper, his real name's Clarence, number 5.
Clarence, he won a 7 furlong minor event in France for Nick Lidfordon a few years ago. Hasn't really gone on from that. It's been very disappointing since moving to Saudi Arabia.
Number 6 is Rich King.
7th to Monsieur Jumbo last time out. And although he's got 1 or 2 good runs this season, a rating of 69 means he's going to struggle here.
7 is Tattered Flag. Looked unfit last time, but ran a good race.
I think he's best. He has won over a mile and a furlong, won his maiden over that trip, but I think his best form is at a mile. He was beaten 11 lengths by Mr. Jumbo last time out. He could come forward fitness-wise, but I don't think he quite gets this trip.
My Sweet Story is horse number 8.
Has won once from 10 starts in the US. That was a maiden special weight. It cost $30,000 in January before shipping here, but no easy task on his Saudi Arabian debut.
Rajil, horse number 9.
He's been well beaten at a variety of trips this season, and he's not from 9 locally. He has won 2 races, but not here.
Neptune Caesar, the gorgeous individual, but struggling to find winning form.
Struggling to find form. Did a little bit better when 6th last time out, but was beaten over 25 lengths in a 0-75 handicap, and this is a tougher task.
Got all the gear, flare strip, and the cotton buds in the ears. Here's Wood Ditton, a big name if anyone watches UK racing.
Indeed, yeah, cracking maiden race. Obviously, Wood Ditton's a little village outside of Newmarket, also the name of one of the most famous maiden races going. But this Wood Ditton was well beaten on Saturday, and it's hard to see him improving anything on that.
Land of Eagles, big strong type, and Labib, another good-looking animal.
Labib is racing for new owners today. I was back to form, went 5th to Mr. Jumbo last time out. He is £7 better off, so he could get a lot closer for new connections.
Demome is horse number 14.
Winner of a mile maiden at Riyadh in November, but has been tailed off on both starts since, so not easy to fancy.
Sky 7 is horse number 15, running in the same colours as Gabba and Rich King.
Yeah, and like Gabber, he's getting on a little bit in years. He's won 3 races in the past, but badly out of form at the moment. All his wins came at Dundalk years ago from Mick Halford.
This is Taif, all we've already spoken a little bit about.
Yeah, generally well beaten, but did put in his best effort for a long time, went 3rd to Third Kingdom over a mile here last week, closing up late. I think that might flatter him a little, though.
Here's Monsieur Jumbo. I know Shamila loves this horse.
Just a really likeable horse, Monsieur Jumbo. He's up to a mark of 86 now, having won a 1.5 mile handicap last time out. He's also winner of a mile here, so the drop and trip shouldn't bother him too much.
Got 62 kilos to carry, though. Rare Ninja only has 60.5 kilos on the back.
Yeah, we mentioned Rare Ninja already. He gets weight, but he hasn't been in much form this season.
Shamila is in the parade ring. Over to you. Who do you like?
Thank you very much, Callum. Honestly, it was quite difficult for me in this race, but 2 greys have caught my eye. Number 7 in particular, Tattered Flag, 4-year-old grey colt by Union Rags, 4th last time out for Thamar Dahani. And honestly, best looking horse in the race. I do love a grey. Now, a horse that I also wanted to highlight is horse number 8, My Sweet Story, having her first start at Taif Racecourse for Sami Al Harabi, also looking really well. They actually look like they could be related, and she is a 5-year-old filly by Afleet Alex.
Going to go totally against you here. Tattered Flag, I think, looks really under-conditioned. I know he did last time, and he ran on well to finish 4th, but he just does nothing for me in the parade ring.
I think to be honest, if he looks like that 2 runs in a row, and he's run perfectly well last time, I think you do get horses who just carry a bit more condition than others, and he's a bit sort of barrel-chested, and I think he's going to look like that generally.
Let's have a look at some of these in action. Monsieur Jumbo is the horse in short here, a gorgeous-looking individual, looks great, is a very popular individual here in Saudi Arabia as well, because he was stringing together seconds until this fateful day when he finally got his head in front.
Yeah, you see him switch sharply off the rail turning into the straight here. He doesn't lose an awful lot of ground doing it, and he's immediately up into 3rd place as a result. The horse in front is a nice horse, but probably not a stayer at the 1.5 mile trip, another ex-UK horse. And Monsieur Jumbo goes on very strongly to win in good style. This is a decent race.
Yeah, you've got Premium Ticket and Helmy in behind.
Premium Ticket and Helmy, you see plenty of names that you've seen on a regular basis there. Mr. Jumbo was too good for them, and I think although he's been running over that 1.5 mile trip for most of the season, I think he'll be fine cutting back and trip, particularly off a strong pace.
Here's Shamila's eye-catcher, Tattered Flag, the dashing grey. You can't miss it. 4th on this occasion.
Yeah, he finishes 4th here at Tattered Flag. Beaten 11 lengths behind Monchois, who got the run of the race from the front. The track was suiting front runners this day, and Tattered Flag can only keep on at 1 pace to grab the 4th. Now, Now you thought he looked short of a run here, but he looks exactly the same in the parade ring
Exactly.
as he did then, which leads me to believe that he's just one of those who always looks a little bit bigger than he might be just because of his build. I think he'll struggle with the longer trip. I know he's won over a mile and a furlong, but that was a maiden race. All his best efforts have come at a mile.
Now, a lot of these seem to have quite similar profiles. They've had a maiden win maybe in Riyadh, and they haven't been able to match that form since, and they've now come to Taif seeking that second career win with a lot of them. Would I be right in saying that?
Well, yeah, you've also got horses who've shown winning form abroad and haven't, are just sort of trying to find what their niche is here. Majestic Fighter being one of those. He was a winner for the Charltons here. Nice horse. I was surprised he won over as far as a mile and a quarter, to be perfectly honest, but clearly didn't stay behind Monsieur Jumbo last time. And you get one or two who are sort of lights of former years who've been around for a long time. In the same cutters, you've got Gabber and you've got Sky 7, who've been good servants to their connections, but maybe just past their best now at the age of 7.
What do you make of the 30,000 debutant My Sweet Story? First one up in Taif, probably best watched.
That was my impression. I mean, 30,000 is a fair amount to pay for a horse to come out here, and she showed plenty of ability. She was largely consistent, disappointing on her final start at Keeneland, where she was 9th. But she was generally consistent. She struggled outside a maiden company. She won a maiden special weight, and then the races, conditions races, get a little bit harder after that. But she's definitely got ability. She's the type who, when she settles in, will win races, but she might need time to settle, mightn't she?
I imagine she'll like the dirt conditions as well, surely. Running in America, surely the dirt will be what she's running on, or was she on turf over in the...
No, she was running on dirt. She ran at a variety of tracks. She ran at Keeneland, she ran at Aqueduct, Saratoga before that, Colonial Downs before that.
Oh, there you go.
So she's got plenty of experience at different tracks in the States, and the surface should be fine for her. It's just a case of whether she's adapted to her new environment. But she's been here for a while. She was bought in January, so they've had plenty of time to acclimatise with her.
Yes, and it's interesting that she's making her appearance now towards the end of the season than rather right at the beginning.
Yes, indeed. I mean, I'm saying she was sold in January. I don't know how quickly she came across, whether she's bought to race in the States and then didn't. The fact she hasn't raced since she was bought suggests that she came here and she's just gradually been finding her feet.
Well, we've been through all of them. Let's talk about selections and who you like while they're circling down at the start with these beautiful drone cam views of a floodlit King Khalid racecourse. It looks beautiful under the lights. Who do you like in this one?
There are a few I can give chances to, but I think I'm just going to stick with Monsieur Jumbo. I know he's blindingly obvious, and he drops in trip here, and that gives one or two chances against him who maybe wouldn't stay the mile and a half as well as he does. But I don't think he'll have any difficulty dropping back. As I said, he's a mile winner this season. He's just shown untapped stamina since then, and has kept progressing. But the fact that he's kept progressing suggests to me that he can find a bit more. He really enjoyed himself last time, didn't he?
Yeah, he absolutely loved it. He seemed to thrive when he just pulled out wide, the momentum that he had coming down the middle of the course.
He just, I wouldn't, if you told me that Monsieur Jumbo was enjoying dirt racing out here over this kind of trip, I'd have thought you were mad a couple of years ago. But he clearly has settled in really well. It took time for him to find his feet last season, but this year he's going from strength to strength, and I can't be against him.
No, so you're going for Monsieur Jumbo. Shamila likes Tattered Flag and My Sweet Story. We'll do them both together. And I also quite like Mahia. So it's Mahia for me, number 4. Shamila likes number 7 and number 8. And Rory likes number 17. Mark Francis, who do you like?
Yeah, I'm with Rory here, Callum. Monsieur Jumbo for me. He's had an incredible season, and crazy to think that he can survive in this trip, given that he's out of a Caravaggio sprinter, of course, back in the day. Lovely horse, Caravaggio, for Team Ballydoyle. But Monsieur Jumbo, as I say, has lit up the scene here at Taif, formerly with Kevin Ryan, and the drop-in trip, I think, should hold no bars to improvement, or further improvement. But I can see the case you're making from a higher Callum as well, with the hood today. He's the only 3-year-old in here as well, Mahia, up in trip with a better draw. The first colours of the white stable. Speaking of colours, the Algahura band colours, the black jacket with the white diamond and sleeves. Well, they have 3 in here. Gabir has the black cap, Jordan 2. Rich King, the white cap, in 6. And Sky 7 with the yellow cap in 15. Also the Almateri colours. are drawn next to each other. Wood Dutton has the first colours with the green cap, Land of Eagles with the red cap. There's Rare Ninja, who has the tough task of attacking across from 18. We've got about 5 at the back, including Labib. Rich King's back there, so too is Clarence. Mahaya and My Sweet Story still to come forward. But Monsieur Jumbo, for me, really taken to life well here in Saudi Arabia. As Callum alluded to, floodlights on now. We just ticked past 6 in the evening. Hope you're enjoying the coverage from wherever you are in the world. The action is going to get better and better from here on in. My Sweet Story next. Clarence just experiencing some trouble in 5. Abdullah Al Najimi was off for just a moment or two. Mahaya comes in, which leaves Rich King and Labib as the final pair. 1,200 metres again, or 2,000 metres again. And they're off. Jumping away then, 2,000 metres, just over a circuit with a couple of furlongs added on at the start. Decent start by Majestic Fighter over towards the far side. Drawn in 18 is Rare Ninja. That is certainly not holding back Mohammed Al Yami to get to the front. Mohammed Al Yami will pretty much get there. He's got company as well up ahead, with Demome also leading as they go around the opening 2 bends of the contest. And on the inside, Demome, with on the outside, Rare Ninja. These are the first 2. Blue cap in behind of Majestic Fighter. Then comes Mahaya in 4th. The white cap of Rich King is 5th at the moment as they go round the turn. Demome in front by about a length to Rare Ninja in 2nd. Majestic Fighter, Rayan Outer Esh sitting on the rail back in 3rd. Then comes Mahaya, Camilla Ospina looking for this double. Just in behind runners, Land of Eagles with the red cap towards the inside of Rich King. Then comes Tattered Flag. Gabber is in mid-pack, so too is the blue colours of Neptune Seas right out the back of the screen. Monsieur Jumbo has plenty in front and plenty to do as they go inside their last 800 metres. And still up ahead, Rare Ninja. What's he got left here? A big task to get across from 18 to the running rail. Has challenges on either side. Being driven along is Damone towards the rail. Majestic Fighter now angled out for a run and being chased by Land of Eagles, who swoops into 2nd. So too there is Neptune Seas. Staying on from out of the pack is Monsieur Jumbo, but he's wide into the turn inside the last 400. Majestic Fighter kicking for home. Land of Eagles in 2nd. Neptune Seas there in 3rd. And staying on from out of the pack is Tarfish, now moving through into 3rd. Deep inside the last 200 metres now, and it's still Land of Eagles with Majestic Fighter towards the far side. But here comes Tafish down the centre of the course. Tafish now takes over in deep stretch, leads by a length. And Tafish, an excellent ride from Abdel Al-Faredi. Tafish has won. Beats Land of Eagles into 2nd. It was close for 3rd between Neptune Seeds and the staying on Labib. Victory for Adel Al-Faredi, who wins aboard Tafish in a time of 2:12.94. Shaking off the attentions of Land of Eagles in 2nd position. He's been beaten by a length and a half. Labib was back in 3rd. But a good ride this, a 3rd career victory for the 81 rated Tafish, who wins. Land of Eagles in 2nd position, 3 1/4 lengths back to Labib in 3rd. It was tight for the minors. Neptune Seas held 4th through Gabir, and then Majestic Fighter. I think that was Monsieur Jumbo coming home in 7th as well. Tafish is the winner of our 6th contest.
Adel Al-Faradi picks himself back off the canvas after a shocking defeat in the first race and lifts himself to ride Taif to win our 6th contest on the card, and that was a brilliant ride.
It was, yeah. That's Taif's first win in Saudi Arabia, and he had been a little bit disappointing until running his best race in ages when third last time out behind the smart Third Kingdom. Been a fair way behind Third Kingdom, it has to be said, but he built on that. He dropped in the ratings to 68 prior to that run. It wasn't easy to fancy on that, but the handicapper decided to knock him back up to 81 on the back of that performance, which I just noticed looking at the website now. So, and obviously that made him look more competitive on paper. So the question was whether you trusted the form of his win last time out, given that he's been, he hasn't gone on from a fairly promising start, and he hasn't shown the form that he did overseas. But he was right back to his best here. He well positioned the way the race pans out. There were 1 or 2 hard luck stories. Mr. Jumbo's race was effectively over very shortly after the start. He put Habs in a terrible position, and then they didn't go very fast in front, which meant that he had lots of horses to come past on the bend and had to go very wide. But Taif is, again, it's all about being in the right place, and Adel Al-Faradi had Taif well placed behind the leaders here. Majestic Fighter was always very promising, but faded again. I'm convinced he's a miler, Majestic Fighter, and this race, given the run of things from the front and fading later on, suggests to me that he will do better drop back and trip. And you had Rare Ninja helping to set the pace earlier on. He was hard to fancy on paper. It made it a slightly messy contest. To Boom, another one who had plenty to find on the ratings, who was always up there handily. And horses who should have been able to be competitive weren't really in proper slots in the early stages of the race, and as a result this turned out a bit messy. Land of Eagles, he has not been particularly good since winning. I think he won a 1.25 mile novice race at Chepstow in his younger days for George Bowie, and then disappointed after that. He's come back to form to be second. Labib was back to form last time out when 5th behind Mr. Jumbo last time out, and he was better off at the weights. He was racing for a new owner today, so they'll be very happy to see that he's run on well to grab 3rd from out of the clouds. But a little bit of a messy race and a messy result.
We talk about messy races, and we talk about the previous race. All the speed was down the inside on that occasion, all stalls 1 to 6, all providing all the action, and Zircon struggling for outride, and our race winner actually coming from out wide, but everybody else was doing it down the inside. On this occasion, it was all down the outside. They flew early. Wonderfully now, we can see sectional times behind us, and hopefully we'll get them onto your screen sooner rather than later. But to talk about times, they were going so fast early. We're talking 11 seconds per section. They were doing 11 seconds, and then as they came around and swung away from the start, they went down to 12 seconds, and then we saw a 13-second split, and that proved just how much they put the brakes on and allowed these front runners to remain in front for the rest of the contest.
Yeah, that's the problem. I think races make an awful lot more sense here when you've got something that can sustain the speed through that. The horse that goes to the front doesn't need to be able to sustain it, but you can't let front runners alone, who are short runners, because the pace will collapse mid-race. And then the question is, who does that suit? On turf, that suits horses who are held up. That's absolutely fine. But on dirt, you know, if you out of your ground in a race where the pace drops mid-race, it's very hard to make late headway, and you need to be reasonably well positioned.
Now, if we just look at where we are right now, Rare Ninja is in front. That horse jumped out of stall 18. Monsieur Jumbo, the selection of yourself and Mark, was in stall 17, was in right at the back of the field. 2 completely differing tactics for 2 completely different classes of horse.
Again, let's not call it tactics of Mr. Jumbo. He fell out the stalls, didn't he?
Yeah.
And then he was on the back foot. So his jockey had no choice but to try to drop him into the back of the field and hope they went hard in front in the middle of the race. And yes, they went hard enough in the first 2 furlongs, but that pace was not sustained. Yeah. And he ended up being badly positioned. You see, he cuts through rivals. We don't even see him here, but at the back of the field, he started cutting through rivals to get into position. But now he's got to go very, very wide on the bend. You actually see the winner coming through in the middle of the shot between runners here at Taif. He gets a dream run there between horses. Doesn't have to go that wide.
It's by Tattered Flag and Mahia, both of whom are falling out the back of the picture. They don't
disappointing,
say.
Yeah. And he said, I mean, obviously he's had to come 4 wide into the bend, but he's never been forced off his line at Taif, and now he's got a couple of not short runners. I think the horse in third, as we look at the moment, Majestic Fighter, it's just a non-stayer at the trip. And the horse who's left in front, Land of Eagles, gets a bit lonely. His form doesn't really stack up here. He got himself in the perfect position, but he wasn't able to sustain his run carrying the second colours there with the red cap.
Look how far wide Monster Jumbo is at this point. It's impossible to win from there, surely.
Yeah, I mean, listen, you can be that wide on the track and win races, but you can't have been forced to go that wide on the bend. You saw him when he won last time. He's come up the rail and he's managed to cut between horses on the bend, so he's ended up saving ground. Here, he's just had to go wider and wider and wider and wider to find a run, and all the time he's waiting, all the time the horses in front are getting away from him. And although he made late headway, he couldn't see which way they'd went, and it never really panned out for a horse who actually wants to get in the battle. There was never going to be a battle for him. He ran on in the end to be 7th. But there's a better run than it looks given the position he was in and given the way the race, the pace collapsed around mid-race here.
Yeah, and I think in this contest it paid to be up front early, but the pace judgment from those up front, they did a really good job. And it was actually Taif who came under Adel Al-Faradi, who's actually cutting through runners earlier than everybody else, isn't he? Adel clearly sees this and goes, they're slowing down, now's my chance. I've got to make a move here while they're slowing down in front of me.
Yeah, the harder they go earlier on, or mid, if they sustain that run mid-race, it's in the last furlong or so that they will really start to slow down. So you can afford to come slightly later with your run, knowing that you've got a target there in front of you, and you don't want to be making your run from the rear while others are quickening in front of you. You're doing too much work then. But in this race, they didn't press on mid-race, and so it was left to a jockey to see that pace beginning to drop to make an earlier move, and that's exactly what Adele did here. I mean, what you see Tafish doing is is not an easy horse to get a handle on. He's largely been
going the right way though, doesn't he? Right now.
Certainly in his last two starts, he's in a good place. He's clearly in a good place at the moment physically. You wouldn't want him going up too much in the weights for this, because again, I think the horses he ends up beating in the finish are nothing special. There were good horses in this race, but the race hasn't panned out for them, whereas it has worked out for Tafish. But as we've seen so often in the past, when horses are just, they're getting the knocks mid-race, they're not getting the things fall for them, they end up dropping in the weights as a result. And when they suddenly do begin to find form,
Mahaya, prime example of that today.
Then they can keep stepping forward. So Tafish, that's 2 good runs in a row. This is an improvement on last time out. Last time out was a big improvement on what I've been doing for quite a while before that. So, this is the time to be with him. How long he sustains his form, I'm not sure. But this was a particularly good ride. I'm not going to suggest it was an absolutely stunning performance from the winning horse, but I thought Adel Al-Faradi took the bull by the horns in a race that, that ended up disappointing a few horses the way it was run, and he knew that he had to make his move when he did, and that was crucial.
Lifting himself back from the canvas to throw himself right back into the Jockeys Championship race, and we can see some of the horses breaking slowly from the stall. The real story, they're more out wide, and there's some real poor race. He jumped out of stall 13 there. That was amazing. That was Labib, who ended up finishing 3rd. Yeah. Really struggled coming out the stalls there. You see a couple of other horses. That's Sky 7, 15 as well. And as we'll pan out wide, you'll see Musho Jumbo is actually going to duck in behind those runners and get right across to the rail.
Yes, because the horse
just didn't get the breath break.
Yeah, the horse on his outside got past him earlier, as we said in one of the races yesterday. If you're drawn 16, that's absolutely fine. But if the horse in 17's got more speed than you early, then you're immediately adjusting your position, and that's what you don't want to do. You want to be able to be in control of where you are in the race, rather than allow other horses to control your position. And Mr. Jumbo was unable to do that from the get-go because of that poor break.
Yeah, Mahaya was one of those horses who was up there early, but was not up there for long, as we see one of those early leaders, Rare Ninja, right on the outside of Dimone, both drawn very wide. One came out 14, one came out of 18. They cut out the early running. Dimone faded quite quickly. Rare Ninja faded just in behind, and Majestic Fighter was there all the way on the rail, and then you just see he just couldn't stay this trip.
Yeah, it doesn't quite stay. And of course there were gaps opening up in the field at that stage, and a lot of the horses who should have been players in the finish, I don't think particularly liked being in daylight at that stage. The field sort of broke up, and those you'd like to think when the 2 leaders are lowly rated horses, you'd like to think that the horses who are maybe in the first group 4 or 5 lengths behind them are in the perfect place. But the more you see races like that, the more you see that actually tends to be a bad thing. and they
Falling
tend to
into
be
your lap, aren't they?
They tend to be caught in no man's land. And again, you know, you don't want to be out the back as Mr. Jumbo was, but you want to be able to make, you know, to take the race in your own hands, not be affected by the front runners dropping in trip, which means you kind of have to make your move when they weaken. You want to be able to decide when to make your move, which is what Adel Al-Furedi did. He was back in the field. He wasn't right at the back of the field, but he started to make his move before others would have been interested in that and got himself in a good position, stayed out of trouble. I think if you stop this race at halfway and sort of run 50 simulations of it, you get a lot of different permutations of the first 3 horses home. And it's why it's a race that you probably don't want to be going overboard about. But those are the races where good jockeys tend to show themselves in a good light, because they realise that things are happening against script. We know what the script is normally here. You get a sustained pace through the race. You normally have horses out up in front who are capable of keeping that pace going late into it, so jockeys know where they want to be. When you have things that go against script, only a few jockeys are able to rethink and start thinking about plan B and plan C, and you can see that Adel Al-Furedi was ready with plan B there, and it worked for him.
Yeah, so Adel Al-Furedi getting his head in front. Interesting line from the race, My Sweet Story. The horse making his first run in Saudi Arabia. We mentioned, is it best to support this horse or watch him? It was best to watch him because he finished in second last. Didn't have any luck, but I'm sure that horse will improve in time. Talking about improving in time, we go on to race 7. We stay over the 2,000 metres, but we now dip our toe into the Arabian racing waters. The purebred Arabians are on show, Rory, and this is the first of 2 contests. Mark will take us through the runners and the riders.
Thank you, Callum. Yep, on to the Arab contest, the first of 2. Again, we're over the 2,000 metres. They're headed by number 1, Zafar Al-Khaladir. Wouldn't be a night at Taif without an Al-Khaladir on show, would it? Baghdad Gudar is the 2 for Ali Al-Mimoni. Hamdi is the 3, Abdallah Al-Hussein. Bo Al-Mauri, red and white colours for Rayan Outer Esh. And Lahab is the ride of Abdullah Al-Khridis. Ragad is the only grey in the lineup for North Al-Mudiani, looking for a double. Zayn Zyperian used to be with Peter Hammersley in the UK at Sultan Al-Mimoni, and Laheb is the 8, Rakan Al-Abaid. Yarub is the 9, Abdullah Al-Khamis for the 9. The 10 is Haydar Al-Wathbar, Iyad Al-Tarizi, Zari Al-Jazra, Abdullah Al-Sayyidi, and Shalat Al-Nakael rounds off the field of 12. Horses 10, 11, 12, all maidens. This is an Arabian horse handicap 0 to 60. 12 runners are on their way to the paddock.
Thank you very much, Mark. Faisal, Naif and Yusuf leading our runners into the parade ring. We've got a field of 12 here, and they're 12 very tricky horses to assess.
I thought you were just going to call them 12 very tricky horses there.
No, tricky horses to assess. No, because they've won. Some of these horses have got their heads in front on multiple occasions.
Well, that's the thing. The handicaps are never easy. The great thing about the open races or the cup races for the Arabian, the purebred Arabians is you can start ruling them out based on ratings. You can't rule any of these out on ratings. 60 at the top, and we're looking at, what, 54? Oh, no, aside from Shalat Al-Nakael is rated 47. Well, you can still give that one chances.
Yeah, I was about to say it. When we looked through that this morning, I was like, Shalat Al-Nakael certainly isn't without a chance if repeating that form from penultimate start.
Yeah, so they're very tightly grouped apart from that. And, of course, as with a lot of purebred Arabians, they're not always running to their mark, and they can sometimes. Again, you don't need an awful lot to go wrong for these horses for them not to give their running, because, as we said with the Arabians, they can sustain their relative speed through a race, but they're not often able to quicken. And if they get stopped in the run, they tend to stop entirely. So you get a lot of horses who are capable of winning races, but are also capable of finishing 150 lengths behind in a moderate race. And you think, how exactly do you equate, a horse who's capable of doing those 2 runs? We've got a few in this race, and it is, as you said, not an easy one to find the winner of, but hopefully we will.
Well, before we have a look at them in the paddock, I'd like to present a theory to you, Rory. I have a theory about purebred Arabian races. I believe that the best horses in any division of these races are the least complicated. And I think you've got to find the horse that's probably the easiest to ride, not necessarily the class angle. This is Zafar Al-Khaladier, horse number 1.
Yeah, you found that out after yesterday, haven't you?
Yeah.
Yeah, Zafar Al-Khaladier, not the best Al-Khaladier, was a course and distance maiden winner on debut back in 2021. Hasn't really gone on from that, but has tumbled in the weights and is dropping into 0 to 60 for the first time in his career.
Yeah, so not the biggest of types, quite lightly built, but this 10-year-old colt will certainly try and give his best running, but there are others that would be more preferred. Let's have a look at number 2 if we can. That's Baghdad Gouda. Now this horse has got some good form back in meeting 19 with a win, but hasn't really found that same level since in 2 starts.
There was a course and distance maiden that he won in meeting 19, and the maidens for the Arabians can be pretty weak affairs. Has been tailed off twice in recent starts over a mile, stepping up and trip now. Was behind Lahab last time out. Lahab was 5th when he was 14th.
And this is Hamdi, 1 win from 5 starts, and that wasn't here because he had 1 win in 5 starts in Saudi. And this is Bo Al Mouri, one of the best looking Arabian horses, but also one of the slowest.
Yeah, he also won. He won a 0 to 60 here over 7 furlongs in meeting 29, and that gives him chances. But he's behind Lahab in meeting 34, as was Hamdi, the other one that we just mentioned. And he was tailed off last time over this track and trip, so difficult to know where you stand with him.
This is Lahab, not to get confused with Leheb, who we'll see later on. Number 5 on your race card's got a strong level of consistent form, this one.
Yeah, listen, I like Lahab. He's won twice, which is a big positive anyway. He's won over a mile and a furlong. He was a 5th in a non-winners of 3 over course and distance last time out, and he's been largely consistent, so I give him a big chance here.
This is Ragad, who is the definition of tricky. He's got the class, but sometimes doesn't want to show it. And number 7, Zayn Zyperian.
Zayn Zyperian looks, he's won 3 times in the UK, but he was beaten miles on his local debut, so hard to fancy. Rayad is another one who's won this season. He won the 0 to 55 handicap meeting 38, and he's been well held in 2 races since then, but they've been in higher class, so he could bounce back.
This is Leheb, one of the ones that I like. I like to go from the front. The trip is a slight concern for me, though.
Only 1 win. That came last time out over 7 furlongs in a 0 to 55 handicap. This is a slightly stronger contest, but he's been well beaten on his previous tries at this trip, so stamina is the worry with him.
Here's Yarub, who was a winner on Saudi debut last time out and very uncomplicated.
Yes, I mean, he looked a lot less complicated than everything else in that race. He needs to improve strictly on the form, but he was very straightforward in winning over that 7 furlong trip. Gives the impression he should stay a bit further as well. Haidar Al-Wathba was saying now has gone very, very warm, very much on his toes. 5th in a 6 furlong maiden last time out, and I wouldn't have thought that he wants this trip, especially if he's getting that warm.
Zahi Al-Jazra is a lot more well behaved in the parade ring.
He was behind Haidar Al-Wathba last time out, finishing 6th of 8. His best effort, though, has come over course and distance. I think he'll reverse form with Haidar Al-Wathba, but whether he's good enough to win this, I don't know. And then we see Shalat Al-Nakail here, the bottom weight, rated only 47, which is getting the requisite weight from the others. She's not from 20 in her career, but she has run a couple of decent races. 3rd over course and distance, 2 starts back. She was 8th of 10 in a 0 to 75 last time out, ahead of Rayad. But again, she's not shown her best form at this trip.
Shamila is in the parade ring. You are our purebred Arabian expert. Shamila, who do you like in the parade ring today?
Thanks very much, Callum. I'm really hoping I can get you a winner in the first Arabian race of the day. Now, number 10, Haidar Al-Wathba, will jump out of stall number 4. He was 5th last time out, 4-year-old chestnut colt by Mahab, and really took my eye in the parade ring. Now, he has been getting a little bit naughty and jig-joggy, but, you know, that's not a red flag for me in this instance. I mean, he is only 4 years old and a colt, so he is getting a bit sweaty in between his back legs. However, I wouldn't be worried too much about that. And another thing I wanted to highlight, see, I gave you a little bit of background on the stallion TM Fred Texas yesterday. So I thought I'd be generous and share a little bit of background on the stallion No Risk Al Murai. He's number 7. He's the sire for number 7. He is 21 years old. He has won 10 Grade 1 races. Beautiful chestnut stallion, previously trained by Gillian Duffield in the UAE. And he was owned by the late Sheikh Hamdan bin Rashid and part of the Shadwell Arabian breeding program. And he was rated the same as Talal Al-Khaladiya, if you were watching my feature yesterday, a whopping 128.
Whoa, that is some rating for the stallion No Risk Al Mori. Now, I'm pretty sure there was a bit of controversy around No Risk Al Mori when the Shadwell operation began to downsize, and what would happen to him and whether he would stay under the Shadwell banner or move somewhere else.
Well, that's something that I don't know, but that's more your
right
scene
down
than
my
it is mine,
alleyway,
but
right down my alleyway.
Well done for remembering it.
Yes, either very good sire, either superstar sire really, and hopefully he'll get a good run from his progeny Zion Hyperion. But this is a tough task for this horse. Shalat Al Nikhail. Now the race that this horse came third in, you'll see it in the pink colours, horse number 12. But before we talk about Shalat Al Nikhail, let's talk about horse number 9, Yarub, and this winning debut. It was a good performance, I thought. There was a few stories in behind, shall we say, especially with Arslan in the blue blinkers, who does everything he can to lose this race.
Yeah, you see, Arslan in the blue blinkers looking to throw down a big challenge, but the head carriage is unappetizing, as is the flashing of the tail. You also see flashing of the tail from the third and the fourth here. And the one horse who pretty much runs straight all the way to the line is the winner, Yarub. You'd have to say that, maybe the second threw this away. But, of course, the third has won yesterday on this card. Good opportunity for him, it has to be said. I wouldn't say it's massively frankly for him. But what you do get from that footage is that Yarub is very straightforward. Ran straight as a gun barrel, didn't flash the tail when showing the whip, and ran all the way to the line. Steps up on trip here and steps into a slightly harder race, but has no black marks. And no. You can't say that about many in this race.
Yes, you certainly can't. I think Laheb would have been my other selection. I like Haida Al Watba, but you just can't have it after getting so warm in the parade ring. Definitely Shamila's eye catcher though, so Shamila liked it. I personally thought it was a bit warm. Just see coming through short there as well, still throwing the head around and not looking entirely convincing.
I thought Shamila was very, very forgiving there. I would have thought getting sweaty between the back legs will always be a negative for me. And for a horse with slight question marks over stamina as well, I thought getting that worked up beforehand would be a negative. But listen, Shamila will be very much earning her corner. She turns out to be right, and he runs a good race here, because we're taking the fairly obvious route of reading the classic signs, getting warm, on toes, sweating between the legs. All negatives for us, and we're just dotting the I's and crossing the T's. Whereas Shamila's seeing the horse close up and saw something that she liked there. So if he runs well, then we very much doff our caps to our paddock expert. We both like Yarub on the basis that he is straightforward and should give us running again. I like Lahab, and I'm going to make Lahab my selection. He has won twice, and he's generally been running well, except when he's had fairly impossible tasks. So fifth in his last two. He was in a non-winners of 3 over course and distance last time out.
So, just to go through the selections one more time, Shamila likes Haidel Al Watba, number 10. I like Yarub, number 9. And Rory likes number 5, Lahab. Special mention to Lahab, number 8 as well, who I think might run a half-decent contest. Mark Francis, you are our man up above. Let us know who you like.
Yeah, I'm going to go with Baghdad Gadar here, Callum. Drawn in 1. Was disappointing last time out. Returns to 2,000 metres down in class. Won over this course and distance back at meeting 19, and a repeat of that effort. Surely better than most of these. But we shall see. You've highlighted already, yes, we've got Lahab and Laheb. Lahab coming out of 8, brown jacket, yellow epaulets. Laheb in green and white with stars on the jacket. Yarub, we just saw the form there, unbeaten. Of course, as obvious claims coming out of 2. Fantastic shots here at Taif. Really looking forward to Riyadh in a few weeks, but what a summer we've had here in the West. Looking forward to adding some turf racing to our race cards, which we get at Riyadh, culminating, of course, towards the Saudi Cup on dirt come the end of February. Great time of year to be in this part of the world, of course. Maidan too far away, and of course the improving action in the capital. So horses are loading for our Arabian bred handicap 0 to 60 for 4-year-olds and upwards. Zayn Zyperian, formerly trained in the UK. It's a very underwhelming start Took a long time for this horse to make his Saudi debut. I seem to recall a couple of times he was amongst the reserves and he was a non-runner once. Had his first start back at meeting 34 and was very, very poor. He's on at Wolverhampton and Lingfield in the UK. So should take to the surface. Great shots from our camera team positioned all around Taif Racecourse. They do an excellent job Thursday, Friday, Saturday. Also still got 9 races to come tomorrow. Just taking time with one of the horses in the stalls. One of them is rearing. It's hard to see who. Just working on, I think it's Bo Al Maori in 6. Yes, the jockey's off Rayan out to Ash for now. Lahab is waiting nice and patiently to go into stall 8. Of course, being a handicap here, we have differing post positions from cloth numbers. Well, you know that by now. Ragad comes in. That one's got a red or a pink cap to distinguish between both him and Hamdi. The field are ready. Set a race. 1 or 2 just rearing. Long hold. Flags up again and they're off. Decent line as well for this 0 to 60 Arabian bred handicap. And towards the inside, the one that got the best start of all was Baghdad Gudar from stall number 1 and leads early on with just over a circuit to go. The orange sleeves of Yarub sits a handy second. The front duo are already 3 lengths clear then of Bo Al Maori, who just has third. He has a wall of horses right in behind. To the running rail we have Zari Al Jazra, the green colours of Haidar Al Wathbar, and then towards the outside the red cap of Ragard is about 6th at the moment, halfway down the field. Just in behind that runner then we have the first colours of Al Lotabi, the blue jacket, all blue jacket of Hamdi. It's just a bit wide on the course. Laheb only has 3 behind, including Zayn Zyperian, as the leaders are already turning towards the back straight, towards the back of the field, including the pink jacket of Shalat Al Nakail, and also towards the rear we have the sluggish starting Zayn Zyperian. But this leader is kicking on, and this leader is Baghdad Gudar, Ali Al-Minoni, in front by about 5 lengths. Orange sleeves, black cap for Abdullah Al-Khamis in second, aboard Yarub. Haidar Al-Wathbar in third, and then the white and red of Bo Al Maori. Just in behind these then we have the all blue of Hamdi. The one that's just dropped away momentarily is Ragad. Back towards the rail we have Zari Al Jazra. Zayn Zyperian now makes a little bit of ground in between runners to now possibly go into 6th position as they're turning into the final 600, and they're yet to get by Baghdad Gudar, who turns into the home straight in front. Haidar Al Wathbar is challenging, so too is the white cap of Bo Al Maori. Looks as though Yarub has given his running, and then in behind these runners we have Zari Al Jazra looking to sneak up on the rail. Staying on from the back of the pack is Zayn Zyperian, but turning for home then Baghdad Gudar kicks on, finds another gear here. Lahab moving into second along the outside. Bo Al Maori is still there, and plugging away is Yarub. Baghdad Gudar is tying up in front, and here comes Lahab down the centre of the course. Lahab takes over from the long-time leader Baghdad Gudar, and Lahab is striding away with this, moving clear and eased up towards the line for a cosy success. Lahab the winner. Came from an awful long way back. It was close for the places. The long-time leader Baghdad Gudar has gone across with Zahi Al Jazra and Shahalat Al Nakail. Lahab is the winner. Abdullah Al Khridis produces Lahab perfectly in the closing stages to record a 3rd career victory, and did it easily in the end. 2:31.01 the winning time. And you've got to say this is an excellent combination of horsemanship from the rider and indeed the horse himself, the 6-year-old, wins for the 3rd time. Reels in Baghdad Gudar. The winning distance is 3 lengths. Lahab the winner. Baghdad Gudar, who never really left the inside running rail. Very close for 3rd, maybe just Zari Al Jazra from Charlotte Al Nakail, who also flew home from the back. And Yarub was next. Lahab wins our 0 to 60, race number 7.
Abdullah Al Kredith gets himself into the winner's enclosure, and Rory Delagi, you called it early, Lahab, the horse to beat here.
Yeah, again, we talked about, being straightforward and being able to win races. And Lahab's really shown that in winning 2 races to date. And he's, when he's been out of his depth, he's been, he's been down the field this year. But in races where he can run fairly well, he's been running up to form. He finished in front of a few of these, went 5th a couple of starts ago. And this was a very winnable opportunity for him. 1 or 2 disappointments in that race. Boal Mori. Looked like he just jumped in off the home bend and still managed to finish nowhere. I mean,
I adore him because he was the first Arabian that I picked to win right at the beginning of or midway through this season. Very exciting moment. He's a gorgeous looking individual. He comes there swinging, finally dropping into a class which he's actually able to compete at. But just he's got no second gear. It's just 1 speed and that's it. Does not quicken.
I think in fairness, if you want to be really kind to him, you say that he probably didn't stay the extra trip today, having won over 7 furlongs early in the season, and they didn't go. I thought it was a good ride on Baghdad Gudar and a good pick from Mark. He was there the whole way. Cushion distance maiden winner. He was no match for them in better class company last time out, but given a good ride from the front, he kept sort of fighting them off until Lahab came down the top of the straight. Lahab was in front of him last time out, and again got the better of Baghdad Gudar. But Baghdad Gudar at least again looked straightforward. Looked like a bit of a trier here. These horses at this sort of level, 0 to 60, they do have their limitations. And when they're put into races against good horses, often they'll just say, I can't be competitive here. Yeah. I'm not going to try too hard and finish well beaten. But there was plenty of chances here today. Off the bend, you'd struggle to pick the winner. It could have gone a number of directions, but Lahab has got just rewards for being consistent here.
Yeah, he's a consistent type, and he's done the business here, and that's a 3rd career win for this lovely colt. He's only 6 years old. He looks good. He's a bit small. I think he's come back quite stiff. He's had a tough race there, so I imagine we won't be seeing him that soon, but he's certainly run a good race. Zahi Al Jazra, we've not mentioned that horse, the 4-year-old colt, comes home in 3rd in an absolutely stunning rail run, gets right up there up the rail, and Shalat Al Nakail as well, making a mockery of that rating of 47. And
well, not really making a mockery of the rating, because she was getting all the weight off a mark of 47, and she's been running fairly consistently. She's run the form. She would have got up for 3rd in another stride or so. We thought Zahi Al Jazra would reverse last time I formed with Hyder Al Wathba, and Julie did so. It hasn't been running too badly. But there are horses. I mean, Yarub, this was.
Oh, yeah. Consistent and sensible. You saw it stuck to the straight. Never looked like getting challenged for the win, but didn't look like falling out the back of the telly either.
No, but this is only a 2nd start. And of course, he learned a little bit from this race. He did a little wrong. It looked like he was going to be, finish in the ruck off the bend, but he battled and he came through to have a chance with a furlong or so to run before getting run out of it. As I said, Boal Mori is, one that. You wouldn't trust implicitly given what he showed today, but we had fun, didn't we? It was your typical fun purebred Arabian race where the race changed shape multiple times from the home bed.
Oh, it changed shape all over the place. There were times where you saw Baghdad Gudar was going to get up all the way. There was a moment where I thought Yarub was going to get their Thibaut out. Mori looked like he'd just been chucked into the contest, but they could do nothing to defend Lahab, who ended up sweeping down the outside and doing this cheeky, cozy victory, I think.
He's won it cozily, yes. It's taken a while. He's come from a fair way off the pace, and your eye was only drawn to him fairly late in the day. But 1 or 2 of these just sort of will sort of flash there briefly and flatter. He's not the flattering type. When he makes a run, he keeps going with it.
Yeah, so he keeps up that momentum. Zahi Al-Jazra, I thought, ran a really brave race. It was a brave from the decision for the jockey to go right down, scraping the paint and making sure they were travelling the shortest route, and nearly were rewarded. But as we see from the start here, the one who gets away slowest is your selection, and the old ex-British runner, Zayn Zyperian, also struggled out the gate.
Zayn Zyperian was slowly away and has managed to recover to race in mid-division before dropping away in the straight. I mean, he just needs a bit more experience here. As I said, he was a winner in Not the 65 company in the UK, won 3 times. They weren't great races, but they were up to this class at the very least. He was tailed off on debut. It takes a while just to get used to racing here, and he was still on the back foot as the stalls opened. But Lahab was, slowest away from the stalls and in no hurry to make his ground. You see the leader's gone off at a fair pace, Baghdad Gouda. And I thought he's done well to maintain that. It looked like he was going to be swallowed up at one point coming into the home bend, but battled back to get to the front and has held on to second place. I thought that was a likeable performance, given that he's probably done too much on the front end. Lahab, as you can see, waiting patiently towards the back of the field. So Hajar Al-Waspa, who was prominent in the early stages and then dropped away. He was the one who didn't take the eye on the in the parade ring and dropped away pretty tamely in the end. Buwal Mori, you'll see moving up into 4th place at this stage in the red and white halved colours, and as they get to the crown of the bend, he looks to be absolutely tanking, doesn't he? But his effort is pretty short-lived. Still Baghdad Gouda in front, Buwal Mori moving up on the outside. On the inside, you see
Hamdi is there on the outside as well.
Yep, and Hamdi again, he looks like he might come around the outside, but actually his run peters out pretty quickly. Buwal Mori, having made that move, I think it looks a bigger move when you see the camera out on track, because it foreshortens the distance of the horses coming wide, and he looks to be travelling very strongly. And although he moves up into second place here, he's had to come under pressure to do it. Yarub looks beaten at this stage, but rallies to get himself back into second place briefly. You see, as you mentioned, Zahi Al-Jazra determined to come with a run up the rail, and it finally opens up there. But now you see that gradually, slowly, Lahab is getting into contention, and with 150, 200 metres to go, it's clear that he's going to come through and beat them all. Very patient ride, not asking any daft questions early. Abdullah Al-Kradis, and Lahab justifiably wins this. I think he had the best form of these, and just kept it reasonably simple after a slow start. Don't try to rush them up after that. Just make your ground gradually against horses who are not going to be able to get away from you, and he's done it nicely in the end.
Yeah, so just a bit of a wrap-up for some of those that finished further down the field. If you're on Zafar Al-Khaladir, you knew your fate very early on. That horse seemed to jump out well, but stopped very, very quickly, so we hope all was okay there. I think we're giving him a massive underappreciation for that performance from Lahab, who has come from the clouds in that one. The drone shots that we get are brilliant for just showing how far back some of these runners come into the race. And he met traffic problems all the way down that straight, got bumped and barged as Haydar Al-Watbar was falling through the field. He was met it fell into our race winner's lap at one point, but at the end of the day, Lahab ends up coming through and powering away to win quite impressively. I was quite taken aback by that performance.
Yeah, it's worth bearing in mind what the quality of this race is, and where Lahab might find himself next time out. So this is a very winnable race. He won't have many runs in Not to 60 company, and as you said, he's had to overcome a slow start and a little bit of trouble in running, but he's honest. You know, and honesty counts for an awful lot in these purebred Arabian races, and they can tend to sort of dawdle in front in the latter stages. Plenty of these capable of getting near the front, but they don't always want to go on when they get there, and that's helped Lahab, that others sort of waiting in front, that he's been able to come from off the pace with a strong, sustained run to do it in likeable fashion.
Yes, he's done it really smartly indeed there, and hopefully there's another race that he can compete in next time out in a similar grade. I admit he will probably go up a little chunk in the weight for that performance, but I can't imagine he's going to go up too much.
No, you wouldn't have thought so, given the ratings of those around him and the fact that it was a reasonably tight contest. He might go up 4 or 5 pounds though, but you know, he'd still be eligible for Not to 65s, and you'd like to think that he's shown he's capable of being competitive there. It's when he's up against the better class horses that he tends to struggle, and you know, you can see why. You know, if he ran the first half of this race, the way he did against, say, the quality of the horses we're seeing in the next race, that the 60 to 85 handicap, he'd get himself in an impossible position. And of course, when they're not coming back to you, you tend to lose confidence and you don't want to run through. Whereas at this level, the horses are never getting too far away from him, and he's always able to reel them in. But they don't tend to run the same race in a slightly different grade, do they? Because it's just too hard for them. And as I said, you know, a lot of them look after themselves, which is good. You don't want to see them sort of bursting themselves pointlessly. But that's why you're seeing horses with strange form figures, like, you know, beating a length and then beating 100 lengths, because they're just in a slightly different race, and when things don't go right, it can make a big difference to the confidence of these purebred Arabians.
Shalat Al Nakail as well in the beautiful pink colours runs a mighty race there towards the middle of the field. I think ended up finishing fourth, just got ahead of Yaru on the line there. That wasn't a bad run at all.
Yeah, she would have been third in another stride, and in fairness, looking at the replay, looking at the head on, she does really seem to stick her little head out and try. She's the smallest in the field. There's nothing much off her, and she's the youngest there as well, with a rating of 47. But this is probably the right race for her, because she's not really built to carry weight. Getting weight from better horses and handicaps means that she ends up with a light weight in her back, and she does try. There's no doubt about that, and she was making lick ground, so she'll get her. I mean, she's had what, 20 runs without success.
Yeah, she'll win a race.
But she will win a little one. She needs a specific kind of race, and she needs to pan out for her. And again, I don't think it's ideal for a filly like her, who's not particularly big, to be drawn out and stole a 12 in a race like this either. But again, you know, there'll be a 0 to 55, might have her name on, 0 to 60.
2,000 metres is clearly where she's at her best. She ran a very good race where she was third over 2,000 metres again, and she just kept trying. You could see she was under pressure a long way from home behind two serious Al Khaladir runners, and she did her best and finished third. And I thought, yeah, she clearly got that. She's clearly got that mental capacity to try and that will to win, and hopefully she can be rewarded with that at some point. Might be hard to see her do it at Riyadh, though. That's the only concern.
Well, yeah, that's the thing. You know, there aren't that many races that would fit the bill for her, but eventually she's going to get one that runs for her, and actually she's ended up having to go very wide in the early stages there, and ends up close to the rail when she comes with her run. But it's nice to see one with her attitude, because she did seem to really want to get on terms late in the day.
Right, as we move swiftly on to our 8th contest, and we stay over 2,000 metres, then we'll stay over 2,000 metres for the rest of the evening. So our last two races will be over this trip. This is an Arabian horses handicap, but this is for horses rated 60 to 85, open to fillies and colts, offering 135,000 Riyal, 67,500 to the winner. And this is another tricky contest with plenty of horses either trending in the wrong direction or beginning to show signs of improvement.
Yes, and we've seen a couple of times today that backing horses who seem to be finding their way back to form as word. We've had two winners who'd been out of form and then hinted at a return and then built on that to win. So it'll be interesting to see who comes forward here. Princess Muazzaz, the top one, is she's only won a maiden, so she seems quite harshly treated on that basis, but she's got good place form to her name.
She was fifth in a really decent contest last time as well, wasn't she? So I imagine this will be right up her street.
She was fifth to Kasab Al Dam in a better race, an 85 to 100 handicap last time, and only beaten 5.5 lengths. So we said that, you know, that these it might not seem to be much between the grades of handicaps, but it can make a big difference to them.
Let us go to Mark for the runners and riders for our penultimate contest of the evening.
Cheers, guys. Yeah, penultimate contest coming up. 2,000 metres, the trip again, a mile and a quarter. They're headed by number 1, Princess Muazzaz for Abdel Al Hussein. Probably my favourite name in the Saudi book so far is number 2, Gasham Sham Al Jazra is the 2 for Tariq Al Mansour. The 3 is Umran, the first of 5 greys for Camilo Ospina since a long time ago, since he rode his winner in the first race. Orange jacket for that one. Asuan is the 4 for Sultan Al Mimoni. Ali Al Mimoni rides Mountassir. The 6 is Nayar Athbar for Naif Al Anazi. 7 Madhur for Ahmed Al Sharar, and Michel El Katekayeb for Noef Al Mudiani is the 8. The 9 is Jara Al Khaladia for Alex Moreno. Shimil Nima is number 10 for Rahan Al Abaid. Ferdoz is the 11 for Mohammed Al Sharima. Jamil Al Watbar is the 12 for Iyad Al Tarizi. The 13 with the inside post, Samadir Athbar for Khalid Al Mamoni. Jad de Carrera is the only maiden in the lineup, and the second of 2 fillies for Abdullah Al Khamis. And the 15 is Ez Al Shadam to complete the field of 15 for our 8th race.
Thank you very much, Mark, and we'll look straight away at Princess Muazzaz, who is a gorgeous, powerful individual.
She looks in very good terms for herself, doesn't she? She's got top weight despite only winning a maiden, but she's got form behind some very smart horses, including that 5th to Qassab Al Dam last time out. This is an easier task for her.
Gisham Shamal Jazra, Mark's favourite name.
Yeah, he was in the same contest. He was second to Qassab Al Dam over course and distance. Princess Muazzaz 4 3/4 lengths behind him, a little bit better off at the weights, but obviously that's an eye-catching run for him.
Umram, Camille Ospina on board.
Yeah, listen, he's got plenty of ability. He was second twice in August, including over course and distance, but was well held by Gasham Shamal Jazra 2 starts back and then beaten 21 lengths over 7 furlongs last time out. That's short enough for him, but he needs to bounce back to form.
Asuan is a tiny little thing, but certainly is struggling to find form as well. 4 wins in the career, though.
Yeah, has won 4 times, not here, it has to be said. Beaten 16.5 lengths last time out, was a neck behind Muntasir last time out, who in turn was a neck behind Nayar Al Athba in that contest last time out.
This is Muntasir here now.
This is Muntasir, was ahead of a couple of these, went 7th to Takdir last week. Does stay this trip, just needs to step up a little bit in terms of form.
Nayar Atbar was in that same race, so we can get a look at all 3 of them here.
He was 6th, a neck ahead of Muntasir, a neck ahead of Aswan. He has won over course and distance, won a 70 to 85 in meeting 25. So the return to this trip will suit him better than most. I think he's the best from that previous race.
This is Madcore, horse number 7.
Has won a maiden at Riyadh in December. Best run this season when 2 3/4 lengths 3rd to Tendale Al Jazra over course and distance last time out, but that's a 55 to 85. A little bit tougher here.
Number 8 is Michal El Katayab.
Michal El Katayab has won a maiden and a not to 75 handicap over a mile. Best efforts, I would say, career-wise, was the half-length second to Hatamat Al Khaladia in a course and distance, non-winners of 3 last time out. Reproduction of that will see him go close, although he is getting he's getting very, very much on his toes, getting warm, getting sweaty between his legs as well. So that's a big question mark. He's now in the naughty corner.
Heading straight into the naughty corner and getting very, very worked up. A good effort behind Tendal Al Jazra last time as well. Number 9, Jara Al Khaladia, 2 wins for 21.
Yeah, behind 4 of these, went 11th last time out, but was a winner of a mile handicap, 0 to 70, meeting 34. So it's 3 starts ago. This is a tougher handicap, and he might struggle.
This is Shibble Nima. I like this one.
Yeah, second in a 0 to 75 over course and distance last time out. Weakening just late in the day. Won a mile maiden, meeting 23. I thought this trip might just be a little bit too far for Shibble Nima, but comes here in reasonable form.
Fair Doors is horse number 11, 1 win from 7 starts. Season's best 5th last time out.
Yeah, that was the best effort of the season for Fair Doors, but he was still behind Shibble Nimmer there last time out. And that was an 75 handicap, as we mentioned. His form was poor prior to that. He needs to step up.
Yeah, the next horse we're going to look at is Jamil Al Watbar. Hopefully we see Jamil Al Watbar. There is Jamil Al Watbar. Too good for his rivals in maiden company last time.
That was an easy winner of a maiden last time out, but that was over 6 furlongs. Had been second to Baghdad Good over course and distance at meeting 19, but did tire late on as if not relishing the trip.
Yes, Samida Atbar is horse number 13. Khalid Amamoni looking for the double.
Yeah, split Shibble Nima and Firdaus went 4th last time out in a course and distance 55 to 75 handicap. His wins have come at a mile and a quarter, so this is the right trip.
If you're a regular viewer of the channel, you'll know who Jade de Carry is. She's always running.
Yeah, kept very busy. Has run week 26, meeting 26, meeting 32, meeting 38, meeting 44, meeting 47, and now meeting 50. Has bits and pieces of form that give her a chance. Third of her in a 75 over course and distance last time out. Up in class here and a little bit in and out.
Eve Al Sedam is horse number 15, and the final horse we look at, that Dashing Grey.
Ez Al Saddam was a 7 furlong debut winner back in the day, but has struggled a little bit since and is trying this trip for the first time. Doesn't really look to be crying out for it.
I could boil this down to two, and I think they're completely different to who you like in this as well.
Quite possibly.
I like Jamila Watba, I think, is an absolute travel-y thing. He loves to come there swinging. Just the trip is a concern. Jamila, what have you got for us?
Thank you very much, Callum. And usually you find me down at the 2,000 metre start most days when there is a 2,000 metre race. However, today I wanted to bring you a little bit of a different perspective. I'm up here on one of the towers. It doesn't have a camera on it. The starter is not standing here for the time being. However, I just wanted to give you a nice bird's eye view of the 2,000 metre start. We have 15 horses coming down to start. A nice big full field of horses. There are 4 jockeys looking to get a double on the card. Naif Al-Nazi, Alex Moreno and Khalid Al-Mimoni and Camilo Ospina. Out of those 4 jockeys, I think that horse number 13, Samida Athba and Khalid Al-Mimoni have the best chance in the race. He is a 5-year-old colt by Assi and has been fairly consistent this season. He was 4th last time out. However, I've said this before and I will say it again. Last time out, Jamil Al-Wathba took my eye, and honestly, I have to say the same thing again here in this race. He was first last time out when I chose him as a paddock pick. He is by a sire called Razik, who is based in Abu Dhabi in the UAE. So definitely my paddock pick, but I also really do have a soft spot for Shibal Nimr, who came second to Jamil Al-Wathba last time out in the same race. However, I think Jamil Al-Wathba can handle it and can handle it from stall number 10 as well.
Thank you very much, Samida, and great to hear that some of your favourites are making their appearance today. Samida Abba, certainly a horse to keep an eye on, horse number 13, coming out of stall 1. Now, back to my 2 favourites who I'm just big fans of. Jamila Watba is one of them. Now, the maiden cantered all over the rivals, looked very smart. The last time out over this trip was a bit of a danger, a little bit of a struggle, so we're hoping that it can mature and has matured enough since then to run a good race. This is one of the video forms we're going to look at. Jcsa Al Jazra, a good enough effort on this occasion.
Yeah, this is him on the inside with the blue blinkers. Looks like he's going to be swamped in this contest. This is a better race than this, I would say. It's an 85 to 100 handicap. You'll see him behind that Umran is well held. Princess Muazzaz is sort of running on into 5th place, beating 5.5 lengths. And Jcsa Al Jazra keeps running on the inside. Was passed earlier this year, was coming back at the winner at the line. It was very likely performance. I think he's the one to beat here. He's not absolutely guaranteed to do it, and obviously it's a handicap. They've all got the chances at the weights, but I think he sets the standard on recent form, and you've got to respect his chance.
Yeah, certainly one to keep an eye on. I imagine is that your selection, Rory? If I'm putting the selection up too early.
No, do you know what? I'm going to go? I'm actually going to go with Nayar Athba, who was a winner of a similar race to this at meeting 25, and was ahead of 3 of these when 6th rather in a better race last time out, ahead of Muntasir, ahead of Aswan and ahead of Umran in that race. He's got a little bit of fine with the Jcsa, but I think he'll go well.
Yeah, so Rory likes Naya Atba, Shamila likes Samida Atba, and I like Shibal Nima for me. It's Shibal Nima for me. Hopefully can have a better effort than it did last time out when fading very badly in the final couple of strides, but looked all set to win on that day. So hopefully we can get a repeat of that performance. Someone who never fades late in the day is Mark Francis. Who do you like in our penultimate contest?
Very kind words, Callum. Very kind words. Race 8 coming up. Oh, I've got to stick with the 2 horse here, and I Jcsa Al Jazra. You actually look at the form though. Finished 7th in the Taif Arabian Derby. What was it, last week to Asfan Al Khaladir, was a 3/4 length second back at meeting 41. His 20th start on a racecourse. I think that he's got a really good chance from stall 4. Of course, we're over the 1.25 mile distance again, so a couple of furlongs up to the line and then a complete lap of the track here at King Khalid Racecourse. Others worth to mention were Michel El Kataeb, who was drawn at 18 last time, had absolutely no chance, but followed that up with a good second at meeting 42. 16th effort a couple of starts ago, I should say. But 2 wins from 13. Jarrah Al Khaladir, obvious interest down in class. Jamil Al-Wathbar, rather. Another one I've got a circle next to. Has form that ties in with Baghdad Gudar, who of course finished a tiring second in our previous contest, but finished second. That's what it's going to say in the form guide for future. As the horses are loading, we're back into handicap company here, 60 to 85. So of course, all the horses jumbled up into the starting stalls. Samadir Athbar has stall number 1, Khaled Al-Mimoni. As Shamila says, one of 4 jockeys in here looking for a double. Again, we've gone 7 races with 7 different winning jockeys. And I'm highlighted at the top of the programme. Races yesterday, 9 different winning jockeys. But Samadir Athbar will come out of stall number 1. Shibble Nima out of 15. As Princess Muazzaz was just spinning around at the start. She will go into 13. One of 2 fillies in here. Jad de Carrere, the lovable Jad de Carrere, in 7. All in. Flags up. 1 or 2 just anticipating the start. Those in stalls 3, 4 and 5. But they all clear from behind. Flags down and they're off. Sharp start by most. Probably the sluggish away was Princess Muazzaz from 13. Up ahead, Jara Al Khaladir got a decent start from stall number 2 and will lead them early on to the blue colours in second position of Gasham Sham Al Jazra to now have the overall advantage. So it's Gasham Sham Al Jazra who leads to Jara Al Khaladir towards the inside. Orange cap of Mountassir sits third, and then back in fourth position, Michel El Katayeb back in fourth. Just in behind these runners, we have Samadir Athbar, who broke alertly enough from stall 1 to sit in fifth position. In sixth place is virtually the white horse Umran, as the leaders are heading towards the back straight. Just in behind Umran, we have the green jacket of Jamil Al-Wathbar, who's wide on the turn, not as wide as 1 or 2, including Shibble Nima, who's certainly got plenty of work to do. Looking towards the back of the picture, Ez Al-Shadam is certainly one of those towards the rear of the field, and so too is Madcore. But up ahead, Mountassir has taken over now. Jara Al Khaladir relegated to second, and towards the inside is Gasham Sham Al Jazra. In fourth place, just being pushed along for a stride or 2, is Michel El Katayeb. In fifth place is Samadir Athbar. Being worked upon for an effort is Ferdors, who's wide on the course. And in between that pair is Jamil Al-Wathbar. Looking to make a bit of ground now is Umran. And staying on from the back of the picture is Madcore, but there's probably 15 lengths first to last. And the first one turning towards the judge in the lead is Mountassir. Jara Al Khaladir wants another crack though in second. The check jacket of Michel El Katayeb is in third. Staying on from out of the pack is Jamil Al-Wathbar, making eye-catching progress now into fourth. Down the centre of the track is Ferdors with the yellow headgear, and they're deep inside the last 250. It's still out ahead. Mountassir in front. Samadir Athbar now emerges as a leading challenger. Check colours of Michel El Katayeb is still there, and right against the running rail is Princess Muazzaz, but it's still Mountassir out in front. Mountassir needs the line though, because here comes Ferdors down the outside. Mountassir holding on. Mountassir wins. Mountassir held on and held off the challenge of Ferdors. Princess Muazzaz back in third. Mountassir wins for Ali Al-Mimoni. Navy and orange colours. Provides the 5th victory of his career on start number 27, and again is one of those that is responding to the last few weeks. Better runs, better efforts, back in the winners' enclosure. Mountassir for the 5th time wins. Ferdors in second, beaten a length. Princess Muazzaz in third. The winning time 2:26.28. 5 beats 11 beats 1. Samadir Athbar in fourth, and Michel El Katayeb back in fifth.
They'll be partying in Casa Al Mimoni tonight with another brother, Ali Al Mimoni. Guys, Mount Jcsa to victory, and it was all about pace.
Yeah, he got himself in a good position early. He played a bit of a spoiler to Ghashamsham Al Jazra, who wanted to go to the front. But Ali Al Mimoni wanted to get Mount Jcsa handy and rushed him up reasonably quickly when it appeared that Ghashamsham Al Jazra might be able to dictate terms. And that ended up essentially being crucial. He was always in a good position. Whereas the horse who beat him, or he finished in front of him last time, there were three of them in that race. Mount Jcsa was seventh, a neck in front of Aswan, but a neck behind Nayar Athba. That horse was last out of the stalls and last most of the way around until making laboured late headway in the straight, whereas Ali Al Mimoni took the bull by the horns, got Mount Jcsa into a strong position. He was getting tired as the line looms, but because he'd got that very good early position, he was just able to hold on from Firdaus and Princess Muwazaz. I wasn't sure exactly how determined Firdaus looked with that run down the outside. It looked dangerous, but he just flattened out a little bit, didn't he, later on?
I don't think he handled the going. It was really interesting to see the way he ran. He started out slowest and ended up right at the back. He galloped past us. He was really reaching out for the ground.
Yeah.
And he seemed to really struggle to handle the going. I was amazed he was still involved as they swung in for home. He had to come very wide. And yes, maybe didn't show the utmost desire to get the head in front. But it was interesting to see how he handled the going conditions. And he seemed a little bit all over the place, a little bit unbalanced early on.
He was stepping up from a better run. He'd been disappointing in his first two starts, 12th in meeting 35, 17th meeting 41, looking like, he was miles away from win, but he did better when 5th last time out, finishing behind Shibble Nimmer in that race, but at least it was a big step in the right direction. And like two horses we've seen win earlier on tonight, he stepped forward again in this company. He's turned the form round from last time. He certainly looks very well in his coat. Maybe it's just taken a while for him to come to himself this season, because he's looked a lot better here, and he had an opportunity to crack in front if he if he wanted to, but he didn't. He held on pretty grimly to win.
He's a very good-looking animal, very strong type, powerful in behind, powerful neck and shoulders too. Certainly a horse that would pass the eye test, and Ali Al Mimoni doing the steering has done a really, really good job there. Talking about some of the horses that finished down the field, all credit has to go to Jamil Al-Watba, who did exactly what we thought, came there absolutely swinging and found nothing. Just the stamina gauge was empty.
Yes, yeah, didn't stay this long a trip, and that was a question mark on paper, having caught the eye. And obviously that win last time I came over a much shorter trip was an easy win, but 6 furlongs up to 12 in one go. Yeah. Sorry, up to 10 furlongs up to the 2,000 metres in one go was asking an awful lot. Princess Muwazaz turned the form around with Ghashamsham Al Jazra from last time out. She's the handicapper hasn't given her a massive chance. She's run too well in defeat for the handicapper to give her a chance, but she's kept on gamely next to the rail and was gradually closing the front two down. Hopefully she's given a little bit of a chance by the handicapper after this, but the problem is, when you try really hard and you finish third in races like this, you don't tend to go down the handicap much, and all she's got to her name so far is still just a maiden win. So it'd be nice to see her drop a little bit in the weight to be eligible for 0 to 80 handicaps, where she can do a little bit of damage. But unfortunately, she's just running slightly too well for the handicapper. She's just too honest for her own good, I'm afraid.
Too good for her own good. But one of the other interesting elements was another horse that finished down the inside. That was Shibble Nima. I called that one up earlier, my selection for the race. They went too slow. The sectionals they were setting were just so slow, as we can just see one of the slower breaking animals there from one of the wider stalls. That must have been Michelle Al-Khattab.
No, that's Princess Muwazaz, that was.
Princess Muwazaz.
Yeah, who's ended up running on to finish, to be just touched off a second. That's a huge run, given that she blew the start that badly.
Yes, and up front we saw plenty of early speed from Jara Al-Khaladir, who was trying to get the early tempo, but when unable to do that, Mount Jcsa, our venture race winner, is bang up there too.
Yeah, Mount Jcsa, very, as I said, Ali Al Mimoni very keen not to let Ghashamsham Al Jazra, who was the interesting one on recent form, didn't want that one to be able to dominate and drop anchor in front, so he's pushed up on the outside. I think just sort of puts Ghashamsham Al Jazra off his stride here, and he disappointed a bit as a result. You also saw Jara Al-Khaladir break very well from stall 2 and go forward there, but couldn't maintain that that gallop. Already they're getting fairly well stretched. Now, you think they went? I don't think they went slow. You're not basing your.
I'm basing it on sectional time. We've got the signs behind us, and it says slow, slow, and slow again.
But hold on. Are we adjusting those sectionals for Arabian races?
I can't make those guarantees.
I'll tell you what I think the issue with. I haven't looked at the sectionals there, but obviously. The Arabians go a lot slower for this trip than the thoroughbreds do. 2:26 and 28 for the 2,000 meters, whereas if I can find one, 2:12.94. So the thoroughbreds will go faster. The Arabians, by definition, they're not as powerfully built as the thoroughbreds. They're not able to go at the same speed throughout. So I think this has looked like a slow pace based on thoroughbred times, but I think they went a pretty solid pace. It maybe slackened a bit in the middle because you see the fields begin to close up off the bend. And if that is the case, that's a very good ride from Ali Al-Mamoni, because he used a lot of horse up to go forward early, and he seems to have been able to lull them into a false sense of security. They've come to him and he's kicked away again. And I think that's quite clever. And for them to have got to him, I think the pace had to slow mid-race. You see Princess Muazzaz switch from wide to the inside and goes up the rail and only just fails to do that for second. She's unlucky in this race. But again, as a result, the handicapper's not going to cut her any slack. And she's just, she's been at the top of her rating for quite a while now. But she is a very, very honest performer. And, until they convince her to throw in a couple of stinkers to come down the handicap, she's going to struggle to get her head in front, which is ironic because, she is one of the more reliable types in this race.
One of the other horses who experienced some unlucky running was Eid Al-Shidam, who experienced more traffic than we see when we're driving into Taif in the evening. There was an unbelievable amount of traffic in the way for Eid Al-Shidam, who kind of was made a really big, bold move when the field stacked up and was unable to come through. Just too many horses in the way.
Yeah, also we didn't really find out how well Eid Al-Shidam would stay. I thought the stamina would have been a little bit of a worry there. With the pace slackening, a horse with natural speed, set of 7 furlong speed, would be able to get into the race well enough. But it'd be interesting to see whether Eid Al-Shidam will get this trip another day. I have my doubts.
Yes, you and me both. But take nothing away from our winner, Mountasia, Ali Al-Mamoni in the saddle. He's chuffed a bit with it. He's really leaning on that horse to try and close the gap to the rail, because I'm sure he can feel Princess Muazzaz coming there really strongly.
Yes, he wants to narrow that gap as much as possible without breaking the rules on the leader, who's clearly getting very tired at that stage. But I think it's a good ride because he's managed to get himself to the front in the first half of the race. He's then also conserved a bit of energy in the middle so he can kick off the bend again. And of course, having kicked twice in the race, he automatically must get tired later on. But he did, he put the others on the back foot by doing that and has done just enough to win. I thought it was a very good ride. Again, not the greatest race you'll ever see, but sometimes you end up seeing very, very good rides in these moderate races because jockeys have to think outside the box. They've got to think, how am I going to win this race on this horse? And they come up with a plan, and this looked like a plan, judging by the way he went forward in the early stages. Managed to steady things a little bit halfway and then nicked a couple of lengths off the bend again, which ended up being crucial.
Yes, let's go to Shamila, who's with some winning connections.
Our winning trainer of race number 8 is Fahad Al-Hajri. Congratulations, Fahad. Are you very happy with that race?
Yes, I'm really very happy. Muntasir, I know that he will win one time and one race, but it took him a long time, really, to get to the form. And he did an excellent job today. Ali even did an excellent job, and he really followed the order. And it was really a great ride from him.
And before the race, he was drawn in stall 11, in gate 11. Were you worried about that over 2,000 meters?
No, actually, he likes to be outside. And it was really good for him.
And what are your plans for him going into the future? Obviously, we're at the end of the Taif season. We're going into Riyadh. What's next for him?
Yes, I have Muntasir, I have Muna, and I have another horses. I will go for Riyadh to participate there.
And will you keep Muntasir in 2,000 meters, or do you think he could go a little bit further, maybe 2,400?
Maybe we can try with him the 2,400. He likes actually the long distance, so 2,000 it's really excellent for him. But we can go also. And
you are very happy with Ali Al-Mamoni's ride in this race as well?
Yes, he's done an excellent job. Very, very, very good actually.
And how many horses do you have in training?
Currently here I have 2, but I'm thinking to bring more.
Well, congratulations once again, Fahad, and I hope you have a lot of success in the future.
Thank you.
Only the 2 horses in training, but he's got himself a winner, so congratulations, Farhad. Very well done to you and your team. We move swiftly on to our final contest. You guessed it, it's over 2,000 metres. It's a cracker, it's our lucky last, and Mark Francis will take us through the runners and the riders.
Pick of all the races this, Callum, to complete today's action. This is the Jcsa Al Masif Cup for the 4-year-olds and upwards. They're headed by number 1, Badir Ala Elia for Khaled Al Mimoni. Number 2 is Hakim Alanea Abdulaziz Al Yesh. Ikab Najad is the 3-1 win from 36 starts. Rahid Al Farouz tries to make that 2. Al Jamani is the 4 for Adel Al Faredi. Nash is the 5, the veteran 10-year-old for Mohaned Al Shamari. 6, Akko Mabari Norwef Al Mudiani. And Mashmuk in the same ownership for Ahmed Al-Azari is the 7. Latin is the only filly, or the only mare in the lineup, the 8 for Tariq Al-Mansour. Modaha for Alex Moreno is the 9. May Hamar is the 10, Camilo Ospina. Helmi is one of 2 greys, Abdullah Akridis. An Alawan for the white stable is horse number 12, Rayan Alta Aish. Sata, number 13, Mohammed Al-Yami. Araz is number 14, Luis Morales. And the field are completed by number 15, Al Mashluf for Abdullah Al-Khamis. We're all expecting winners in the last. Chaps, what do we like here?
Thank you very much, Mark Francis, and they're going over 2,000 metres. They're going for 150,000 Saudi Riyal, and they go in the Jcsa Al Masif Cup for 4-year-old and older horses, and it's a cracker, Rory. Who do you like?
It's a toughie, really. There are half a dozen horses you could like here. I think I might give a chance to Al Jamani, despite the fact that he was behind Badr Al-Alia last time out. That was over a mile and he was plugging on late. He never really got competitive, but stayed on strongly in the latter stages. Prior to that, he'd been a good third to Abu Al-Nawamis, again closing at the finish. So he's running into form, and a strongly run race over this trip will suit him. But it's wide open, it really is.
See the 2 white stable jockeys making their way to the start. That's Camillo Ospina and Rayan Al-Taresh, both involved in this contest. Camillo rides Mayama, a horse that Shamila mentioned earlier, a real impressive winner last time out, and a fascinating contender. And then you've got Rayan on An Alawad, who I just think is a horse who's far too good for this field, but might be saving his best form for Riyadh.
Yeah, I think that's the question. There are a few horses here who look very much like they're warming up for Riyadh. Whether they're ready to win here or not is another matter. Alawan is obviously one of those. Winner of the Jockey Club Cup over 9 furlongs last season. Third in the King Abdulaziz University Cup. First time up this season. Well held over this trip in the Okaz Cup last time out, which was slightly disappointing. That was a race won by Houghton of Youth.
This is Badr Al-Alia, who is horse number 1.
Yeah, has won over this trip in Riyadh and won a mile Jockey Club of Saudi Arabia Challenge last time out, beating Faz and Ajamani. Faz disappointing yesterday, but I think you can forgive that run.
This is Hakim Alanaya.
Yeah, rated 59, just won from 27, and looks out of his comfort zone in this field.
Akab Nash, number 3.
Well, if whatever comments applied to number 2 applied doubly to Akab Naj, 1 from 36, rated 50.
Gorgeous looking animal here with Al Jamani.
Yeah, I like Al Jamani. It's just about my pick in the race. Best recent form now, when third to Abu Al-Nawamis 2 starts ago, and then filled the same spot behind Badr Al-Alia last time out, staying on over the mile as if he needs a return to 2,000 metres.
This is number 5 Nash and number 6 Aku Mubari.
Yeah, Nash was rated 80 at one stage and has dropped to 57, been very disappointing of late. Ako Mobari now is a very good performer, having his first run of the season. Won a mile and a half Apprentice Open July last year, and was an excellent third in the Prince Mohammed bin Saud Cup. Oh, that's a grade 2, or group 2 in November. If he's ready to run here, he's got a big chance.
Mashmook and Latin.
Mashmook has won just a maiden, a 13 and a quarter length winner of a mile and a half maiden last November on his only start. Exciting sort, but comes off a long layoff here. And Latin, hard to fancy on ratings, has got a chance. Third in a 0 to 75 and meeting 26. But he's on a 46 run losing sequence, and it's hard to see him actually winning this race.
Modher and Mayama.
Modher won a mile and a quarter, the Racecourse Championship in December. Hasn't been at his best since. But obviously, if he can find his old form, he's got a chance. He was well behind Luigi Vampa last time out. Mehama was the winner of the a very good cup race in 2021. Also won a course and distance open last time out, impressively making all the running by 12 1/4 lengths from Musa Yea, and is clearly coming back to his very best form.
We're flying through these. Helmi will love this trip, and Ain Alawan we've already mentioned. Let's go to Sata, number 13.
Jumping on to Sata, won a not a 65 handicap over 1.5 miles, but hasn't shown much this season, including over course and distance last time out.
Number 14, Araz, last time out winner, stepping up in trip.
Yeah, won a not so 80 mile handicap last time out. Had been shaping up pretty well prior to that. Won that pretty easily the way it panned out last time out. But all 3 wins in his career have come over 1 mile, and I'm a little bit worried. For all he can finish fast at 1 mile, I'm not sure he wants a 2,000 metre race, especially in this company.
Yes, and finally we've got Al Mashlouf, number 15, a gorgeous big dapple grey Al Mashlouf. I love him to look at. I've seen him plenty of times here at King Khalid Racecourse. What do you make of him?
He's the kind of horse you wouldn't mind taking home, but he was 5th in a not a 75 apprentice handicap last time out of Hanson Heels race. He's up markedly in class and in trip here, which is a bit of a question for him.
Yeah, first crack at 2,000 metres today would be a slight concern against some real seasoned performers. Just seeing some team tactics going on there. I saw the deep breathing, make sure you're in the zone. Plenty of beautiful shots from our really strong production team, doing their best to really build up the atmosphere for our contest. Shamila is in the parade ring. Who do you like in this cracker of a contest?
They aren't lying when they say they're leaving the best till last. This is honestly the best race of the day and the best looking horses of the day. Now, my paddock pick is horse number 11, Helmi. He was 4th last time out and 4th very consecutively 3 times before that. Abdullah Nasib and Abdullah Credis have already had a winner today, so they're looking to double up on the night in the last race of the day. Now, another horse that really caught my eye, and it was a huge toss-up between both of them. And even though he was 13th last time out, I really like An Alawan, a 6-year-old gelding by Premium Tap, looking really well in the parade ring as well. So it's just handy that both of my paddock eye catchers are right next to each other.
Thank you very much, Shamila. Now, I've got to ask, I know it's a field full of quality, but has anyone been a little bit negative? Any naughty ponies to keep an eye out for?
No naughty ponies as such to keep an eye out for. Horse number 13 was acting up a little bit, but he has got blinkers on, and sometimes when horses have blinkers on in the parade ring, they can't see the groom walking next to them. They get a little bit agitated, so the blinkers might work for them during the race. However, in the parade ring might make them act up a little bit as they aren't 100% aware of their surroundings. However, as soon as the jockey got on board, he does seem to have settled down a little bit.
Thank you very much, Shamila, and we really appreciate your hard work down in the pre-parade room. We'll see you back up here for the after-show show after this final contest, and I cannot take my eyes off Al Mashlouf. What an animal!
Yes, he is. He's a looker, but handsome is as handsome does, Callum.
Absolutely.
It's what they do in the race cars that counts.
Let's have a look at some of these in action. The first one we're going to have a look at is Mayema, who was last seen dominating here last time out. Now, this was a much better performance, having what he's shown before, but he got a soft lead out in front. I don't think he'll get that today.
No, this was an open over course and distance last time out, so not a bad contest at all. But as you said, he got an easy lead, and he's powered away to win by 12 1/4 lengths. Clearly a smart performance. The handicapper thinks so as well. I think he's actually been knocked up from 96 to 105 for this. If you've got So if you've got we printed our race cards a couple of days ago, 96 is the rating that appears on it, but I think he's ended up going up to 105. If the handicapper's right, he wins again.
This is Badr Alalia, who's horse number 1 on your race card, Khalid Al Mamoni, looking for a double in what would be a stunning night for the Al Mamoni household. This is an effort winning in early September.
Yeah, you see him with the red nose bands and moving up into second place at this stage, and he ends up beating Faz. I think Faz is the horse in the red cap on the rail, and Ajamani is third, beaten 4 1/4 lengths, which sounds a little bit disappointing. He's the horse in the green and yellow colours with a black cap on the outside, but he comes past horses late in the day to grab that third place, and he would be a lot happier over this longer trip. That was 1 mile last time out.
Yeah, so he'll probably be hitting the line hardest out of all of those in that contest. We've got a couple more bits of video footage for you as well. Aku Mubari is a really interesting horse in the Prince Faisal bin Khalid bin Abdulaziz colours, and this is this horse back in Riyadh. This is a third place effort back in November.
Yes, this is the Prince Mohammed bin Saud Cup, the Group 2 race in November last year over this trip it turns into a really good battle between the front two. And you can take your eye off Ako Mobari for a while, but if you look at him, he's finishing best of all down the outside into third place. And as they hit the line, although he's never really going to get in terms with the front two, he pulls further and further clear of the other horses. This is clearly a very good performance in a really, really hot race. You see how close he ends up getting at the line. He's been off since then, of course, and he needs to be at his best to win a race like this.
Look out for the horse in the blue silks and the black cap on the outside. That's Araz winning again over a mile. This step up and trip has to be a concern.
I mean, literally, you watch this and you think, you might think he's crying out for a step up and trip, but his best form has come at the mile. He's had 33 starts in his career. I don't think they've missed a trick in terms of what his trip is, and he's stronger to finish there. That's the race has panned out for him. It's also a slightly weaker race than this, and I think the step up and trip in this company might just find him out.
Mullane in second there, Mojazi as well, and so both those horses have let that form down today. So
Yes.
that would be a concern for supporters of Araz, who is horse number 14.
Yeah, that is the concern with him. Listen, he's a nice type and he comes here in good form. But as I said, I very much respect Mayhem, and I very much respect Ako Mobari. I think you hit the nail on the head with Mayhama. Possibly slightly flattered to win by as far as he did last time out because he was able to boss slightly inferior rivals. Although, again, that was a good race. It was an open contest. There were no slouches in behind him, but he absolutely dominated. He's not guaranteed to do the same again here, but he is a player. Ako Mobari is not guaranteed to be fit, and I'm not sure that Taif is going to suit him. I think he was really well suited by Riyadh. The long straight there really suited him. He showed the power that he had up the straight and ran on very strongly from a poor position. I think if he gets poorly placed here, he's going to struggle to make that kind of ground at this tighter track.
I could say the same thing about An Alawan as well. I think that horse was suited by the long straight at Riyadh where he got plenty of time to gallop on. He won the Jockey Club Cup, and you can see Camille Ospina was so happy to win that race. He was unbelievably excited after crossing the line. I think it meant an awful lot to him. He's been running in really tough races his whole career.
He has, and you can make the point that Riyadh probably suits him better, but it's worth pointing out that he was a very good third in the King Abdulaziz University Cup in his first start of this season. And then you've simply got to forgive his run last time out. They came over course and distance, and again another warm cup race, the Okaz Cup, won by Houghton of Youth last time out. Now, if he can leave that behind and find his old form, he's got a very good chance. But that's 4 horses now who've got very good chances, and there's a few others bubbling under who could pop up.
Now that Houghton of Views race, I think it's important that we make it sure that all our viewers at home understand that was a really hard run 2,000 metres. Plenty of 2,400 metre horses making their presence known in the Okaz Cup. This is a little bit of a different contest, I think. This might not be as so hard ridden.
No, but again, we know that that Mayhama will want to go forward. That seems.
And they won't want to let him get loose on the lead.
So therefore, and it's a high quality race, we're not going to be messing around here. We've seen a couple of races where the pace is sort of the last race and about 3 races ago where they've gone reasonably hard early race and then things have got messy mid-race, either because the jockey has deliberately slowed it down or more likely in some of these races that the horses who've set the pace just can't sustain it. Have ended up falling in a bit of a hole and no one's taken up the pace-making duties. That's not going to happen in this race, I wouldn't think. It'll be a surprise, certainly to me.
Now let's talk about selections as they circle down at the start. Rory, it's a hard one to pick, but who do you like in this one?
Well, I think Al Jamani will run a really good race here. I suspect that there's 1 or 2 slightly classier than him in the race, but I think he'd hit the frame. So if you can take my selection as making the frame.
Making the frame selection,
that's the
you
way
love
I
to
will
see
go,
it.
yeah.
So making the frame selection of Al Jamani for Rory. Shamila liked Helmy. I think it's really important we mention some form
we haven't
for
really
Helmy.
talked much about Helmy,
We've not talked about this one, and this is a really important formula. Now, Helmy has finished 4th in his last 3 starts in Open and Handicap Company, but is only finished outside the top 3 once in 5 starts over 2,000 metres. I think if you're looking for another horse to hit the frame, this is the trip for Helmy.
Yeah, that's a fair point as well. And on the ratings, he's got it to do with the very best of these, but this looks as an ideal course and distance, so he could run above himself.
I'm going for An Alawan to bounce back. So just to remind us of those selections, myself and Shamila both like An Alawan. Shamila loves Helmy, and you can understand why. Rory likes Al Jamani to hit the frame for sure. Mark Francis, 2,000 metres, 150,000 Saudi Riyal. The Al Masif Cup is on the horizon. Who do you like?
Cheers, guys. May Hamar for me, the first colours of the white stable. I think it's got to have a great chance here. I'm absolutely in agreement with you both, suggesting that some of these horses are warming up for Riyadh here, as it were. It's no slouch of a contest, of course, but, you know, Akko Mabari's been off since February. Mashmuk's been off the track since November 2022, and that was a 13-length win of a maiden, as Rory mentioned. So, brings his unbeaten record in here. So Akko Mabari has the red cap, Mashmuk has the white cap. Also for the white stable, Mayhamar green cap, and An Alawan in 12 with the red cap. And Ikab Najad has the blue cap for the Al Harbi colours. Whilst Nash has the green cap to match the sleeves. So it's been another fantastic afternoon and evening's worth of action here at Taif Racecourse. Of course, we're back tomorrow for our Super Saturdays action before we enter the final week. I'm sure this time next week we'll be looking back at some of the performances of the summer for a short pause. We're heading to Riyadh later in October. They're off. Racing away then for the Jcsa Al Masif Cup. 1 mile and a quarter. And being rousted for an early position is Ekab Najad. Broke well from 3, but was pushed forward by Rahid Al Faroz to take a prominent position. Also bang up there with the pace is Mashmuk, showing plenty of early speed, of which the pace is pretty strong here. These are the first two. Just caught out wide in the blue jacket is Latin, just being preceded by the very pale colours up ahead now of Nash. So the ownership of Al Harbi colours currently sitting first and third. It's the blue cap Ibakab Najad turning into the back straight, leading by possibly a nose, perhaps even overtaken now by Mashmuk in second or possibly in first. These are the first two anyway, leading to the black cap of Badir Ala Elia, who has runners on either side. The green cap of Nash is prominent, so too is the green cap of Mayhamar, who's currently 3 wide, halfway down the back straight. Just worse than midfield is Sata. Then comes Al Jamani, probably midfield. The back two are currently Helmi, and also back there is the blue cap of Al Mashluf. Turning down the side of the racecourse then. 800 metres completed in 1:15.09. Produced towards the outside is Mayhamar. Camilo Ospina looking to top and tail the card. Moving along the outside smoothly of Badir Ala Elia in second. Mashmuk looks to have given his running back in third position, and staying on from out of the pack is An Alawan. Keep an eye on this one as two of the white stable representatives lay down the challenge to Badir Ala Elia, who at the moment is not for catching. 2 lengths is the advantage to An Alawan, who moves into second. Back to third now is Mayhamar, who's continuing on at the 1 pace, and then Al Jamani back in fourth, but motoring clear inside the last furlong is the black cap in the centre. The black cap is going clear of Badir Ala Elia, 3 lengths to the good, and Badir Ala Elia will win the nightcap. Badir Ala Elia for Khalid Al Memoni has beaten An Alawan into second. It might have been Helmi that got up for third. You can see overtaking the winner now, was pulling up at a lengthy gallop, got going far too late, but Badir Ala Elia with the black sleeves and cap came stand side almost, but a wave of the whip from the jockey, celebrating success in our last in a time of 2:11.48. Badir Ala Elia fought off both of the Abdullah bin Aziz and Sons representatives. An Alawan has been beaten 3 lengths into second. It was actually Arras that got up for third. So we see An Alawan cross the line in second. Arras 4 lengths back in third place. It was very tight. There is Helmi, who is fourth, and Al Jamani back in fifth. Mayhamar disappointing in the end. But the winner of our lucky last, lucky for some perhaps, Badir Ala Elia, wins our last race.
Well, there is going to be some party in the Al-Mimoni household this evening because Khalid Al-Mimoni finally gives us a double to celebrate. 2 winners on the day for Khalid, for the same owners as well. Congratulations to everybody involved as Badr Al-Alaya takes the win in our lucky last.
Yeah, he's done this very well in the end. There was an unrelenting pace as we expected. A few of those who stay well struggled to sort of keep up in the early stages. Notably Helmy, who got a good mention before the race, and indeed Al-Jamani, and they ran on late in the day. But it was a fast pace. Mayama was up there from an early stage. He dropped out late in the day, finished about 8th in the end. But you had a very good run from the other White Stable runner, An Alawan, who you were very keen on, who's run a cracker to be second there. Arras has actually run on for third, so clearly the trip was no issue for him the way this race panned out, and also staying on at the end. As I mentioned, Helmy stayed on really well for 4th in the end, and Al-Jamani was staying on but just got caught by those two who finished a little bit faster than him. He's a bit one pace in the finish, but run a very good race to be 5th. But the front two were better class, I think, than most of those in behind, and they deserve to be out in front at the end of the day.
Yes, it was a thrilling finish. An Alawan ran a really big race too, got there in a good position and ended up sticking out very nicely. Looked to be taking the win at one stage, but unfortunately this winner, Badalaya, was not for passing. Shamila, what a performance.
Wow, I mean, also, I want to say Mayhama, like the second last turn, I thought Camilo Espina had this in the bag. I was getting my boom mic out, I was ready, and then I saw Badr Al-Aliyah hit the front, and I was like, oh no, and I ran up to the studio as fast as I could. That's why I'm slightly out of breath, but wow, what a race.
What a race indeed, and we can see the Al Masif Cup on offer for connections, and we see Khalid Al-Mimoni. He'll be buzzing a double today and a winner yesterday as well. 3 winners in 2 days.
It's absolutely fantastic, and I just want to say I love all the Al-Mimoni family, Sultan, Ali and Khalid. They're always smiling, and it's great to see like them have a winner, which doesn't usually happen, never mind a double on the day.
Yes, and a treble for the family, because Ali had a winner as well. So plenty to look forward to from this race. Talking about the fallout from this contest, there were some real hard luck stories, but tactically fascinating. Helmy and Araz both anchored out the back into the first bend, ridden cold, come through flashing home late.
Yeah, there's good prize money on this race, and we said before, you know, you might, if you've got a horse you've got a stone to find on the ratings, you don't want to burst yourself trying to keep tabs on something like Mayhama at the front of the race. You want to sit at the back and run the race in your style, knowing that 1 or 2 of these who try to be handy early on won't be lasting it out, and you'll be able to pick up places later on. You're sacrificing your chance of winning the race, but then again, your chances of winning against a horse like Badr Al-Aliyah were reasonably slim in the first place, and riding for your best possible position makes an awful lot of sense with a race as valuable as this.
And that's Badr Al-Aliyah's second win in a row. Also had a win back in meeting 15. Are we looking at a horse that's a potential Riyadh candidate here? This isn't just a Taif specialist.
No, he's 6 from 20 career-wise now, and this was an impressive performance. As I said, he beat Faz and Al-Jamani last time out. Faz was disappointing yesterday. Al-Jamani was beaten further today, despite having the race set up for him. So it seems that Badr Al-Aliyah, on this evidence, is progressing again. I should expect for a horse who's only a 4-year-old and having his 20th start and really finding his straps at the moment. So he can do better. I mean, this race, it was run to suit him. He's, he's come here in extremely good form. He's been well set out for it. But, you know, he's going to be a 105 horse on the back of this. And when you're that high on the ratings, you can start looking at big prizes.
Special shout out to yourself, Shamila. Your paddock selections filling in some of those big places. You've not had the easiest of days. We did have a serious question marks about one of the Arabian selections. Never seen a horse so sweaty. We called a paddock positive, but it came through in the end. Congratulations with those 2 selections. Helmy, what a mighty race.
Yeah, I was really impressed because I was talking to Salah, one of the reporters for the Arabic channel, and I said I really fancy Helmy. And when I said that, he was right at the back of the field, and then he made up really good ground. Impressive turn of foot. And
we can see connections here with the Al Masif Cup. Fantastic, wonderful to see. Great themes, plenty of press on display as well, and I'm sure Khalid Al-Mimoni will be buzzing with this success. And yeah, lift up that trophy, you've earned it. They've had a double today. It'll be great celebrations all round, deep into the night, no doubt.
Aziz Al-Mosa, the trainer, he keeps his cards very close to his chest. The amount of times I've been out here on the track in the morning, like, oh, how are your horses doing? Are you looking forward? And he's like, yeah, let's see. Like, he keeps everything very close to his chest.
Rory, take us through your highlight today, because it's a cracker.
Yeah, we said we had some slightly unsatisfactory races the way they panned out today, but you couldn't have been disappointed with the way the race number 3 panned out. That was the local bred Fillies Open, which went to Bint Farr in the end. She was coming off an absence. She hadn't been seen since finishing second in the custodian of the Two Holy Mosques last time out. That was in January, and we've seen often enough that horses coming from that kind of layoff tend to struggle to show their best form, and I don't think she was at her very best, but my goodness, she was game. You see her in the middle of the 3 going to the line here, and she really stuck her neck out to get the better of Aromesa on the rail. Heartbreak for the runner-up, because I thought Alexis Moreno gave her a lovely ride to have her in front at various stages of the race. Off the home bend, again about 50 yards from the line. She was headed near the finish, and she got her head back in front a stride after that as well. So I wouldn't want to be Alexis's cat on the back of that, because he must have thought he did everything right in the race. But Bint Farr, who's got a lot of quality about her, just wouldn't be denied on the line and got the job done by the narrowest of margins.
Yeah, Bint Farr, a very talented individual, there's no doubt about it. This is a Riyadh horse, but to do this first time up at King Khalid Racecourse is not easy. I know the track is getting easier. Aromacea with a horse that won on really tough conditions to start his season in, but look at the way this horse has improved since then, and it's certainly a good scene to see before Riyadh. But let's take nothing away from our winner. Bint Farr, talented individual.
She is. She's a talent, but there's not an awful lot of her. She's quite wiry. And she probably didn't have to run to her very best rating to win the race. But as we've said, it's never easy against race-fit rivals. And Ara Mesa has run a career best in second. She was fit after winning her last start over 1,400 metres here. So there were no hiding places. And Bint Farr, she didn't get the greatest of breaks in the race either. Had to fight her way between rivals and showed that she's not only classy, but she's genuine. And she's going to win more races at Riyadh. She's going to come on for this run, I would have thought, and hopefully pay her way in the coming months.
Well, there'll certainly be no hiding place for us, because we're back here tomorrow for Super Saturday. And hopefully you can join us as well on Super Saturday. It'll be a great day. We've got plenty of good cup races, auction races, as well as races we haven't seen so far. So these are races specifically designed for 2-year-olds sold at auction here in Saudi Arabia. Plenty of horses with good chances. Thank you guys for joining us. Thank you all for watching us. See you all tomorrow. Super Saturday it is. Hopefully we can find plenty of winners.